Good morning, Chatty House.
Heyo. Heyo. Filthy McNasty gets the belt on a Tuesday? Tuesday. Three and a half minutes. All right. What up, everybody? What's up, Russ Dog? Hey, Wizzy's here. Michael's here. Matt is here. David Jackson. Yeah, dude. The Sharks team's fun. What's up, Marcus? What up, Lizzie? And Brian. Germs. TC. What up? Wolverine's here. Oh, Cousin Pete. In Michigan.
Matt, I don't agree with this. Keon is only valuable because he's cheap. There are multiple teams around the league that are ready to do like mid-level exception for him. So the fact that they might be able to get a first-round pick for a guy that went undrafted is pretty good.
Getting any draft capital for somebody you didn't use draft capital on is good business.
It is. But he's wanted for more than his $2 million salary. I mean, it's possible because he's like a 42% career three-point shooter. Shout out to Tyler, who came up and went fishing yesterday. Pond.
Hey.
They got themselves a nice size fish.
Talk a lot about this. Hey. Is this being reported?
What?
I don't know why Jimmy Butler's injury would change your feelings on Malik Monk. What up, Tyler? What up, Keeps It? Well, there we go.
Except for Lizzie, I don't fish, so you can't do a Fishing with Ham podcast. You can have a Fishing at Ham's House podcast, but not a Fishing with Ham.
Boy, what a great question. Fucking send it, dog. All right, 1 minute. Oh. James don't fish, but he'll go on the boat with you and drink high noons.
Maybe.
Oof. Oh, well, if Emmanuel Acho said it. That's sick. All right. Everybody lock in. Oh, boy, is it. Hi, everybody. Hello. James Ham is over there. I'm Kyle Madsen. And we're hanging out with you till noon. So much happened last night. I got home a little bit earlier than normal because there was no traffic. And I left here a little earlier because there was nobody here to talk to. I got some stuff done. The Niners had their locker clean out, so wrote a couple things and then hit the road. And when I got home, my wife, Heather, asks me, she goes, hey, do you have any more work to do? And I said, I don't think so. No, I'm chilling. I'm home. Like, I got to prep for a show, but that's something that can just be done. I usually, like I said, I take notes in a notes app as we go. So I'm like, yeah, I gotta do some show stuff, but no. So we locked in. We watched Memento. Terrific. Watch it for the first time.
Oh, that's the first time you've seen it?
First time, yeah. Assume that when I watch a movie.
Yeah, it's the first time.
Yeah. If it's a second time or third time I've watched it, I'm probably not going to announce it.
Yeah, that's a good like cult classic.
Yeah, it's very strange. It took a solid like 25 minutes to get the like cadence of the movie.
Oh yeah.
Because it starts at the end and then you learn a little bit and it takes you, okay, you're going to flash back and then it's going to come forward to right where you are now. And it's going to flash back a little further and take it. So that was a little strange.
Yep.
But once you get the cadence, it's very good. It's very compelling.
Yep.
So I said out loud, I said, we're like 20 minutes into the movie and I go, this needs to pick it up and figure itself out or I'm punting. I'm DNFing this movie.
Yeah.
Did not finish. And 3 minutes after that, I was like, can't turn this movie off.
Oh no.
I need to know everything that happened.
Yeah.
Really, really good. Really, really fun movie. Christopher Nolan, Guy Pearce, etc. Anyways, get done with that. Cool. National championship game's on. Turn on the Natty. Hanging out. Watch that. Again, my wife, not a football fan, but enthralled. The Miami Hurricanes mascot, the Ibis. Big fan of that.
Okay.
Did a little research. The Ibis has a little girlfriend named Gertrude. Hilarious. And then we started watching Fernando Mendoza interviews on YouTube. And she's obsessed with Fernando Mendoza. She's like, oh my God, love this guy. I can't decide which team I want to win. Games back and forth. Really good. Captivating game. Game ends. Like amazing. Washing dishes. Going, okay, the Indiana thing's interesting. We'll talk about the Indiana thing on the show, and we will. The Indiana winning the Natty. Fernando Mendoza looking like he's going to go to the Raiders. Indiana winning a national championship. I have a little bit of a Kings tie-in that we'll get to. Thinking, okay, that's a good. Washing some dishes. And I see on my phone, somebody says, oh no, Jimmy. I was like, huh? So I go on Twitter to see what the heck happened to Jimmy Butler. It says, assuming Jimmy Butler. And the first thing I've opened my phone to is Robert Saleh joining the Titans as their head coach. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
My nice calm evening has turned into news is always in this business. Any news that happens that you can turn into content is like, yes, that's why we do this.
Yeah, you don't turn off.
We get to react to the news. It's great.
Of course.
So but that's not always good news. Bad news is objectively bad, but it's like, okay, hey, now we have stuff to do. But anyways, this day where it's like, all right, we've got the Natty, the Kings play the Heat. All right, we'll figure out what angle we want to do. It's all of a sudden like, all right, hey, we got 3 major news items right up at the top.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we've got to start. I want to talk about the national championship game and Indiana winning for the first time in forever. First time ever, I should actually say. But the Jimmy Butler ACL tear is a fascinating wrinkle to the next 2 weeks.
Oh, I totally agree.
Because there are, and again, understand that the concern for the player and the person is baked in.
Mm-hmm.
This is not like exciting because Jimmy Butler got hurt. That's not what we're saying. The fact is he has an ACL tear. He's out for the rest of this year and likely to miss a lot of next year. So what does that mean for Golden State? What does that mean for Jonathan Kuminga?
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean for the Kings in their pursuit of Jonathan Kuminga? There's so many layers to this that matter here in Sacramento because of the thing we've been exploring for 7 months now.
Kuminga Watch.
So I guess the first question is, and we're going to talk to Nick Friedell at 11 o'clock. He's our Odyssey NBA insider, but he covers the Warriors for The Athletic and covered the Warriors for a long time for ESPN before that. Really excited to talk to Nick and get his thoughts on all this. I'm the number one thing from the Kuminga standpoint and his availability is, does this, and I want to know your thoughts on this, James, and I want to know your thoughts at 916-909-1320. That is the phone line. Do we think this accelerates the Warriors' urgency to get rid of Kuminga to try and make some kind of impact on their roster this year? Or do we think that Steve Kerr really does think that, yeah, the problem is Kuminga needs to play one of the roles that Draymond Green or Jimmy Butler plays, and he can't when they're on the court, so he's not going to play? Well, now Jimmy Butler's out. Is this the thing that they go, all right, hey, you're in. You have full runway because we don't have another option. I'm fascinated to see what direction that goes.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like, look, you have to gauge who the Warriors are moving forward. Are they just cooked? Are they done? And I think one way or another, yes, is the answer to that.
Yeah, sure.
But that doesn't mean that they're not going to hang on and do this for another, year or two and try to drag this thing out like they have for the last couple of years. I don't know if it changes the urgency. I do know that sort of the bubbling around the league is just a frustration with dealing with Mike Dunleavy Jr. It's like not been a pleasant thing for anyone because at the end of the day, a lot of people just don't feel like he knows what direction he wants to go.
Which is exactly what you want from your GM.
Yeah, so you keep getting down a road pretty far, and then it's like, okay, we're just in a holding pattern waiting for them to say yes or no. And you just keep waiting and waiting and waiting. So I do think that the Warriors are going to have options. They're going to have plenty of deals that are out there that they're looking at and saying, okay, should we do this? Should we do that? Like, I don't know. Up until, like a couple of weeks ago, like they had turned down most of the Kings offers. That doesn't mean that they haven't been part of like a third team, like a 3-team swap here, but they had turned down, again, DeMar DeRozan straight up for Kuminga. They had turned that down. They don't want to pay DeRozan's $10 million next year, or his salary for next year, even if he does come back, which is rich. Let's just be honest here, because I think if I were the Warriors, and you have a $22 million deal with Kuminga for this year and like 24 for next year, whatever it is, why would you not just have the same exact thought about DeMar DeRozan?
I have no idea.
That just, at least DeMar DeRozan can go get you a bucket, and he will go get you a bucket. So it doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's kind of like the mixed messaging that's been going on with the Warriors for a while. They've moved the goalposts so many times on teams, and everyone is just kind of like over it at this point. I do think that like this is going to make them do something. Whether it's like, again, just pull Kuminga off the market, which is not going to go over well with Kuminga's people at all.
Yeah.
Or if they're going to like take one of these deals that maybe they've been saying no to for a while, or maybe that doesn't like really feel like something they want to do.
You have to do something. That I need to, in case this is not clear. Golden State was not a title contender to begin with, but in whatever narrow timeline or version of this timeline that they did go on to contend for a title, it was because Jimmy Butler was very much at the center of it.
Yeah.
It's Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler. Removing Jimmy Butler from that equation, they don't have somebody readily available. And we'll talk more about this with Nick Friedell at 11, but they don't have someone that they can just plug in and like, all right, cool. It's still the Steph and Draymond show. Like, no, Draymond is very much a role player at this point who is thrust into a bigger role because of their lack of overall talent. Jimmy Butler was it. They needed Jimmy Butler to be a not just be on the court, but be a high level player if they were going to do anything. And now removing him from that equation throws their entire roster into flux.
Oh, yeah.
And they don't have somebody outside of Jonathan Kuminga who could theoretically go play the role that Jimmy Butler plays, get to the foul line, be a cutter, get to the basket, like that, be disruptive defensively. That they don't have anyone else. God love Moses Moody. He's not there as a player. So they just don't. And say DeAnthony Melton or Brandon Pajemski or Quentin Post or whoever, they just don't. These are all like down the bench role players.
Yeah. They are playing with a good portion of their rotation are like 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 guys.
Yeah. And they just they've started to piece it together. I think they're 6 games over. They have to push a button. Inaction here inaction was already not an acceptable outcome, but they could weave the story, at least publicly. Hey, look, we got Jimmy, we got Steph. We're trying to make sure that we do this right and we make the right move. All right, well now, you got to go or get off the pot.
Yeah.
That whether I don't know that there's a preference in we could ask our friends at 95.7 The Game. I don't know that there's a preference on, okay, put Kuminga in that role and play him. You sit down with Kuminga and Aaron Turner, his agent, and you go, all right, here's the deal. The value isn't there for you. We don't want to trade you. You're going to start. As long as you're healthy, you're going to start the rest of the year.
Mm-hmm.
We need you to be whatever version of you're going to be, because we're not going to find a player that we think is better when you're at your best. Cool. And then maybe he plays. Or maybe he gives him the double birds. And if he does, in this situation, if Jonathan Kuminga is still saying, I don't want to play for you, or worse, if Steve Kerr and the coaching staff still go, we don't want to play him, then press the button and get him out of your building.
Yeah.
You're now wasting a roster spot when Jimmy Butler's roster spot now has a giant red X through it, or a giant red cross through it, whatever image you want to use.
Yeah.
Yeah. They to me, they have to do something, and that is either going to take Kuminga off the table entirely because they need him, or it's going to put him on the table more than ever because they have to make a move to try to backfill that Jimmy Butler spot in any way they can.
Well, that, and like, let's be honest, you're like super close to Golden State. They're at home right now. They play tonight against the Raptors, and then the Raptors play the Kings the next night. You literally could ship DeMar DeRozan this morning.
And the Heat played the Warriors
last. It's a very strange scheduling anomaly. I talked about this in our rundown later. Yeah. So the Heat played the Warriors last night. The Heat play the Kings tonight. The Warriors played the Raptors tonight. The Kings play the Raptors the next night. Both teams will be on the second night of a back-to-back. The Kings are on a home-to-home back-to-back.
Kings win 3 out of 4 from January 16th to 21. Still alive, folks.
There it is. Right. Yeah, but anyways, like, hey, if you want, you literally could drive DeMar DeRozan down. He could be ready. I don't think he could be ready for tonight's game.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible. Him and Kuminga would be like, yeah, we're good to go. And you could actually have him in uniform tonight. Yeah. But certainly by Thursday, you could have him ready to play against who's their next up on the. They play at Dallas. So, like, again, this is desperate times call for desperate measures.
Mm-hmm.
And an ACL tear for a 36-year-old guy. He'll be 37 when he comes back. He's already had, I think, 2 surgeries on that knee for other things.
Mm-hmm.
And so at this point, it's like you do need a player for next year as well.
Mm-hmm.
And you could make a decision on whether that player is DeMar DeRozan or not.
Mm-hmm.
But you would still have the placeholder that you hold on to so tightly, the $25 million placeholder that is an expiring contract.
Yeah.
So, and if you can't trade DeMar before, we get to July 1st, then you can waive him and pay the $10 million buyout, or you can hold on to him, get into the season or get into the summer and see if you can shop him for the bigger player that you want and use DeMar DeRozan the same exact way you're using Jonathan Kuminga. I think it makes too much sense for it to actually happen. And that's the problem, because I don't think that the Warriors are a team that lives in reality at this point, and just their lot in life. They should be looking at much bigger trades that include their star player going somewhere else if he wants to. And if not, like, you just have to have the real conversation that this thing is over and we're going to coast in, and you can play as long as you want, but you have to understand that for the next couple of years, it's going to be you with a bunch of kids.
Yeah.
And that's the game.
And I have so many thoughts on all this. And again, would love your thoughts at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. And while the NBA trade deadline draws closer, and we'll have you covered here on ESPN 1320 all the way through the deadline on February 6th. And of course, keeping track of, like I said, I think if the Warriors are going to hit a button on this Kuminga thing, I would assume that it happens ASAP for them. Yeah. Knowing that Jimmy Butler's ACL is torn and he is done for the year. But we're also going to stay on top of the NFL playoffs, which roll along. Championship weekend this weekend. I know people say the divisional round is their favorite. I love the championship games. I love the conference championship games so much. And I'm going to be locked in just because I love the games, but also because of underdog. I'm going to have my move on championship weekend. I go one for the NFC championship, one lineup for the AFC championship, and then I do a little mix and match lineup. So I have some action from both games. It's super easy. You already know. You've heard me talk about this before. You open the app, you go to whatever player stats, you go higher or lower on receptions, touchdowns, tackles, whatever. They have so many stats to choose from. And I make my lineup. You make picks. You can win money right here in California. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. I don't have a lineup just yet. I need to do a little bit of digging on what the Jarrett Stidham thing means for Denver and how Denver might approach the game and how New England might approach that game. But I will have a lineup for you, a couple lineups for you, one for each game coming up a little bit later in the week. So download the app now. Get ready now for when we talk lineups later in the week. Download the Underdog app today and use promo code KYLEM. That's KYLEM to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KYLEM, KYLEM. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. Does the Jimmy Butler injury mean Jonathan Kuminga is going to be a king? We'll talk about that. We'll talk about what Indiana's national championship meant for the Raiders. Talk about what I'm going to tie the Kings into that. We got a Kings game tonight. Nick Friedell is going to join us, our Odyssey NBA insider, at 11 o'clock. We had the most entertaining thing in sports happen last night. Yeah, that happened. We'll tell you what that is coming up in a bit. And then the 49ers had their locker clean out yesterday, and we got a little bit of news coming out of Santa Clara as well. Tons to get to over the next couple hours. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Michael Franklin mentioned something in here that I had not seen in his contract, but this hiding in the notes and on Spot Track is that DeMar's money is fully guaranteed. Well, let's see. In 2026, $10 million guaranteed, $12 million guaranteed if he makes an All-Star team in 25 or 26, which didn't happen. 14 guaranteed if he makes All-Star in 25 and 26, and fully guaranteed if they make the 25 or 26 NBA Finals, and player plays at least 60 regular season games, or fully guaranteed on 1/10/27. So that's interesting to me because that means that DeMar DeRozan's contract is not fully guaranteed for sure next season, but you also have until January to decide what you're going to do with him, which is crazy. That's not typical. There's usually like a July 1st or, July 8th. You have to decide what you're going to do with a guy. To have him be fully guaranteed, but not until January 10th is wild. I'm going to have to make sure that that's correct because I got to be honest, that doesn't make sense. Or at least it's not typical when you have a contract that's guaranteed at 10, but is a $27 million contract. Yes, Kieran Carter. This is what I've heard the whole time too. The Kings are really the only one who are truly interested. When you hear the Lakers, when you hear the Mavericks, that's somebody throwing names out there to get in the media that there might be someone else who's interested. I just don't think that's the case. Yeah, you can't, Soren, you can't trade Carter and Sarge in a second, and that's it, because that would put the Kings over the luxury tax by $10 million. That's the problem the Kings have. They don't have a $10 million expiring contract.
Oh my God. I have so many notes on my note thing. Somebody asked about the Niners DC thing. Russ Dog did. We'll talk about that. This is a good question. All right, here we go. Well, 15, but
Cool.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I have a couple of fun games to play. James Ham is over there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Before we get back into this Jonathan Kuminga, the new angle on the Jonathan Kuminga thing after the Jimmy Butler injury and what that could mean for the Kings' chances of landing the young forward. I'll get to your calls at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Just a reminder, when you call in, we don't have a call screener. So I currently have Mitch in New Jersey on the line. He's just on the line. And when we go to him, we'll talk to him. And in the meantime, I can't put anyone else on hold.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're calling and it's just ringing, hang in there. And we'll get to you ASAP. I promise. Before we get back into the serious stuff, I want to play a little bit of a game with you. I just saw this tweet from Mark Stein. And you know what the match game music means. We are going to go through the top 5 selling NBA jerseys from the first half of this season. James Ham, can you guess the top 5?
I know who's number 1 because I got the email, but I didn't look at it. I just saw the title. So
Okay.
I'm going to skip number 1.
Who's number 1?
Steph.
Steph Curry, number 1.
Okay.
Still counts.
I'm going to say Wemby.
Number 4.
I'm going to say Luka.
Number 2. This is impressive, folks.
Shea?
Ooh, Shea is number 7.
Oh, okay. Oh, man. Where am I going to go?
If we were
here?
going to do all 15 and we were going to sit and write them down and not have to do this bit on the radio where we're going to press for time, I think you could get all 15. There's none on here that are like, wow, what a surprise.
Okay. Well, Giannis.
Giannis is on there, but he is number 13.
That makes sense because I don't think anyone in a Bucks uniform wants anyone with the Bucks wants to buy a Giannis
or
jersey
everybody
right now.
or everybody already has one.
Or they're just waiting for him to go 50% off when he gets traded. If he does get traded. Huh. Well, LeBron always seems to be up there.
LeBron, number 5.
Wow. So I'm missing 1?
You're missing 1. You have Steph, Luka, 1 and 2, and you have Wemby and LeBron, 4 and 5.
Okay, so I can't imagine that Jokic is in the top, so I'm not going to say
Jokic is number 9.
Okay. Dang.
I'm going to give you a hint. Eastern Conference.
I'm missing somebody big.
Yep. Eastern Conference All-Star even.
Well, I'm not remembering the 5 the 5 guys yesterday. Tyrese Maxey?
It's not Tyrese Maxey. He is not in the top 15.
Boy, that's surprising.
Close. You're
he's playing
close,
really
though.
well. Oh, Embiid?
No. Different, close in a different direction.
Oh, I don't know.
Jalen Brunson.
Oh, Brunson.
Jalen Brunson.
Oh, Brunson
number
popped into
3.
my head there a couple of times. I just didn't say it. Huh, interesting.
Yeah, that's the top 5. Anthony Edwards, Shea, Jason Tatum, Nikola Jokic, Tyrese Maxey. I'm sorry, Tyrese Maxey's number 10. Cooper Flag, Kevin Durant, Giannis, Cade Cunningham.
Cooper, I'm surprised.
Donovan Mitchell.
That's the one I was looking for too in my brain. Like, okay, there's got to be a rookie that everyone's buying.
All right.
I
had a thought during the break, which is always dangerous. But it feels like on this Kuminga thing, because we keep talking about how the Warriors move the goalposts and, oh my God, what are they looking for now? And how this Jimmy Butler injury, if you missed it, Jimmy Butler tore his ACL last night and the Warriors went over the Heat. Does this end Jonathan Kuminga trade talks?
I don't think so at all.
Because they find a role for him that everybody's happy with and cool, he's in there? Or does this accelerate them because they're like, all right, we need to add something to this roster that helps us in any conceivable way?
Yeah.
Does the goalpost change again? It reminds me of when you're looking for a snack and you open the refrigerator or the pantry, depending on what kind of snack you're looking for, You open it and you look and you're like, all right, milk, and there's some leftovers from last night. There's like an old banana. Has a mayonnaise. God, there's just nothing really in the fridge. And then you close the fridge and then you open it again, hoping that, like, hey, maybe there's something in there I didn't see last time.
I do love that.
They just keep opening the fridge. And it's like, brother, it's Devin Carter and Dario Saric and Malik Monk and DeMar DeRozan. That's all that's in there. You can so badly want like a serving of orange chicken from Panda Express. You can badly want it to be in there. It's not there, brothers. It's not.
I think
There's not a tortilla and cheese. You can't make a quesadilla.
For me, I'm wondering why the hell Kyle has a banana in his refrigerator.
I don't know. I was just thinking of, I don't refrigerate my bananas. I need everybody to know that.
Thank you.
That's not a euphemism.
Yeah. Like I think it's like a really interesting situation that the Kings and Warriors have got themselves into, because they've had a staring contest for literally like 6 months. And I don't even know why they're like, really, it's like a cross-eyed staring contest, because it's not like it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So, but at this point, maybe it does.
Yeah, and maybe this is kind of what they've been holding out for. Maybe this is why I think there's even a modicum of a chance that their reaction here is, all right, well, Kuminga's playing now. Hey, here's your full-time role. Go get it, guy. We can't win. I don't think they could have won without him anyways, but like, we super can't win without you, and we don't think DeMar DeRozan or Malik Monk is the answer. So go give it a shot.
Yeah.
Maybe this is what they've been waiting for. I'm sorry. Let me back that up. Let me rephrase that. Maybe this is the scenario that they've been like, hey, if this scenario happens, we'd rather have him than trade him for things that we don't think we can use just to get rid of him.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I think there's any modicum of a chance that they sit down with Kuminga and Aaron Turner and go, hey, here you go. You're starting, you're playing. No matter how many times you mess up, no matter what we think, like, you need to play. We need you in the rotation. That's the only reason I think that, oh, maybe there's that chance. But I also think if the Warriors sit down and have that conversation, I wouldn't be shocked if Kuminga and Turner go, no thanks.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll
we
just
already made it very
February
clear.
6th, you got like 2 weeks, figure it out. Not
Yeah.
our problem. Yeah, that wouldn't shock me either.
Yeah, it's like,
In fact, that's what I think would happen.
like the old proverbs, like necessity is the mother of invention. Like, they have to come up with something now. They have to figure out something, the Warriors do, or they just have to acknowledge that it's over and this whole thing is done.
Mhm.
Because, like, look, Jimmy Butler tore his ACL. It's January 20th. He's out for most of next season.
Yep.
As well.
Yep.
It's not just this season. And so if I'm the Warriors, like, I don't know that I hit a panic button as much as I hit like a reality button.
Yeah.
And so, like,
hit any freaking button.
yeah, you have to do something at this point. And like, I do believe that the Kings are the team that likely will end up with Kuminga if he's traded.
Hey, can we keep it a stack? Let's pretend just for a moment that there's more teams interested. There's not. But let's just pretend there is.
Yeah.
Is there a better player than DeMar DeRozan that they're going to be able to get for Jonathan Kuminga?
No.
There's not.
No.
And this is I don't want to turn this into a Warriors thing. This is, I think, part of their problem. It's Kyle Shanahan-esque. We talked about this with Kyle Shanahan and wide receivers yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And how, like, man, I feel like you have to be very specifically good or very good at very specific things to be a receiver in his offense. It can't be like, hey, I'm great at 3 things. It's like, no, I'll take the guy who's okay at 5 things instead of the guy who's great at 3 and bad at 2, because I just want to kind of know what I'm getting. I think if the hang up for Golden State, because I've seen some people ask, like, hey, what's the deal? Why wouldn't they want DeMar? They miss Jimmy Butler scoring. DeMar can score. He gets to the line. He does all these things. I wouldn't be shocked if Golden State looks at it and goes, well, we did this read and react offense, and that's not really his thing. And, you know, we need somebody who's going to wreck games defensively or have this high IQ defensively. And you know what? That's just kind of not his thing. So we just don't know that he's a great fit. And I think that's asinine.
Yep.
I think that's a silly way to look at it. And you mentioned this earlier. If that's going to be your take, if that's going to be their take, I should say,
mm-hmm.
then all right, then recalibrate what you're doing. Ask Steph what he wants to do. See if he wants to compete for titles. Like, all right, cool. Then we'll get you out of here because that's clearly not what they're trying to do. Because if they're waiting around with Jonathan Kuminga for something better or a better fit than DeMar DeRozan,
Yeah.
all right. Because I get the Malik Monk thing. You don't want to be tied to his contract. You don't think he fits. Plus a contract. Okay, fine. Let's buy that. The DeRozan thing doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. Turning down the DeRozan thing doesn't make any sense from a financial standpoint.
Yeah.
From a hey, we just need somebody to help score standpoint. Like, oh no, the defense. All right, man. Cool.
Well,
keep running Brandon Pajemski and Moses Moody out there. Enjoy.
I'm just gonna point out, like, the DeRozan contract, if it is in fact the way that Spotrac has it listed, where it doesn't become fully guaranteed until January 10th. That means that you have a player under contract that can play for you, that you can trade at any time, and the other team that's taking him in can accept him and then not pick up the option on his deal. They can waive him by January 10th, making him an extremely valuable trade chip. Extremely valuable. Because you have him as a player or as an expiring contract like halfway through the season. Like, you can just dump the other $15 million of his contract.
Yeah.
So I don't know what they're going to do here. But like you said something, they've been trying. Like, look, they're not a title contender. They weren't a title contender with Jimmy Butler. They needed to make the other move that they should have made like a month ago to actually give themselves a legitimate chance to get into a playoff chase here or a real, like, title contention. I don't even think that they have the ability to get into title contention, just because it's like Steph and it was Jimmy, and then Draymond, I guess, and then what else do you have on your roster that is impressive at all and that can get you through a 7-game series, let alone 4 of them?
Not a big Quentin Post guy?
No. No, I mean, like, look, I think the Warriors have done great things over the last decade and a half, whatever it is, but all of these dynasties, they come to an end. It happens, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can try to extend it, you can try to preserve it the best you can, but in the end, there's always a moment where you do something stupid to try to extend it. And I just got to be honest with you, it's not this move. It was the Jimmy Butler move, was the stupid move to extend this thing. That's the one that you're like, because it's not, they didn't just trade for Jimmy Butler. They traded for Jimmy Butler and signed him to a 2-year, $112 million extension.
Yeah.
So it is what it is.
To me, the stupid thing is hoarding their post-Steph picks.
Yeah.
If you're trying to extend what this is, then you are going to have to sacrifice the future. But they didn't want to do that. Cool. All right, fine. Then you're just not going to win right now, because that's the thing that would land them something of consequence. But they won't trade those picks.
Yeah.
They're holding on to those because they know they're going to be asked what the second number 30 steps out the door.
Yeah.
So they don't want to. They're stuck in the middle. Their golden goose. Their golden ticket to this transfer from one dynasty to whatever the next version of it was Kuminga. It was James Wiseman and Kuminga.
But
the Wiseman thing failed
now
spectacularly. The Kuminga thing failed spectacularly.
Yeah.
And that's it. It's over. Like, now, okay, you didn't draft well enough to continue extending this run, and ergo, it's done. That's how the game works. That's how it's designed.
Yeah, the Kuminga thing, it feels like, someone, you're chewing gum, someone, hey, do you have another piece of gum? And you're like, yeah, it's been in my pocket for a little while. And you pull out the piece of gum and it's covered in lint and weird stuff. And you're like, and everyone else is like, yeah, I'll pass. No, I'm okay. Because that's where we are. We're like,
you're like, but what if this gum tastes awesome?
It'll taste the same. Trust me, you won't notice the lint at all.
Sure.
But that's what it's become. Like, they have devalued Kuminga so much. They're on their own with their coaching staff.
Yeah.
Like, it is what it is. And I mean, that's the NBA. Like, the front office goes out and gets players. The coaching staff has to coach the players that they've got. Steve Kerr doesn't want to coach him. And
very clearly.
Yeah. And so now it's like, hey, man, you don't want to coach me. I don't want to be coached by you. I'm not going to come back and try to save the day for you. For what? so you can like do this all over again next summer
Yeah, are they
or the
are
year
they
after?
extending it, or is Kerr out of there after this year? And they extend. I have no idea. I wonder what Mitch thinks in New Jersey. Mitch, what do you got for us?
Be on time. He's gonna be trained.
Come on, Mitch. You're gonna be on the line. You got to at least listen. I'm
Yeah.
up. I'm ready to go. 916-909-1320. 916-909-1320 if you'd like to join the conversation. I saw a question in here that said, where's the question? At youtube.com/ESPN1320. Somebody said Golden State overvalues picks. I disagree. Their post-Steph selections are some of the most valuable in the league right now because everybody looks at their roster and goes, hey, that could be the number one pick in 2029, 2028 or 2029. That could be the top pick in the draft.
Yeah, so here's my again, like I get it, the Warriors don't want to trade picks or because of that. I'm wondering if the Warriors, because of their dynasty, because of Steph, have made themselves into, and especially you look at the value of their franchise now, if they've made themselves into like a Los Angeles Lakers North, where they're going to be a destination and that teams players are going to want to go play for them, and that they're not going to have a huge issue like drawing talent, because that's usually the problem. That, if you're the Lakers, you understand that, you're going to get LeBron James. And then, when LeBron is aging out of the league, some moron is going to trade you Luka Doncic for a bag of peanuts. I mean, Anthony Davis and like whatever.
It was go back to the Pau Gasol trade.
Yeah. It's like someone always bails him out. And so you wonder if the Warriors are getting to that point where they think that they can draw talent like that. I don't know that they can, because it's a really hard thing to visualize the Warriors if you looked at the 25 years before their great run and where they are now. Because it's like, hey, for 20 plus years, you were trash.
Irrelevant.
You were
totally
beyond irrelevant. Yeah, and now
all my friends growing up, I grew up in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
All my friends growing up were Kings fans. I was in middle school when the Kings were awesome.
Oh,
all my friends were Kings fans.
Well, I can tell you this, like growing up here before the Kings got here, everyone was a Laker fan because the Lakers were on TV. They're Showtime Lakers. Yeah. You didn't even know there was where is this Golden State team? I don't know where that's at.
Yeah.
Golden State. What is that?
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
So like they weren't relevant around here at all until this last decade and a half of greatness. So it makes you really wonder what they're going to look like afterwards, and whether they're going to whether they're valuing their picks wrong at this point, because they're the Warriors and they're going to be able to go get the next big thing.
Maybe. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 is the phone line. Lazy, I got you on hold. We will get your thoughts coming up. And we also got to talk about this Robert Saleh thing. What does it mean for the 49ers that Robert Saleh is gone to take the head coaching job with the Tennessee Titans? Are they more prepared this time to fill that vacancy? How are they going to do it? Some names to watch. We'll talk about all that next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
I'm going to go run and fill up my coffee. I will be back, everyone.
Good luck. Be safe out there. There was. It's just over now. Yeah. What do I think of pods? I think pods is fine. Yeah. That's the word I'm comfortable saying. What the hell is this? Yeah, I'm not the biggest pods fan. I think Pod's ceiling is like an effective secondary ball handler. Yeah, I always say if Jonathan Kuminga is the player Jonathan Kuminga thinks Jonathan Kuminga is, then he'd be awesome. I think the exact same thing about Brandon Podziemski, even more so, actually. Yeah. I feel like the Raiders need to go get, like, whether it's either of the Rams guys, Shieldhouse or Shula. I think they need to be looking into that younger coach market. I know like Detroit's DC has gotten some interviews. Maybe it's a guy like Clay Kubiak, maybe not Clay Kubiak specifically, just because he has 1 year as the OC, but with the Niners, but a person like that can kind of grow with the team. I think going and getting a retread head coach would be just a dreadful move. Oh, that's terrifying. That ride's sick though, huh? What is it? Like through the Forbidden Forest or whatever it's called. That's unbelievable. I was so shook.
I need to get down to Universal.
Yeah, the OC thing for Tennessee is going to be interesting. I wonder if Saleh took that job, and we'll talk about this, but I wonder if Saleh took that job because he knows he can get McDaniel or oh my God, who's the other OC out?
One of them is signed with the Lions already. Nagy?
Oh, did Matt Nagy join the Lions?
No, he's available now because they are signing Eric Bieniemy back.
Got it. Who's the other? Mike McDaniel and not Arthur Smith. I would tend to agree with you. No, I don't think so. Kurt Signetti rules, though. Saying I win everywhere I go and then saying you can Google me and then winning a national championship 2 years later at a school that hasn't won a bowl game since 1991 and hasn't won their conference since 1967 is some of the most gangster shit I've ever seen. Here we go.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. That's James. Nick Friedell, Odyssey NBA insider, covers the Warriors for The Athletic. We're going to get him in here at 11 o'clock. And we're going to get Nick's thoughts on the Jimmy Butler injury and how the Warriors move forward and how that affects the Kings. And is Jonathan Kuminga more on the table than ever? Or is he off the table completely because Golden State now needs him? I'm interested to get Nick's thoughts as somebody who's around and in that building every single day. I think I know the answer.
We have a funny report.
Okay. Funny how?
Funny as in, like, I'm laughing at it, but, like, according to NBA Central. Brett Siegel said all options will be on the table for the Warriors with nearly 2 weeks before the trade deadline, including the possibility of trading Butler to try to maximize their championship push this season. Butler is making $54 million this season and $56.8 million during the 2026 season before he becomes an unrestricted free agent. Brother, to steal a line from my good friend Kyle Madsen, brother, if there is somebody out there willing to take $54 million this year and $56.8 million next year for a player who's gonna be 37 going on 38 next season, and like isn't gonna play. Like, what exactly are we talking about? Like, Warriors, if you want to give up 3 first-round picks, we'll take Jimmy Butler off your hands for Zach LaVine. Like, what are you talking about?
That's it. That's the... And again, this is Brett Siegel. I don't know who he's hearing this from. I don't think that this is Mike Dunleavy calling Brett Siegel and saying, hey, can you get this out there for me? But let's just go to the world where this is true. That's it. Cool. Okay, you want to trade Jimmy Butler to get off that salary and use that as part of a bigger move. Cool. That's awesome. You need to get rid of the picks you don't want to give up. Yeah, you could probably move Jimmy Butler to Brooklyn or to, I think Washington's going to have a ton of cap space this summer. Sure. If you want to move him to one of those teams, that's great. They're only taking that contract if you move the picks that you refuse to trade. So cool. All right, all options are on the table. All options should have already been on the table.
Yeah.
How was that not already on a thing? And if you're hoarding your picks, which this is the other thing. This is the other thing that I think flies under the radar with the Warriors and their decision-making processes over the last year and a half, 2 years, whatever. Really, since they won the title in 22. Anyways. I think the other thing that lingers over all of this, we've talked about how the aprons are affecting how the league moves, and the 2027 free agency class, potential free agency class, the 2028 potential free agency class, plus the aprons is just kind of putting everything at a little bit of a standstill.
Yeah.
Where nobody wants to take a step because it might be the wrong step. And like, you might only get to step forward 6 feet, where if you wait, you might be able to get in a car and drive a mile.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that I think I think one of the other things that's hanging over all of the NBA, and specifically with the Warriors, and again, not saying that this is right. In fact, I think it's borderline delusional. I think it's wasting their time. The other thing that hangs over all of this is I still think, because of really what's happened over Joe Lacob's entire tenure as the Warriors owner,
mm-hmm.
and just how everything has kind of fallen their way and everything has gone right for them, with Steph Curry's ankles being such that they could sign him to the lower contract that they signed him to having Jerry West in the building, to nix the Klay Thompson for Kevin Love trade, to the cap spike that allowed them, combined with Steph Curry's contract, that allowed them to bring in Kevin Durant in 2016. Everything has kind of fallen their way. Like, everything has just kind of come up Joe Lacob and Warriors. I think there's part of him too, and maybe this is other people in the front office, that goes, Giannis is going to want out eventually, and he's going to want to play with Steph. So we need to hang on to everything for whenever Giannis, we're just waiting on that. That's the other part of this. Oh, if we can get off Jimmy Butler to free up some guys, cool, but you got to give up those picks. Then you're not going to have anything to go get the guy that you've been waiting around to try and get, even though you're probably not going to have the pieces to do it anyway.
Yeah.
So that's why, again, this is not justifying it. I'm trying to find logic, or not logic, some form of reason for their inaction.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's also part of it.
Yeah, I'm so confused by, like, again, one of the most untradeable contracts in the league is Zach LaVine at $47 million. I mean, Jimmy Butler makes $7 million more this year and $7 million, almost $8 million more next year than Zach LaVine, and he's just not going to play. Like, how do you think he's going to have any value?
Yeah, that just doesn't. He doesn't have any value outside of being a massive expiring contract in 2 years.
Yeah, nobody's taking that. Like, they would rather take
Zach LaVine.
They would rather take Zach LaVine and if you had another player on the Kings. Oh, let's just throw in Devin Carter.
Mm-hmm.
They'd rather take Zach LaVine and Devin Carter, who literally are at least broken up into 2 pieces and can help you in the meantime over what Jimmy Butler is. And I mean, that's not because I think Jimmy Butler is a bad player. Jimmy Butler just had a catastrophic knee injury. He's done. Like
That's
he
how-
was
that's
already
kinda how it goes.
heading towards that direction anyways.
Mhm.
He's 36. It's January 20th. He's going to miss all of next season or most of next season when he's making $58 million. So I'm just
Get to the phone line at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. I just want to make it clear. My reaction there with my face wasn't you. It was not related to what you were saying.
okay.
It was related to what's going on over here.
Oh.
All right. Let's get to the phone lines. 916-909-1320. Let's get out to our guy, Leezy. Leezy, what's up, man?
Oh, yo, am I on?
Yeah, you're here. Leezy,
You're on,
what's up?
Lazy. What's up?
Oh, see, I didn't hear the ding. Normally you hear the ding, and then it's like, all right, you're in. Hey, what's up, Kyle Ham? Hey, Kyle, brother, man, you stole my thunder. Kyle, I was going to ask, do you guys think this puts more pressure on Giannis to speak up and say, hey, I want to go to the Warriors, request that trade? But just kind of staying on track here, if the Warriors are going to give up picks, instead of going after someone like, Michael Porter Jr., wouldn't you think it's time just to give him up and go for Giannis? Like, I don't know, Kyle. You stole my thunder. You wrote my call.
Thanks, Leezy.
I don't know that they're like, again.
Yeah, if that I think if they wanted to do that they have. I'm sure the call has been made.
Yeah.
But they don't have this like treasure trove of assets. They've got a couple of post-Steph picks and like a bunch of 8th, 9th, and 10th dudes to make the money work. Because I don't think Milwaukee's going to be like, sure, yeah, we'll take the Jimmy Butler contract. They're not going to do you that favor while trading Giannis.
Well,
so
that
you're
competing with other teams, and
Exactly.
we all know that there was an exclusive window for the New York Knicks to try to come up with a deal. If Giannis is getting traded, there's still a very good chance he's going to go to the Knicks. I mean, they can offer you Karl Anthony Towns, which is almost a straight salary swap, and then they can give you picks. I don't know what exactly their pick Ben looks like, but they're gonna have some options. They had a bunch of picks before. I know they gave up a ton in the one trade, in the trade to get Mikal Bridges, but I still think they have picks to work with. Like, you would just deal with the Knicks. And I think that's what most teams in the NBA need to look at. Like, is it possible that San Antonio could entice you with a Stephon Castle and then expiring contracts and picks for Giannis? Yeah, maybe. But see, this is where we start getting into the question mark. Like, the Warriors, they might have decent picks or whatever, but the Warriors don't have a young player to offer that anyone in the league is interested in.
Oklahoma City, if the Bucks say, hey, Shams, Giannis on the trade block today, we're taking calls. San Antonio's calling. Houston's calling. Miami. Oklahoma City. There are so many teams, and maybe those teams want to wait till the summer and see how this year plays out. But there are so many teams, if Giannis was available, it wouldn't be, because the Bucks don't want to be, whoever the Bucks GM is, I forget his name, doesn't want to be Nico Harrison.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to trade Giannis for a first and a couple of players. They're going to maximize that return. So they're going to make sure that everybody knows he's available. And they're going to make sure they're getting a player. They're going to make sure they're getting picks. And I just don't think, I don't think whether it's now or in a year or in 2 years, they're going to be, if that's what Golden State's waiting on.
Yeah.
I just don't think it's there.
Well, yeah, and I'm just going to point out, the Knicks are 2-9 over their last 11. If there was a team that needed to actually go for it right now, it's them. They're the team that's going to swing for the fences. I just don't know how. I don't think there is a single player in the league that, if you throw them on the Golden State Warriors, changes your trajectory of this season or next for them right now.
But for them, it's more the illusion, right?
I guess
it's just, hey, we got to sell this building out. We got Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Can we make the illusion that we're trying to win? I think is more of it. All right. Very quickly, Don, you're on the Insiders. What's going on?
All right, I'll keep it quick. 3-teamer. Nets acquired Jimmy Butler, 26 first, 28 first from the Warriors.
Okay.
Mavericks acquired Cam Thomas, Kuminga, Moody, Hield, and a 32 swap. Warriors acquire MPJ and Anthony Davis. Thank you, guys.
Huh.
Wow, that's $100 million coming in.
That's a lot. A lot going on there.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I wasn't writing it down because I didn't think it was going to be that many things.
Yeah,
Um,
I can piece together most of that. Cam
Okay,
Thomas, Buddy
great.
Hield, picks, going to Dallas.
Send it to us at youtube.com/ESPN1320. Write that down and send it to the chat. Or if somebody in the chat can rewind the video and write it down for us so we can go over that, we will. 916-909-1320 is the phone line. We're going to block those phones for a bit because we got our guy Nick Friedell coming in. Odyssey NBA insider, covers the Golden State Warriors, covered them for a long time, is in that building, knows the people there, and will give us some more insight into this thought process. Is Jonathan Kuminga more available for the Kings or less available for the Kings after the Jimmy Butler ACL tear? We'll talk about that next on the Insiders. ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Yeah, that's a lot of contracts going out.
Hang on, guys. Hey up. Oh, there we go. All right. All right, so we got Brooklyn,
Butler to the Nets.
Dallas, GSW.
J.K. Moody Hield to Dallas.
So Brooklyn gets Butler.
A 26 and a 28 first.
And then
Hey, there's Nick.
all right. All right. We can bring him in.
Hi, guys.
What's up, buddy?
How's it going, pal?
It's another day in paradise out here.
Is it though?
I mean, what's sad is I've lived this so many times now over the years, like the Rose thing and Clay and Durant.
Oh man.
It's like it's just over. And it's just gone. It's done.
Just so you know, we're not on the radio yet. We're at a break right now. We're back in about.
No, you're good.
But we're live on YouTube, so everybody can see and hear you.
Cool.
Somebody just sent in a massive fake trade, and we love fake trades on this show. So we're writing that down right now.
Nick, you're a Bears fan, right?
Bucks.
Oh, okay. So you're a
Orlando. Cubs because my grandma's from there and it was first team I knew, but Bucks because my grandpa used to take me.
Oh, got
Orlando.
it. All right. That was a crazy weekend.
That was nuts.
Are you in the Bay?
Yeah, I'm in San Francisco.
Nice. Oh yeah, love that for you. When are you going to Smishmash, bro?
Hey, I'm gonna have a lot more time on my hands very soon. So whenever you roll back over here, call up Spadone and we'll make it happen.
Oh yeah, we got to.
I like your track lighting. I like that.
Yeah, this lady did a nice job in this place I'm renting.
Yeah. Huh.
Oh yeah.
That gives me some ideas.
About a minute until we're back. So what are you at Chase Center nightly, or is it just based on a Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, I up to this point, I just go wherever they go mostly. But what I'm curious about now, tying into what we're saying, is like what happens in 4 or 5 weeks, because they're gonna win, they're gonna lose. That like, are they gonna make the playoffs now? I don't know, but it's all gone. Like the tension that was there is now just like, okay.
Yeah. They're just like aggressively mid.
They are a completely average NBA team with Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Like that's because you have to have that caveat. Steph is still Steph, but they are completely mediocre.
Coming back. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen, Jesse Tapia on the 1s and 2s. Hanging out with you till noon, then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC, and those guys will take you up to 4 o'clock. I'm sure those guys have a ton of Jimmy Butler ACL tear and what it means for not only Golden State, but for the Sacramento Kings. And we're going to talk about that now with our buddy Nick Friedell. On the line is Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedell. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Nick, how's it going, man?
Ooh, that was a rough scene last night, Mr. Madsen. It was a very quiet locker room. I think everybody understood what had occurred. Then we get the news after everybody kind of left Chase Center, exactly what it was. It is a cold reality if you're a Warriors fan today.
So let me ask this, because we're here in Sacramento, and I do want to know a couple things about Golden State's angle on this. But I guess we'll start here. What the hell does Golden State do now? Because they were on the outside looking in at contention previously, and now you take Jimmy Butler out of the equation. What are they sellers now? Are they buyers? Like what do you think their reaction to this is?
They are completely stuck, Kyle, is what it boils down to. They could be sellers, but my question back was what are they really going to sell? I mean, there's not that much that they can offer that would give back or get back much that would make that big of a difference. I mean, the name that pops up in my head as we start this conversation is a guy like DeAnthony Melton, because he has really started to play well. But does he have a long-term future with this team? I mean, if you're the Warriors,
sure,
you're not winning a title. Like the mirage, and people could laugh at that statement already because they probably weren't winning a title anyway. They had been playing very well recently, winning 12 of 16, but they weren't good enough. So now that the hope is all gone with Jimmy getting hurt, what do you do? I mean, if you're Mike Dunleavy in that front office, I don't know how you slept last night, because there are so many different ramifications here. You take Jimmy out, any hope is gone. What the hell do you do with Kuminga? We could talk all day about that. But I think in the immediate short term, if it were me, I would sit there and say, all right, what can I do to make myself better going into next year? I don't know if that is the way the front office would think, but it ties into the same problem the Warriors had all along, which is, all right, Melton, Podziemski, Moody, are any of those guys really making the team go, oh, we've got to go out and make a move? And Kyle, the problem for the Warriors is I think the answer all along was probably no.
Mm-hmm. Nick, we've got this situation with Kuminga that we've been tracking. We do Kuminga Watch. Like, we did it for weeks and weeks and actually months. It felt like. But
Kuminga Watch.
There it is, Kuminga Watch. We even have a drop. You like that? Look, do you think that they try to welcome him back into the rotation here and try to get him back in a good headspace? Do you think that Kuminga just says, hey, here's my middle finger, and you can look at that for a few days while I decide what I'm going to do with my career, because you clearly have, driven me off a cliff? What exactly do you think they do here with Kuminga?
That's the most fascinating part of tonight to me, James, because they play the Raptors in a few hours here. If Kuminga appears on the floor, we have the answer that everybody's going to look at each other and say, hey, this is a really screwed up situation. Let's make the most out of it for both sides. Because, guys, the reality is the Warriors right now, with no Jimmy Butler, they could use Kuminga's minutes.
Of course they could.
Absolutely. There's no pressure now. Just go out, play, try and develop, and see what happens. But, James, to your question, if Kuminga is sitting there with the middle finger up and saying, hey, I'm out, nothing changes for me, I'm done, then we have our answer. What I would say, and you guys have lived it every day, as you mentioned, is as far as I can tell, is there interest in Kuminga throughout the league and in different places? I think people have made calls, certainly. I think the only team, and this goes back to the summer, that has ever actually been tied to Kuminga is the Kings. And nothing that happened last night changes things that much, certainly, for them and for this situation. So I think it would benefit both the Warriors and Kuminga tonight to go out and play and just see what happens. But I think that relationship is so damaged, and this goes back to that January 2nd game when they were playing, the Warriors were playing Oklahoma City, and Kerr was on the radio in San Francisco here on 95.7, and he's asked, hey, are you going to play Kuminga? And Kerr's like, absolutely, he's going to play tonight. And then an hour before the game, it pops up, Kuminga's got lower back soreness. And everybody was like, huh? Lower back soreness? He hadn't played in 2-3 weeks at that point. So that was the end of the relationship. Now, can you piece it back together for another couple weeks going to the deadline? Maybe. And as far as the story angle tonight, that's the biggest question I have going in.
Talking with Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedell right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. You don't think that if Jonathan Kuminga, if Steve Kerr sits down with Kuminga or whoever, and they say, hey, you're going to play. Here's the runway. Play your game, whatever. We can't take you off the court, so you're playing 35 minutes a night the rest of the way. Go be who you're going to be. Can't win without you, et cetera, et cetera. If he says no, you don't think there's any added urgency for Golden State to say, all right, fine, we'll pull the trigger on a DeMar DeRozan, Jonathan Kuminga swap?
I don't believe so, because all along, Kyle, the Warriors have been very clear. They're not just going to make a deal to make a deal. And this goes back to the Malik Monk conversation, of which I'm sure you guys have had 1,000 times at this point. But
2001,
the problem for the Warriors was they're not taking back that money. They don't want extra money. And so if you're saying, if you're Kuminga or Kuminga's agent or whomever else, and you're saying, I want out of here, the Warriors can sit there and say, hey, we've got a team option for going into next year. So we'll wait this thing out, especially now, guys. I mean, 24 hours ago, it was, hey, they're rolling. Let's see what they can get back, maybe in some kind of deal to help bolster at least having a chance in the postseason. I didn't think they were going to go roll through the Western Conference, but again, Jimmy playing at the level he was at, Steph playing at the Steph level, Draymond seeming more engaged in the last couple of weeks, they had a chance. That chance is gone. So in that regard, while we're breaking down all the angles of the Kuminga stuff, I think that part doesn't actually help him trying to get out of there immediately. He can sit there tonight and say, hey, I'm sorry. He loves Jimmy, but I'm not going to play. Great. And the Warriors can say, okay, well, good luck to you, because we are not going to just make a move to make one, which makes that whole process potentially go even longer for the next few months. So that remains to be seen. But again, only Kuminga knows how he's feeling. I actually tried to talk to him last night, guys, and I said, do you want to discuss any of this? And for context, it was the first time I'd seen him in that locker room in the public media sessions before or after a game in like 3 weeks. He hadn't even been around. And so I'm standing there and I said, would you like to talk about any of this? And he's like, no. And he was respectful about it. I think he understands the circumstances around this, but the whole thing in that organization, everybody is just kind of banging their heads against the wall. And again, that was before the Jimmy injury. So now you bring that part in tonight and you go, all right, let's see what this part of the chapter has.
Nick, one of my questions is, have you sat down and talked to Mike Dunleavy? Have you had any conversations with Dunleavy or his group just about the overall direction? Because it feels like the general consensus with people that I talk to, not just in Sacramento, but outside of Sacramento, is there's a growing frustration with Dunleavy and the way that he handles his business. He gets way down the path with so many of these conversations And then everyone's just waiting for the phone call for him to say yes. And I do think that there is like a lot of frustration just around the league in general with other GMs, with other front offices that are just like, man, it's almost not worth your time to get into the conversation with him because it just nothing materializes.
I would say, James, in my conversations with people within the front office, they always feel like, at least to start the year, that the championship window was still open. And that relates to what you're asking to a point, because their feeling was, we are not going to make a move unless it helps maximize what we have in play there. That opens up a little bit more of a chance for us to make that title occur one more time with Steph. Specific to Mike and his dealings around the league, I think that while I can't speak to whether or not there's a lot of frustration in how he handles it, what I could tell you is it all centers around, and again, it's even weird to say it now, a few hours after the injury happened, but it was Steph, Draymond, Jimmy. Whatever can happen to get those guys in a better place, they're going to do. And if it doesn't make sense, they were not ready to suddenly start selling off pieces and saying, that's it. Bringing the conversation back around, though, guys, what's clear to me is I don't think that Steph and Draymond are going to sit in there and be like, we have to do this or we have to do that. They know what they've built. They know what they've accomplished together as a group, and they know that they got dealt a really, really bad hand last night. And so I know everybody's wondering what happens with Kuminga, what happens with other pieces on the roster. I'm sure they're going to continue to try. And James, this may speak to your point in that let's see how the rest of the league responds to more conversations about it. But this roster was built for right now. And now right now is gone. It's just not the same world that it was. And it's too bad. And it's the business of pro sports. And I'm not sure if you're the Warriors, what direction to go, because you have a player of Steph's caliber who can still be unbelievable, but Steph and Draymond aren't going anywhere. And when you get into the money that's still on the books, good luck trying to figure out a move that makes them any better than they were.
Talking with Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedell. Nick, we got about a minute here. Is there any chance that Steph asks out?
No.
He looks at the landscape and says, I don't want to be here anymore.
Nope. That would, Kyle, nothing in my career would shock me more than that. All he has ever said is, I want to play for one team. I want to be in one jersey. That's the person to me sitting there last night that this hit the hardest. Everybody knew before the news was official what they thought it was. Steph was sitting up there going, oh no, because he knew that it's shut. But do I think that now he's going to Dunleavy again or Joe Lacob, the owner, and saying, hey, I'm out of here. I can't take it. No, he wants to be in one place. His actions have backed that up. They have done everything they can to support him. I don't think he's going anywhere.
So all of this is to say that the Jimmy Butler injury affects Jonathan Kuminga's chances of being traded. None. Awesome.
One way or another.
Yeah. Cool organization. All right. Nick Friedell, you're the very best. Thank you so much for hopping on with us this morning. We'll do it again soon.
It's always great to be with you guys, and good luck on Kuminga Watch. I'll be in it with you from 100 miles away or so.
There you go.
Kuminga Watch.
Oh, good.
See you, Nick.
See ya.
There he goes. As Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedell. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. All right, Robert Saleh is gone. We've got injury news from the 49ers. We got free agency news from the 49ers. And then the Kings take on the Miami Heat tonight. Tons to get into in the next segment. And then we've got the handoff coming up with D'Lo and KC in about half an hour here on the Insiders. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
What's up, everyone?
Jesse's here, guys.
I like Nick. He's fun.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's a throwback, but him and Ray Ratto used to be really funny together.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah.
Was there?
Working with Rado was wild.
What is that like, James? Because like I'd assume like the way he's on the
Hey,
radio, the way
man.
he's in real life now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the best.
Well, that and like seeing his copy come through was crazy because he would send it to the group and then someone would. So most of us, we would go in the back end of the website and import all of our stuff, put the picture, all that. No, Ray didn't do any of that. He would send like
a handwritten note,
2,000 words in Comic Sans with multiple colors, like in an email. And somebody would have to take that and clean it up and like red and green writing here and like it was a trip and like really big. So it was like a really large email. Like
hilarious.
The writing was big. Everything he would just copy and paste it into an email and send it.
God, that's so
and
funny.
It was like, oh, he's a great dude though.
One of my favorite. Never worked with Ralph Barbieri. Ratto is one of my favorites because the persona that you hear, it will read in his writing or hear on the radio or on TV is just who he is.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where he is like, okay, he's the curmudgeon and I don't care about this crap and oh, shut your trap and all that. Like, you know, but very much cares about people.
Oh, yeah.
And if I called him today and was like, hey, can you do an hour with me on the radio? He'd be like, nah, sure. And he would come on and do the Ratto thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a really great dude.
Yeah, he's super cool. And his daughter's super nice too. Meredith, I believe. Yeah.
Yep.
And she would fill in on occasion. And I pitched to NBC to do like the Ratto cast with both of them because their relationship was funny, amazing to watch.
He walks over one time and he says something insulting to her and her coworker who were sitting there.
Yeah.
Like in jest.
Yeah.
And she goes, I'm calling HR. And he goes in his Ratto voice, oh, please, you couldn't spell HR if I spotted you the H. And man, that was just a bar. I thought that was terrific.
Yeah. Yeah, he was super fun to work with. Just good people too.
Shout out to Ratto. And he's also just a treasure trove of knowledge.
Yeah.
Like from team relocations to Olympic stuff to 49ers to anything Bay Area, like he is just.
It's kind of like talking to Aileen Voisin.
Yeah.
Aileen is
knows
like
everything.
I mean, she was like in law school and sat in on all the trials while Donald Sterling and the NBA were fighting, suing each other when Sterling just picked up the San Diego Clippers and moved them to LA without any like recourse. Like, yeah, we're going to do whatever we want. Yeah. She was with one of the like 9 original reporters that were on Dream Team 1.
Wow.
She went everywhere with Dream Team 1.
That's so sick.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. That's Jesse Tapia on the ones and twos. We're hanging out with you until noon. We haven't talked at all about Robert Saleh leaving the San Francisco 49ers. Not a surprise. Anyone surprised?
I'm not.
Yeah, I wasn't.
There's a million jobs available, so got to take one, right?
Yeah, I was, before the year, there was talk that the 49ers were optimistic that they'd have him for more than a year. Not certain, but hired him thinking, okay, we got at least 2 years here. And then when all the firings came down and Mike Tomlin, quote unquote, steps down and John Harbaugh gets fired and Sean McDermott gets fired and Mike McDaniel gets fired, It's like, oh.
It was almost a damn near third of the league that needed new head coaches.
10
Yeah, it
openings.
was 10 of them.
A third of the league.
Yeah, I think if there was going to be like 3 or 4 openings, you kind of like, oh no, he's going to hold back and say, oh no, I'm taking a good job.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, there's like a bunch of good jobs, and I got to be honest, I don't think he took one of them. Like I don't like there were better jobs out there, and I guess I mean if you want to go be a legacy guy with the Pittsburgh Steelers, that's one thing, but there's a reality that they don't have a long-term answer at quarterback, But the Ravens job was sitting there, and that seems like such a perfect fit for him. The Bills job is sitting there.
Did you say the Titans don't have a long-term answer at quarterback?
Well, no. I said the Steelers don't have a long-term answer.
Got it.
No,
Okay.
no. I think the Titans maybe have a long-term answer at quarterback, but we got to see what he looks like. You're going to have to go through the painful process of developing a young quarterback, and hopefully it works out, and you have no idea. But that's the one team. Well, I think there were a couple of teams that I just wouldn't have touched with the 10-foot ball if I were Robert Saleh, and I would have put the Titans higher on that list, but they still would have been in the list of teams I wouldn't go to.
So here's what's interesting is that he didn't wait around for the Steelers or Ravens.
Yeah.
He interviewed with the Ravens. I don't know if he interviewed with the Steelers.
I remember seeing he interviewed with the Cardinals, and that's again a job I'm not taking.
I'm out on that job.
Yeah.
That and the Browns job is, hey, congrats on getting your head coaching gig. Congrats on your next head coaching gig.
Yeah,
you're going to lose that job in 3 years.
Yeah, even the Miami job I wouldn't really have taken because, well, no, because you don't know what's going to happen with Tua, and there's too much going on there.
Sure, the thing that I agree. I don't think the Titans job was great, and I thought for sure if Saleh was leaving, it was going to be Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Baltimore.
Yeah.
One of those just rock solid organizations that doesn't in certainly in recent vintage for the Bills. Sean McDermott was there 9 years, but John Harbaugh was in Baltimore forever. Mike Tomlin was in Pittsburgh forever. There's like a baseline level of talent there. I thought he was going to go to one of those spots.
Ravens did interview Saleh, but Steelers never asked to interview him.
Okay, so Ravens did. Yeah, I knew the Ravens did. Steelers didn't even ask to interview.
Huh.
So maybe he got some wind that like the Ravens job wasn't his, and they were going to go elsewhere, and so he decided to pull the trigger on a different spot. I'm just so interested in why he chose Tennessee, because this could be his last chance.
Mm-hmm.
The Jets were so bad under him. I don't think it was his fault. Their defense is pretty good. If Aaron Rodgers doesn't pop his Achilles 2 plays into his first stint, maybe things look different. So I think he should get another shot, but this might be his last one. If Tennessee goes 4-13 and 3-14 over his 2 years, he's probably gone. He's probably never getting another head coaching gig.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder if he likes Cam Ward a lot and believes that he saw him up close and personal in week 15. But B, Tennessee is such a weird organization structurally right now that I wonder if Tennessee said, because they lost out on Jesse, you sent me this yesterday. They lost out on John Harbaugh,
Kevin Stefanski, and then Jeff Hafley.
Hafley. So the 3 coaches that have been hired, John Harbaugh, Kevin Stefanski, and Jeff Hafley, all got hired right before their second interview with Tennessee. So I wonder if Tennessee was kind of at this point where they said, and again, I don't know this, but they said, you're going to have personnel power. You're going to have all the power over your coaching staff. Like, we want to get somebody we believe is a real head coach in this building. We want you here. And I forget what they did structurally in their organization, but it's really weird. It's like there's a guy who reports to the GM, but he's above the GM. It's weird. So I kind of wonder if they said, here, Saleh, here's personnel power. Here's you have control over everything. This is your show, in a way that Baltimore wasn't going to, or Pittsburgh wasn't going to, or certainly Arizona wasn't going to.
Yeah.
That's the thing that would make the most sense to me, outside of him just going, yeah, I just want to be a head coach again, so I'm going to take this job because it's available for me. Okay, bye.
Well, they gave him a 5-year deal, and I think if we're looking at the Harbaugh deal, like there's a good chance that he got paid especially if they're a group that kept missing out on head coaches. So, like, how much did he get over that 5 years? And you're like, okay, this might mean that I don't get another head coaching job if I get fired in 2 or 3 years. But it also, like, maybe it sets you up for the rest of your life, A, and B, you can go back somewhere and be a great defensive coordinator making $2 to $3 million a year for a long time. And you're like, okay, like, I might as well take this gamble. It feels like some of the other jobs were better, like, as far as where their build is, they're further along. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe he looks at that job and goes, "Hey, I can make changes here and get him there."
Yeah, or he likes the defensive personnel and goes, "Hey, there's something here, and I like Cam Ward, and we're one draft away from being really good." But, like,
So
weird.
the Titans
Didn't
organization,
think the Titans were going to be the one.
their organizational structure, they shifted it January 2nd round there or whatever. Their president of football operations.
Oh, they
Chad,
shifted it again.
Yeah, well,
Got it.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
According to this article, yeah, Chad Brinker is the president of football operations. He had final say over the 53. Now that's going to Mike Borgonzi, the GM, but they're both going to report to the owner, and Saleh will report to the GM.
Okay, but there was reporting last night that Borgonzi wanted Matt Nagy, and that Amy Adams Strunk, their owner, came down and said, no, we want Saleh, and hired Saleh instead.
Oh,
okay. So the owner runs the show. The guys, the president of football operations and GM get to make suggestions, but ultimately she runs the show.
They got punted so they could bring in her guy. So do we think now all of a sudden he's just going to go report to those guys who report to her?
No, it's a mess. Shout out Robert.
What a disaster. You know what? I liked this for Robert Saleh last night. The more we talk about this as a family, I'm out.
No, I was like, oh, Cam Ward's got potential.
Down.
He's not Zach Wilson. They got
me.
cap space, blah, blah, blah. It's like Saleh's great at calling defense. He's going to call plays now. No, like, yeah, it's bad.
You got to get the right. If you get the right OC, it might be different.
I'm hoping they give him a 5-year 75 or something. Like, because didn't Harbaugh get 20? I think it was $20 million a year with the Giants. So maybe that's where, like, the standard has changed, and he's like, hey, I can't turn down all this money. I still would have listened. Well, again, if the Bills aren't calling, if the Ravens, you don't feel like you're getting the Ravens job, then yeah, I guess maybe you take it. But
is it a bad look for him not to get a job when there's 10 available, I guess, this offseason too?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he said that there's these jobs available and I would take these, but I don't want to wait another year. Because if he waits and is the DC one more year, then maybe there's only bad jobs out, and all of a sudden he's a DC for another year.
Maybe it's a narrative type question, but like, okay, like, why didn't you get any of these 10 jobs that were available last offseason?
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was surprised when he threw his hat in the ring and took some of the interviews that he did. Like, I wouldn't have taken the Cardinals
interview.
Okay.
I was taking an interview.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think he ever probably really considered. If it was Cardinals or stay with the 49ers, I'm guessing he probably stays.
Yeah.
But
the money is going to be it's not the same world.
We need to talk contingency plan for the 49ers as we discuss Robert Saleh being gone. We'll also talk about the Kings game against the Heat tonight because there's something a little special about it, and we'll tell you what it is. But that's James Ham, Kyle Madsen, Jesse Tapia helping us out. Some of the wish casting on potential 49ers defensive coordinators on the internet, specifically the corner of the internet where 49er fans are, has been absolutely, and I mean it, earmuffs, gosh darn bonkers.
Yeah.
You mean Bill Belichick's not going to get fired from North Carolina and become the defensive coordinator of the 49ers?
You know, I'm holding out hope, but no, I saw somebody mention, oh, hey, go hire Seattle's defensive coordinator. Yeah, because it won't be a lateral move because there'll be a play caller now. You think Seattle's just going to let that happen? They're just going to take their defensive coordinator because Mike McDonald's a defensive play caller. They think they're just going to let their defensive coordinator go to the 49ers?
Yeah, we don't need him. Why not?
Yeah, right. Houston's defensive coordinator is a play caller. I saw somebody today recommend him and go, hey, what if you hire DeMeco Ryans defensive coordinator? He calls plays, but all you got to do is make him an assistant head coach. You don't even need permission to interview him. Like, man, what are you talking about? That's not how this works at all.
Yeah.
That's not. Here are the names: Jim Schwartz, Gus Bradley, Raheem Morris, and then maybe an intern. Daniel Bullocks is the guy I always go to. He's been with the Niners for 9 years. He was a assistant defensive backs coach, then went to defensive backs coach, then went to safeties coach, and is now the passing game coordinator / defensive backs coach. That would be like the internal candidate that maybe they've been grooming him for that job. I've not heard anything to that end.
Yeah.
But if they were going to hire internally, I think that's the guy. But it feels like we're all trending toward them either hiring Jim Schwartz or they have Gus Bradley step in the name of experience and continuity.
I like Jim Schwartz.
I think Jim Schwartz is number 1 on the list by a pretty significant margin.
Okay.
But he has a weird contract with Cleveland where he's still like under contract, even though Kevin Stefanski got fired. But he can leave. So he might just stay. He might just be like, yeah, no, whatever. I want to stay here. Maybe he becomes a head coach in Cleveland.
He's interviewed twice for that job already.
Yeah, maybe he becomes a head coach. But I think that's at the top of the Niners list. And then I'm guessing it's Raheem Morris, who's Kyle Shanahan's buddy. They came up together in Tampa Bay. They were on the same staff together in Washington and in Atlanta. I think it was 2 years in Washington and then 2 years in Atlanta. They were on the same staff together. He was the defensive coordinator. Raheem Morris was for the Rams in 2021, and then got hired as the Falcons head coach in 2024. I think that's a name on the list. I don't think they're going to go young, unproven defensive coordinator from another staff. And I think people like Bill Belichick or another team's defensive coordinator, like that's just not how it goes.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I hope they don't drag it out like they did last year, because I thought that was, I mean, we had a couple of days where it's like, what are they doing? Maybe it was like 2 weeks where they weren't going out and getting the guy that you thought that they might get. So yeah, if I'm them, I'd try to strike quick here to make sure that I've got that position filled.
You have to.
Yeah, especially long before the draft, long before everything else. Like get your idea, get your identity for what you're going to build. If there's a defensive lineman that he played for this coach somewhere else and you're thinking, hey, like line it all up now. Like don't wait and wait and wait and wait. Because that's what it was so frustrating last year. And then all of a sudden Saleh was there and you're like, sweet, celebrate.
So there was 2023, they fire Steve Wilkes, and that next offseason was a disaster. It was like Vic Fangio, and I forget all these names, but they kept getting other DC jobs. They kept getting head coach jobs. And then they land on Nick Sorensen. Never been a coordinator before, defensive backs coach, not a ton of, and that was a mess. And last year they were lucky enough that they knew they wanted Saleh, and they had to wait for him to go through his head coach interviews. But if Saleh had gotten hired as the head coach of the Jags, which was very much on the table, I don't know what they're doing. So my hope is that when they hired Saleh, they went, okay, we have to be ready for the one and done.
Yep.
Here's the short list. And maybe that's why they brought in Gus Bradley. Maybe just all right, hey, here's a guy that we know can step in and do it. We'll have him in here for a year. So
let him train. Yeah. Let him be ready. And hopefully we'll add players so he's not completely hamstrung by no defensive linemen and a linebacking core that's completely demolished. And safeties that aren't ready to play. Maybe that will happen.
That's the ideal for sure. The Kings take on the Miami Heat tonight. This game's a little special because this is the first game that we've gone into in a while against, save for like Washington. This is the first game against a legitimate team that we've gone into in a while where I'm like, the Kings could win tonight.
Yeah.
Like I think the Kings might win tonight. Miami got smoked last night. They're on the second night of a back-to-back, so maybe they come in with a different energy. They didn't have to play a ton of minutes.
Yeah.
But it's not because of the back-to-back in Miami. It's because, hey, you know what? The Kings are starting to play good enough basketball that you don't feel like, oh, every game is, hey, if you keep the deficit under 25, it's a win. Like, I actually legit feel like, man, if they go play well, I think they can go win it. That's fun.
Yeah,
That's
it is
different.
fun.
That's new.
Yeah, and if you look at their team, I mean, they literally could rattle off a couple more here before they go on their long road trip. Like, there's definitely opportunity here for them to have a strong couple of weeks leading up to the break. But I just don't know what they're looking to do. I mean, it's just such a confusing time in Sacramento where you almost have to make a trade so you're not going to win too many games. Because, like, look, this thing isn't turning around where all of a sudden they're in it to win it, where they're trying to sneak back into the back end of the play-in.
Totally.
Like, the the schedule dictates that they very well could, but there's no reason to do that. You need a top tier draft pick to bolster whatever this team is building, no matter what. Like just moving forward, this season is already a wash. So I would like to see them, again, like put up a great effort. And if you're growing and you're getting better and you're figuring out ways that Domas and Cardwell and Max and Precious all play together, that's one thing. If you're trying to figure out what the guard rotation looks like, and it's almost time to like, hey, got to put Devin Carter out there. You got to start taking minutes back away from some of the veterans, just because we're at that time of the year where you're just not good enough.
Is there a day? The day after the trade deadline to me is when that starts to happen. Once you know who's going to be on your team the rest of the way and not, that's I think when you start reeling that in. I don't think it's going to start tonight. I think right now, like they have a little, whatever amount of momentum it is, they have a little.
Oh no, they do.
I think that's such an important thing to build off of. You can't have Dylan Cardwell and Max Reynaud and Nick Clifford and look and go, yeah, guys, we won 4 in a row, but look, we lost one. We have to pull the plug. But hey, really nice job. Like, no, you have to pick this up. Like you have to, if you can gain any momentum that helps build out this culture that you're trying to build and establish this like winning mentality that you're trying to establish, you can't on January 20th go, hey, whoa, that's too much winning, guys. Let's pull the plug. Like I don't think we're there yet.
The way you do it is you start trading players.
That's it.
You do what the Nets did.
After the trade deadline or after you've traded everybody before the trade deadline.
Yeah, even like right now, if there's a trade out there that makes you worse today but better in the future, do it. Yep. Like I again, clear 100%. Out some of the glut in the backcourt. Make some of the moves that you have to do that aren't going to be easy and aren't going to feel good, and some fans might get upset about, but just go ahead and do it because I think you have these 2 games before this long road trip. Then they come back for 1 game. I think it's on February 3rd, and then 1 game they actually play the night of the trade deadline. But these are your last 2 home games. I guess after this road trip, just let it go. Like whatever you need to do, start making the deals if there are deals to be made, because you do need to take a step back. Like building continuity isn't something you should be really focused on. It's building the culture and getting young guys out there and like having a culture that feels good and that they're starting to develop, whether they're winning or losing. And that's where I would kind of go with this group.
That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. D'Lo and KC going to join us for the handoff next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. I will be right at the bake.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. There was someone, let's see, Jeff Ulbrich, I believe, signed back to remain the defensive coordinator with the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, they're retaining him.
Yeah. They gave him a new contract and everything else. Brandon, the holdup is that the Warriors said no. The Warriors, like, I don't know when the actual like offer happened, but like there was. I broke this down the other day. Like when the Kings were in the Kuminga sweepstakes originally, they were going to pay Kuminga like 14 or 15 million bucks. That was the idea. And his agent and everybody, they were on board with it because you got his bird rights, and then next year he could opt out and he could sign a long-term deal. Like there are different things that could happen. Oh, sorry. Forgot you guys are coming in. Didn't realize what time it was. Yo. So yeah, if they go back to the Warriors and say, hey, what do you think about a swap of DeMar for Kuminga? Like it makes sense, but if it doesn't make sense for them, then again, we talk about this all the time. Every team in the league has a different motivation, where they're at in their build, what kind of picks they want to give up, what kind of salary they have, what their long-term salary outlook. Like everybody's looking for something different. And that's why it's tough for us as people on the outside to just look and say, hey, this deal with this, like the trade machine says it works, but a lot of teams just aren't there. Do you think the Bucks make the Giannis move if the picks are right? So no, Leezy, I don't think that the Bucks are making a move. I mean, they might, but they're also the most confused team there is. And I think the Warriors just became the second most confused team. Spin move. Our pug used to, like, when he was ready for breakfast, he would hold his bowl and say, spin move. I killed that. Yeah, he would spin around in circles.
Usually with the fresh shave and everything, that's usually sweater day, cardigan day.
Kings fan since 1985. You cannot poach another team's two-way players. And the Kings had Drew Timme. They're not going to trade for him. Come on. I think this is what works. Yeah.
Such a good game the other day. He got podium.
Oh.
Because he got asked about some random shirt.
Good old Timmy. I think it's going to be an interesting couple of weeks. I don't know how much they get done, but.
Leezy, what up, man? How you doing, bro? Scooter, what's up, man?
Hey, real quick.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. D-Lo KC here for the handoff. Jesse Toppy on the ones and twos. Hey, guys.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Vibing, hanging out.
Yeah.
So much happened last night.
There was a lot that happened. I didn't even know. I was telling Damien, I didn't even know about Jimmy until I woke up this morning.
Yeah, so I was telling the story earlier. I was like, man, Niners locker room clean out. Got a couple of notes from that. Got some stuff written. But that was before I was out of here. Like, man, I don't have anything to do at home tonight. This is nice. This is a nice, rare night. We don't have anything to really do at home. Got a show to prep for, but that's easy. It's notes happen. Got the national championship. That game ends. Okay, cool. Indiana wins. That make Kings fans a little more optimistic about their future because Indiana hadn't even won their conference since 1967, and all of a sudden they're winning a natty. That's crazy. Like all this stuff. I'm washing dishes, and I get a text that says Jimmy, oh no, Jimmy, or whatever. So I go on Twitter to figure out why oh no, Jimmy. And the first thing I see is Adam Schefter's tweet that Robert Saleh has been hired for the Titans. It's like, oh my God, what the hell? It just turned into this. I've got nothing going on to within a span of 30 minutes. Got everything going on. It was crazy. The Jimmy Butler stuff, we spent a lot of time on that today because there's just a million angles to it. Or at least I thought there were a million angles.
Yeah, no, there definitely are.
And then we talked to Nick Friedell, our Odyssey Sports NBA insider, and I said, because my thought was this, and I want to know where you guys land. Let's put a pin in the Nick thing for a second. I thought there's two ways this could affect I guess affect or not affect the Kings. One, this either has the Warriors and Kuminga come together and go like, hey, all right, you're going to play. Or you get to do what you want to do. We don't have another choice. It's up to you.
That's the fairy tale version.
That's correct. Right. Yep. If that's what Golden State is hoping for. Or Kuminga says double birds. Nah, sorry about it. Like that sucks. Love to Jimmy, but I'm not like I don't want to help you. And I thought in that scenario, and James and I were talking about this, if Kuminga says no and goes double birds, all right, cool. Then you're hitting a button and you're trading him because you've got to do something to your roster now because they don't have the pieces to make up for Jimmy Butler and in any like way that makes sense with their rotation. So, okay, you have to hit this button now. You've been waiting and waiting. You've got to just hit it because this, I know it wasn't in the plans, but this Jimmy Butler injury is one that just, okay, you have to alter everything you're doing. So they either hit that button and make a trade, I'm assuming with the Kings, or play in Kuminga plays. Talked to Nick Friedell at 11 o'clock, and he just went, no, I don't think they're going to trade him. All right, man.
What is Nick Friedell connected or something?
Yeah, what is he in the building every day?
He know?
Like it just, I did
Whatever,
think it was
Nick
interesting.
Friedell.
I did think we didn't talk about this. He did say that Jonathan Kuminga was in the locker room for media last night for the first time in like 3 weeks. Didn't want to talk. Didn't want to talk about the Jimmy Butler stuff and what it meant, but he was around. And I thought that was kind of interesting. That he was just, hey, I'm here, I'm visible.
Everyone says he's a really nice kid.
Yeah.
That's what you get from everyone.
Yeah.
I mean, sitting by Slater and Amick, they're like, no, he's a good kid.
Mm-hmm.
He's nice. Like, it's not like he just has a really, really high like sense of self-worth as a basketball player, and it's being fed.
I also think he's getting a
by
lot
his
of
agent.
Yeah, I think he's getting a lot of bad advice.
Yeah. Well, that's been the case for a couple of years, but I mean, I've had a lot of players getting bad advice.
I mean, well, part of being an agent is understanding your market.
Yeah.
Like you've got to understand the market of your player, and I'm not sure that Aaron Turner understands Jonathan Kuminga's market.
Let me ask you a question. Not trying to be combative or anything, but like what bad advice? Because the way I only ask that because like, what can Jonathan Kuminga do, or what options has he really had up to this point?
I mean, that's a fair question because we don't know what dialogue those guys had. Like but Aaron Turner,
not even that. Just like from what we can see and what we can tell, like I just don't feel like Jonathan.
I mean, signing the contract is the first thing. Like what's more important to you, like money or freedom? And you decided it was money. Okay, that's fine. Like far be it from me for you to say pass up $34 some odd million and potentially 34 some odd $million.
44.
At least like
34 because he would have made 8.
Yeah. Oh
right?
yeah. Got it.
So like you would have passed up. And
even what was it 22? So even at minimum it's 14.
Yeah, right. And even and so in that regard, it's like, well, there can't be a, hey man, we lost Jimmy, you're gonna have to go. Like, yeah, you can't, you have to go now. You have to go play basketball.
Mm-hmm.
This is the trade-off to you signing the contract you signed. Mm-hmm. I understand this hasn't gone perfect. I understand this has actually gone horribly wrong. Mm-hmm. But this is just kind of the way it works. Mm-hmm. You chose the money. I get it. You have to go play basketball now. Aaron, and this is from a dude who did this for essentially fun. You can't tell your client not to go play basketball. You allowed him to sign this contract. Mm-hmm. You have to go play. That right there saying, nah, I'm good. I know Jimmy's, I know you guys need me to play. Screw you guys. You've done me wrong for the last 2 years. I'm not going to do it. That to me is the most likely situation where Jonathan Kuminga does wind up a Golden State Warrior for the foreseeable future, because now you got Lacob and Dunleavy and perhaps Steve Kerr. You know what? F this guy.
Yeah.
It's cool. No, you could sit here and rot. Mm-hmm. You could just sit here and rot until we get exactly what we want. Mm-hmm. But the signing the contract is the first measurement of where I feel like you may have gone wrong. And then maybe not a full understanding of what his value was around the league. Mm. Okay, you knew Sacramento was there at the time. Okay, was it really just Sacramento? Mm-hmm. Did Dallas, did Brooklyn, did anyone else have a serious discussion about wanting Jonathan Kuminga on their roster?
And it wasn't, Sacramento didn't want him for $22.5 million.
Right.
I mean, keep telling people that. They were looking at him at 14 or 15 million because of the base year compensation. The way the trade would work, they would have more going out than coming in because of him signing an extension. So the Kings were looking at him for a certain dollar amount. Now it's a lot more complicated because the Kings aren't going to take Kuminga back and send out $12 million for the salary and have it somehow work out financially, but then they go well above the luxury tax so they can get Jonathan Kuminga. They're not doing that. Mm-hmm. So now the Kings have to come up with the $22.5 million, which doesn't feel nearly as low risk, high reward as it did before. And that's why a lot of teams around the league are like, yeah, we're good. We didn't really want him at 15 or 16 million. We certainly don't want him at 22 million in today's NBA. And you said something that like maybe they've overvalued, his place in the league and all that. I also think his agent isn't realistic about his value as an agent in the league. And that's a big deal.
Right.
Like, you think you can go out there and swing with the big boys? You can't.
Yeah.
Like Rich Paul out there with a podcast directing players around the league.
Podcast Paul.
That was crazy. That was nuts.
I mean, it's wild, but you
you
don't have that pull. You have no pull. So now you got a player who's in a bad spot and doesn't want to play for that team. I get it, but you're right. He took the money.
Let me play.
The podcast Paul thing was so nuts. I'm not an agent. I'm just podcasting. Okay. You got it, Paul.
Let me play devil's advocate a little bit. And Aaron, what's his name?
Turner.
Aaron Turner. Give him a little bail. What you just said is
James.
What James just talked about was how, like, now with the contract that he's at, like, people aren't really lining up to trade for him and all this other stuff. And you talked about that too. Maybe Aaron Turner did know the market. And he said, Jonathan, if we play this thing out, you're not getting $24 million anywhere else.
Okay.
Like, if money, you want to make sure you're secure and you've got this going on. I know you're not happy with the Warriors, but if we play this out and do the I forgot the terms of what it was, but just
it was a second year option. Yeah. Oh, play out the first. It was like 8 and some change.
Dog, this 25 ain't out there when you get out there. I'm asking around. People are telling me like, no, you might get the Cam Thomas deal.
Mid-level.
Yeah. So
the other
this is the time if you want that type of payday.
So you're playing Aaron Turner in this role. The second part of that conversation has to be, JK, you got a ball and you have to take advantage of every opportunity that's in front of you because the money's not out there now, but that doesn't mean it won't be.
Yeah.
Everybody kind of sees this situation for what it is. You don't have to change the perspective of the Golden State Warriors. You have to change the perspective of everybody else around the league. And if that conversation was had, then the Jonathan Kuminga story's over. There's nothing to discuss. If that conversation has been had and this is what you got out of it. If it hasn't, then that to me that's where the disservice comes into play, because the scenario you just laid out is perfectly plausible, but it had to be followed with, you have to bust your ass this season, and whatever opportunity Steve gives you, as minimal as they might be, you have to take advantage of it.
Well, that, and at this point, the Warriors have played 44 games, right? He needs to get somewhere as quickly as possible. Like, I know a lot of people are like, hey, let's wait until the trade deadline. For his agent specifically, which is why I think he came out so loud on January 15th, like, get me out of here now. Because the longer he gets with the team, the more comfortable he gets, the more he's able to work into their system, the more of a positive you can give them for this coming summer, where they can tear up the final year of your deal and extend you long-term, or even for the year after that. You need the audition for him needs to be as long as humanly possible. Let him work out the kinks. I mean, because at this point, he hasn't played in a couple of weeks. And so
longer than that.
Yeah, you're going to get him on the court.
December 18th, I think, was his last game.
Okay, so you're going to get him on the court, and it's going to look like, you remember Zach LaVine missed 9 games or whatever it was because of the birth of his child, and they had set him out with the Bulls. He gets back the first couple of games. You're like, oh boy, that's not good. And then he picked it up right after that. But Kuminga's going to have to work back into shape and all this stuff. And it's like, I don't know what we're doing here. Like, if that's not the best foot forward that you can put forth, is to be a guy who is out of shape and not ready for NBA basketball for the first month that you're with the team. So I would, if I'm Kuminga's people, I am pushing right now. Get me out of here now. And I get why the Warriors are like, hey, we're mulling over all these different options.
It felt like it was just a bad situation where you were going to have to give something up if you're Kuminga one way or the other. You're either going to have to give up money for freedom, or you're going to have to be stuck in a bad situation but paid handsomely. And he had to decide which one was more important to him at that time.
But to what Damian said, all right, cool, you decided on this. Well, the situation calls for now, I'm assuming that the Warriors would go and say, all right, JK, we need you to play, because the whole thing is he can't play with Jimmy and Draymond.
Yeah.
And so, all right, there's just not really a role for him. You don't have anybody else. So I would assume, again, I'm assuming that Golden State is going to go to him and be like, hey, we need you. And Steve Kerr said as much last night. Like, yeah, absolutely. Like, he's got to play.
Yeah.
I think he said, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, he got, it was like,
non-answers.
well, he just, is he going to put, yep. Like, yeah, he's just, all right. But to that point, let's assume the Warriors do that. And they're not like, nope, he's not playing. We still think he sucks. So he's super not going to be on the court at all. Let's pretend they don't do that. And they say, Jonathan, we want you to play. To Damian's point, you chose this.
Mm-hmm.
So you're in a spot now where, hey, the team that you signed with needs you. You chose the money. This is the consequence of it.
Yeah. 100%. That's a non-starter to me. I mean, that goes beyond. I know we're talking about the agent, but that goes beyond the agent. If that was my son, I'd be talking to like, bro, I'm not getting in your money business, but this is how you carry yourself as a young man.
This is a personality problem, and we can't have that.
And that's why I think in this instance, I think if Golden State goes to him and says, hey, we need you, I think he'll play. Because this isn't like, hey, we're going to start you. We'll see how it goes. It's like you're starting and you're playing 35 minutes a night because you have to.
There's a lot of reports from Memphis that Ja's just not playing.
Mm-hmm.
It's not injury. It's just like Ja's like, nah, I'm not playing.
And the league made him play in Britain.
The second
Berlin,
one.
Cooked in Berlin.
Well, because Adam Silver specifically said in his post-game press conference, which was a very clear sign, unless he is very, very hurt, he better be out there on that floor next time this weekend. And, Jonathan's not Ja. Like, Ja's market is going to be there.
I missed it.
No, hit the other button. No.
I missed it.
He said, nothing. Kuminga.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Go ahead. Keep going.
He's not.
Correct.
He's not that.
Correct.
And Ja's trademark, there are, whether they're publicly admitting or not, there's more than one team across the league that's going, let's keep an eye on this, because Ja for us would be electric.
Mm-hmm.
We're the team that he can get right. We've got everything he needs to be great. No one is saying that about Jonathan Kuminga. What teams might be saying is, yeah, I'm down to roll the dice on this. Like, I've seen enough from the kid to where he could be really good. And if he's not, well, that's fine. We move on quickly. But I think there's enough there. Like, and that's those are two very different conversations.
Extremely.
Very different conversations.
Teams are looking at Kuminga, and I like specifically the Kings and some of the other teams that might gamble on him. They're looking at him and going, okay, is there a Shea opportunity here? Is there a Denny Avia opportunity here where you get the guy in your building, still 23 going on 24? Maybe he is what he says he is, and we're going to get him for nothing. And he can blow up, and whether it's to be, part of the future of our team, or it's to be, someone that we trade down the road to get something better, like, at least you've got a gamble on it right now. And you have so many options with his contract stuff. You can sit down and say, hey, we're going to need to wait out and see next year before we give you a major trade, a major contract moving forward. But at the same time, he has all of his bird rights. You can sign him to an extension at any time. Or you could just go, hey, this isn't working out either here. It's like when the Kings traded for JJ Hickson, we're like, oh, Jesus, what did we get ourselves into? Like, sorry, that first round pick's already gone. So is JJ before the All-Star break. Yeah. Like, we don't need to waste any more time. We understand who you are and what you are, and we don't want any part of you, because that's always a possibility here that he gets somewhere else and he's the same. And you're like, hey man, this isn't working out because you're just not listening. And, like I brought it up the other day, like, Jonathan Kuminga shouldn't be looking around the league and trying to compare himself with a whole bunch of different people. He should be looking at what Keegan Murray did and got paid. Keegan Murray got paid because he's a good soldier that went and did what the Kings asked him to do and went out there and built his value. there's really no difference. If you were to look at the two and compare them side by side and say, which one would you rather have if you're building a franchise? Kuminga's younger by a couple of years. He's got more experience because he's been in the league longer. And you're like, maybe Kuminga? But I don't think anyone in Sacramento believes that. You're like, no, I take Keegan every step of the way. Kuminga's still probably the higher end talent, but you got to go out there and play your role and build your value the right way. Where that's where I think Kuminga is trying to make this skip. It's like, oh, I can do this and this. It's like, well, you really can't because we've never seen you do it. So you can keep saying the things that you think you can do, but I've been around a lot of young players who think that about themselves, and then they're playing in Europe.
Yeah. You're listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader, always free on the Odyssey app. Yeah, I'm really interested to see what Golden State does here now. Because, again, according to Nick Friedell, they're not going to do anything. This doesn't, because they can't trade. They just don't have anything to trade to make a substantial move like they did last year.
So I ran an idea by Casey before the show started. It's cold. It's mean. You would need, I don't know who this team is, but you need someone who would just go, we just got to move on and we'll take what we can get here. You trade Jimmy. You trade the $56 million.
Sure.
That contract can land you anybody. You would need someone, you would need a team who wants to move off multiple years. Like if it's Sacramento, it doesn't make sense to do it for Zach LaVine. But if you traded DeMontis Sabonis and you wanted to move off from that last year of Domas, like you could do it that way and acquire Jimmy knowing he's not going to play next year, file whatever paperwork you have to file to get the roster spot. And then, you figure out whatever you do with Jimmy in that final year when it's, $58 million or whatever the number is. And then maybe he's attractive to a team who's trying to dump a salary at that point. But I don't know who that player is because the conversation only centers on one guy. New York is dying right now, and they're still working their guys shutting down Karl Anthony Town, trade stuff. So, I don't know who the guy is besides Giannis, but if you had to, that Jimmy contract might be more movable than we think.
Yeah, but you're going to have to attach picks to that. And that's something that they have been reticent to do.
So,
which is, I think, sort of how they got in this mess.
I heard you talking about that earlier.
Yes.
The post-Steph capital. We have no clue when post-Steph begins. Steph is 37 years old, 37, and he's 36 or 37. He's averaging 28 points per game. He's an all-star starter this year when LeBron James isn't. That's incredible. When does the post?
Sorry, didn't mean to do that.
Sorry, man. That was a terrible take on my part. Jeez. You would have thought I said the Seahawks will not win a playoff game with that buzzer.
I was trying to ding Steph being an all-star and LeBron not. But
Packers, Bills in the Super Bowl. Ravens, Eagles in the Super Bowl.
It's all bad up there. Just
you guys talking about your little prediction board?
Oh, settle down. Where have you settled down?
Hey, mark mine down as spoilers and everyone else is as predictions.
Hey. Can mine get a race now that they're not
also
one or two of them?
As I was joking with Jesse yesterday. He's actually wrong. The Niners lost by 5 scores, not 2, sir.
Well, in his defense, he said by at least. And I didn't write that up there because I ran out of room.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. All right.
So I think in
Hall Monitor Matson over there.
Yes.
I think in honor of Jesse's run right here, the board should actually be called Jesse's Spoilers.
Yeah.
And then everybody else's. Let's go over here to Jesse's Spoiler Board.
You said something interesting I want to bring up.
Oh, good.
You brought up the fact that you could file a claim with the NBA for an injured player exception, which basically gives you half of the money back from his salary
and the spot, right?
And the roster spot. Yeah. So basically it would be like a $29 million boom for you. But the only way that works is if he's officially ruled out for the entirety of the season. And because it's January 20th when he got hurt, you're going to have a tough time making the case that he's out for the season no matter what.
Sure.
And then again, you might be able to do it, and you might find a doctor that says, yeah, he's not playing again this season, but it has to be cleared. And so, and if he does somehow come back, you lose all that money, and you still have to pay the contract. You just now have an extra $29 million in cap space that you can go use. But
more often than not, paying the contract isn't a big deal, right?
We're talking about Jimmy Butler, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about next season?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but if you're
like, nah, he out.
Yeah, but if you're like the Kings and you're like, hey, yeah,
you back for the NFC title game?
Or your true salary is more like, $220 million. The Kings aren't doing that. They're not gonna, like, again.
Well, I'm not even suggesting the Kings
Yeah.
at all, because the only player I think it makes sense is if they trade Domantas Sabonis for Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is if there were, you would have to find an equally desperate party, but like you could just, if you're the Warriors, all right, the Jimmy thing, it didn't work. We're losing this. We know what we look like without him. That takes out, the beginning part, the whatever portion of game next year. Let's see if we can find someone who's got a couple of guys they want to move off their salaries.
Be bold.
I don't know that team exists, by the way. I'm just like it's a
explore that
savvy
option.
move that the Warriors can do. The old
savvy,
Bob
I
Myers
don't
could
think
do
they're
it.
I just know the Kings can't trade Zach LaVine at $49 million for next year. I just don't know how the Warriors will be able to trade Jimmy Butler at another $8 million more. I think it's 50. I think it's 56.
I think you'd have to give up picks. Yeah.
Well, if they really want to win, they're going to have to do that. Like they're still holding on. Sorry, they're still holding on to the alternate universe timeline.
Yeah.
Like, no, we got to be able to have all our picks when Steph is gone. You either want to win now with Steph, or you want to be okay when he's not here.
I think it's the latter.
You can't do both
because they know. I asked Nick Friedell at the end of our interview. I said, "Is there any chance that Steph says, all right, I would like out, please? Because if you're not trading future picks, then I want to go compete." And he was like, before my answer was over, he's like, "No,
there's
no chance."
I don't see that. He's
they
Kobe,
know
he's Dirk.
They know. He's just like, all right, we can keep our picks. We can just kind of do stuff on the margins and say, all right, this means more Brandon Pajemski and more Moses Moody and fingers crossed, Jonathan Kuminga.
I can't wait till we find out Steph got mad one day and asked for a trade to Chicago.
One out.
Where was it he almost got traded to when he was young?
Detroit?
Milwaukee. Well, the urban legend
Steph?
is Milwaukee.
It was Milwaukee. Yeah.
The urban legend is whoever the GM was at the time.
Larry Riley.
Let the Bucks take their pick. So what do you want, Monte or Steph? And they chose Monte.
We had this discussion. I was there for that night when he got traded, when Monte got traded. It was crazy. Like Mark,
if you eat soda and Pop Rocks at the same time, you'll explode. So like that's
true.
That's urban legend too.
I mean, it makes sense though. I mean,
took Pop Rocks off the market.
Right now, that sounds stupid, but at the time,
dude,
like Monte was
people
that
were
dude.
No,
furious.
Yes.
Yeah. So I could imagine him saying,
the kid with ankle problems.
Hell, we talk about
That's
it.
who Steph was.
I don't want to say it sounds stupid now, but do we talk about there's people who said the Pacers had a choice.
Right.
So, I mean, it's not inconceivable that at that time they said, hey, which one do you want to deal with? And we'll try and make a deal happen. And they chose Monte.
There might be revisionist history coming out of Golden State on that, but from what I understand, they wanted to keep Steph and try building. That's what I've always
might not be
understood,
revisionist history in Sacramento. I think they actually it's debated whether they actually asked for De'Aaron Fox and got talked into Tyrese or whatever. But
two quick things. Our guy Bonte Hill tapped in
Radio Bonte
today, usually TV Bonte. He says, and he's just, I guess it's maybe a gut feeling or maybe an educated guess. He's like, I don't think they're going to play Kuminga. He's like, I don't see it. And he was asked about that a couple different times. He's like, I don't think so. So
feels very educated guessy to me.
Yeah,
all right. That's what they want to do.
Didn't he not play last night?
Yeah, but
no, yeah, they won by 30.
Yeah.
Ish, whatever it was.
They pulled the starter, so Kuminga didn't.
He didn't pay. He didn't play a single minute. I don't know that I didn't. I think he was the only player who didn't play.
That's the only reason why I said
he went from.
They played like 12 guys last night.
He was the Dario Saric of the group. He just didn't. No, he's the Devin Carter of the group. He can't even get minutes in a blowout against Miami.
Well, I forgot about Dario.
Yeah, like I said, that's because he'd become a starter and they pulled the starters. So he wasn't going to get garbage time minutes because he wasn't going to get garbage time minutes, but then he wasn't going to get garbage time minutes because, hey, you got a game tomorrow.
You got to play.
You got to play. You're in.
You got to play.
How's your backfield? Like I said, I know people here don't care about the Warriors angle of it. My thought was just, hey, maybe this means Golden State is now going to call Scott Perry and go, hey, all right.
It is a fascinating scenario.
Doesn't sound like it.
The other thing that I heard,
brother named LJ Cryer played 3 minutes last night.
LJ can play.
LJ can go.
He got it. Well, he made the most of his 3 minutes.
Not Davidson. What's the other? Dayton.
I was about to say Creighton.
You guys are just saying stuff. He went to Houston.
Oh, Houston. That's it. Yeah. That's it. I knew there was a
Missouri Valley Conference.
That's it.
Houston. Arch Madness.
Hey, according to NBA Central, the Dunk Central, Shams has hinted that DeMar DeRozan could be the potential fit for the Kings. The potential target for the Warriors. He said, does a player say DeMar DeRozan, does that fit the bill of what the Warriors could need without Jimmy Butler? But one way or another, the Warriors are about to find out where they stand with Jonathan Kuminga this season.
Aside from like the defense aspect of it, he does kind of play like Jimmy Butler at this point in his career. Like they're both not really 3-point shooters. They're mid-range assassins, dogs inside the arc. Mm-hmm. Jimmy's a better rebounder and a better defender, but I think DeMar's
he moves better off the ball.
He does. DeMar's a better shot maker though. Like he's a better shot maker than
for
Jimmy
sure.
Butler.
I think Jimmy does.
He does other things well.
Yeah, which we were talking about this earlier. It's like I kind of wonder if Golden State looks and goes. We talked about this with Kyle Shanahan and receivers. How he looks and he goes, yeah, that guy's fast as hell and he does these 2 things great, but he does these 3 things bad. Or I got this guy who does 5 things just okay. I want that guy. And I kind of wonder if that's the other part of this when we talk about Golden State denying that trade, because the financial aspect of it doesn't make sense to me. They don't want to take on DeMar DeRozan because they might have to pay $10 million for him next year if they let him go. Like that doesn't track to me. Like I just don't. So I wonder if part of it is like, well, he doesn't fit our offense and he doesn't play enough defense. So,
There was
might be a little desperate though.
Maybe it doesn't. Yeah, maybe.
Right now.
I would agree with you.
We were talking about this earlier. Michael Fergren in the chat pointed out that there's a weird thing, according to Spartrack, whatever, about DeMar DeRozan's contract. It's that it's guaranteed at $10 million, but you have until January 10th. So you basically could just pay DeMar like early in the season and then waive him at any point up to January 10th. And so you have the option. It's like, okay, is this working? Is this not working? Can we find a place to move him? Can we not find a place? And like, if you're going to trade him at some point and the other team can waive him, it's a huge like bonus to have a player that you can trade for. And then, again, do a $20 million for $20 million swap to a team that's $10 million over the cap. And then they waive him and save the other 10 million or the other 15 million. Yeah. So interesting the way that I'm going to have to make sure that is the way the contract is written, because you don't see that very often where it's like, again, it's one thing to have a non-guaranteed.
I've never heard of that one.
Yeah. Like guys right now, like the league minimum guys, you remember they had until January 10th to decide what they're going to do with Precious and with Westbrook. But that's not a $25 million contract. That's a totally different thing. So I'm intrigued by it.
Yeah. Real quick on your Warriors leader here. Kyle, you let me know if this is off a little bit, because Friday I was talking to Damian and Jesse, and they were talking about Mike Dunleavy and the way he's handled everything. And I kind of believe there's a lot of Joe Lacob involved
I agree.
And how things have gone on. And
I
I
agree.
don't know if Dunleavy's completely absolved, but I think his boss is very active in what's played out.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard something this morning that I when they said it, I was like, oh, I forgot that's a scenario too. Laker got his son lurking around too.
Kirk.
And they are both involved.
Was the GM of the Santa Cruz Warriors?
I think.
Yeah, now he's.
Then he got elevated to just.
Oh, he got promoted. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, being part of the Warriors, the Golden State Warriors.
Sure.
But that's another dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
That never goes poorly.
They were comparing it
meddling
to Jerry
owners?
and Steven.
Well, meddling owners and their children.
I haven't heard of a situation like that ever.
Not one, especially not one that involves the G League.
It's the gift that keeps on giving, Clark, the whole year long.
They said
Wings heat tonight, am I right, guys?
When your ownership group is the jelly of the month, that's the way it goes.
They said Vontae went back to when Joe Lacob was in studio like a year ago, and they were talking, or maybe more than that. They were talking about Clay, and Joe Lacob was like, "Yeah, we make decisions as a group."
Okay.
All right, man.
All right, Joe.
Not your GM making it. We make decisions as a group.
Yeah, great.
All right, go.
All right, go. I just don't understand what he's saying. If Dunleavy was the GM, why not let him do his job?
That's a good.
What? I'm sorry. That was what?
That was a good guru.
What?
I said that's a good guru.
I closed my eyes and I heard guru.
You gotta put the guru. You gotta put the ru in there. You gotta put the ru.
You gotta say it louder too. You can't. Yeah, you've got to make it clear you're saying guru. Maybe just say Daryl.
That's a good Daryl.
It's very good Daryl right there.
That's a good Daryl. The Guru Johnson.
Good. Yeah, because whatever.
That's a good impression of 95.7 The Game midday host Daryl the Guru Johnson.
There it is.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you. Somebody's listening around here.
Polo L says that's a 7.
That's actually your best.
Polo L.
Nah,
nice
Polo L is
score.
wrong. That's a solid 8.9.
Oh, we're
I
going
agree.
sorry,
Nah,
Polo
that's
L.
good.
Split
That's
hairs
good.
here.
That's your best impression.
Without question.
That's not saying a lot, but it is.
Yeah. You somehow.
It's the only one that
Dylan.
It's the only one that doesn't sound like Jerry Jones, to be
That's
honest.
it. Although the second thing he just said there had a little Jerry Jones in it.
Mike
Yes.
Brown's really good.
No, it's not.
Yeah, stop. Don't do that. It is.
Jesse, stop.
Kyle,
You're gassing him up.
Have
Stop.
you heard
there's-
my Mike Brown?
there's one-
Stop. This is
I've got
good.
all
There's
my
one-
guys here.
There's one part
And,
that's funny.
It really comes down to if Cat wants to play, and
That's the part that's funny.
if he wants to play or not, because I know championship.
That's the part that's funny. Mike
is-
just has this chronic cough that hits him in the
Let
middle of
it
a
rip.
press conference. The amount of Kings Beat videos that went up that Mike Brown's coughing in is
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah.
Man, I got to take about Mike Brown, but I don't want to. It's kind of mean.
I don't do that to Mike.
I like Mike, man. I do.
Can I ask you a question before the handoff ends?
I would love that.
Robert Saleh to Tennessee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We talked as
Yeah.
a family earlier.
Yeah.
I was thumbs up. After talking as a family, I'm thumbs down.
Yeah, it's
now.
bad. It's real bad news now.
I don't-
We found out their organizational structure. It's all nonsense.
Yeah,
So
like
here's
why I guess the thing that I had convinced myself, I thought for a second, oh, why did he take that job? And then I thought, oh, Carthen is there. No.
Yeah, Rand been gone.
Now, that might be confusing because Rand in this
Rand Carthen, who was
Yeah,
with the 49ers,
right.
then got hired as the GM of the Titans.
and then got promoted
Yes,
and then got fired
correct.
all in consecutive January.
So, yeah.
Like,
Damn.
what?
So when I first looked, I'm going, okay, there's some little defensive talent there. If you like Cam Ward, if Robert Saleh watched Cam Ward,
You better have
preparing
a
against the 49ers,
Dime up your sleeve for a offensive coordinator, though.
and
Because
maybe
you
that's-
need
maybe
someone to work with this young man.
Yeah, and maybe that's part of it. Maybe he knows, okay, I've got these two or three guys who who
Mike
I feel good
McDaniel.
about. I feel Mike McDaniel for sure is probably top of the list, but let's assume he gets a head coaching job. I've got two other guys as options that I feel great about who can develop Cam Ward, who I feel confident in, if you're Robert Saleh, that I feel confident in taking with me to develop Cam Ward and to be the guy who takes us to the mountain. I think the reason he took the job is the same reason that I'm now out on it for him, because we were going over this earlier. They have a president of football operations who runs the show. Then there's a GM who reports to the president of football operations. GM, and from what I understand, president of football operations, wanted Matt Nagy as the head coach.
Real quick, let's flip that real quick.
Please.
The president of football, well, the GM now has final say over the 53-man roster instead of the president of football operations, who had that say last year.
That's right.
Yes.
Yes. They've since changed that. So president of football operations no longer has the full say. They said, nope, we're giving that to the GM.
Question.
Yeah.
What is the point of the president of operations job?
He's
vibes.
Yeah, he's vibes. He's a cool guy.
Or to hire.
Alvin.
He buys
It's
lunch
an
to the
Alvin
office
Gentry.
sometimes.
Yeah, right.
Okay, all right.
I like
No
it.
shit. Hey,
Jeremy
great.
Lamb.
Yeah.
I do like that. Yeah.
He supplies Pizza Fridays.
Um,
In and Out Fridays. Sorry.
Oh,
all right. Oh, that was too far. Really, that one was too far.
Going out.
When
Yeah.
you think about it.
no. So they switch that. So GM gets new power. GM gets final say over 53. GM goes to owner Amy Adams Strunk and says, we've done the interviews. It's two bald guys. Salute. It's Matt Nagy. It's Robert Saleh. We want Matt Nagy. And Amy Adams Strunk said, nah, I want Saleh. And they hired Saleh. And I wonder if he took that job because she went, hey, you've got it's yours. You have the say. It's your team, which
That's
to him
really problematic.
Right. And to him, so again, two lines of thinking here. Robert Saleh's line of thinking is, I have full control. I have full say. I'm in. That's the job I want. Cam Ward, I'm a thumbs up. Defensive talent, I think there's enough. And I have final say on the roster. This is it. Like, this is, I get to do this my way. Now I'm back in Kyle Madsen's brain, who wants the best for Robert Saleh here. It's like, no, that's a disaster.
Yeah, it sounds like two guys think they have final say now.
That's going to go horrible. And now you have a GM and a president of football operations, allegedly, who don't want you. And you have to work with those guys. This is not
strong.
There's no
Michael Scott and Jim co-manager
Oh,
situation.
yeah.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
the
Jim,
first thing I
James,
thought about.
Timothy.
That's literally the first thing I thought.
It made me think about when this mythical Joe Dumars thing was. So it was like Monty and West reported to Vivek, and Joe Dumars reported to Vivek, but Monty and West did not report to Joe Dumars. And so it was this weird lopsided triangle of like.
So Joe left and went to the league.
I guess.
Right.
But after
And
2
now in New
years,
Orleans.
and he wanted the job.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
right.
he wanted the ultimate
Right.
job, and that's not the way it worked. So he was never the overseer of the GM and the assistant GM. He was on equal playing field with them and just pitched idea. They both were pitching ideas to Vivek.
If
Two
your
timelines.
if your org chart ever resembles the Sacramento Kings, you're in big effing trouble.
And that's what, so that was, as we talked about that today, because I went, I like this for Bob. If he got wind that, okay, Steelers didn't interview him, if he got wind that, you know what, Ravens are leaning this way or whatever it was, or he just is like, nah, City of Baltimore, I'm out, whatever it is. And he thought Buffalo wasn't gonna be there. Hey, you know what? This Titans job, okay, I get it. I see it. I'm out.
So
I'm not sure they were each other's first choice either.
I got three.
That's
I
the
got
other
three oppositions to.
Great. You got
everything
2
that's going
minutes.
on. Number one, that dynamic with the boss of all bosses wanting you there might trump everything.
Sure. Yeah.
If she's like, no, this is the guy I want.
Understood.
There's a level of job security there for a guy that just got fired after 2.5 years in New York.
Yeah.
3.5.
3.5.
Was it really 3.5 seasons?
You're going to maybe the lowest profile job in the league, as opposed to before you were in maybe the high, well, one of the.
You were in
highest.
New York.
Yeah. So you can just grow, and if you get to 9-8 in 2 years and battle for a while, that's good. Like they're like, oh, you're doing a great job. More job security. 3, I don't know. I'm looking around the league, and my thought would have been just sit it out for a year. I don't know if there's always jobs available, but it's looking real bleak, at least for a year. And he may look at it like, don't want to go to Arizona. That's a terrible situation. Like you mentioned, Pittsburgh and Baltimore don't want me. Buffalo doesn't want me. This is the team that wants me, and I probably can't wait to sit another year.
Sure.
This is the best that it gets. It really probably came down between Arizona and Tennessee.
One other potential plus is that maybe Casey talking me into this. The AFC South.
Maybe.
Nobody cares.
Well, I mean, like, I'm not putting any money on Jacksonville.
Sure.
I'm not putting any money on Indianapolis, and I'm not putting any money on Houston. So why not?
Tennessee's like still 2 years away though from anything.
So you get
maybe.
D'Amico and Saleh twice a year.
I'm tapped into the other one now.
And you get Saleh and Liam Cohen. Liam Cohen, what did Robert Saleh say? I will end your life, or whatever he said to Liam Cohen on the field.
I believe it was something like that.
2 times a year. Put that on. Well, put it on Thursday night.
Maybe he just wanted to go compete with those guys.
I want to see that handshake.
I will end you. What do you? I forget what he said. It was crazy though.
Liam walked off about 20
We
yards.
had to kill him.
It was Liam walked off 20 yards. Was like, what? What?
You said what? Keep my name out of your mouth, sir.
He walked away long ways.
And then he turned and walked back towards Robert Saleh when the whole offensive line converged on him.
I wouldn't fight Robert Saleh either. I would do the exact same thing.
Liam, wasn't he on Pat McAfee and was like, yeah, no, he's a big guy. Like,
yeah,
I was just in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, he walked in there with like 3 toes down. That's it. All right. D'Lo and KC coming up next for James Ham and Kyle Madsen. Shout out Jesse Tapia helping us out. We're the Insiders. Are back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Till then, drink water. Be nice to people. See you, Chatty House. Appreciate you guys.
What's up, crew? Everybody good? Kyle listens with the headphones way down.
James is the exact
opposite. You should have seen my man Marcus, the comedian who was here, or you've seen it. There's nothing to see. He had a big booming voice, southern accent, the whole deal.
Uh-huh.
But he's on your mic with the processing for your voice. I had that man's mic pulled all the way to the just barely off the board. Scooter, what's up, baby? Stephen Brown. You look like a waffle. Don't talk to me. That's funny. I don't even know the context of that, but questioning whether someone looks like a waffle is hilarious. I might have to do the meet. I'm going to try to come in, but I have to drop my car off that morning, so it might not be.
Yeah, I'm be on the meet. I got pause.
Damn.
That's insane. Hold on.
Damn.
The music's going right now, but we're throwing a flyer.
Wow.
Number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
KC, you good, bro? Hey.
We had to toss him before the game even started.
Man.
I'm Jalen Carter out here.
Man.
I'm Jalen Carter out here, man.
KC out here. Wow.
That was insane.
That was like, remember when Charles Barkley said his thing on Inside the NBA and Kenny and Shaq just start laughing and he just stopped his thought? Like that's
Okay. KC having a rough start to his Tuesday here.
Threw a flag during the intro and everything. Music was running.
Charles said, he was like, what you can't do is you can't, when you're banging up against another man like that, and then Shaq and them start laughing. And he goes,
you're banging him and banging him and
banging him. They start laughing. And Charles goes, come on, man. Come on. So I had that moment just.
Yeah. KC had that moment. Lord have mercy. Welcome in here to the Tuesday, January 20th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live. Alongside EP.
What are you doing with him?
Yes, sir. Big thanks to James Ham, Kyle Matson, the insiders there. I love those group discussions about the big stories that kind of lead into the start of our show, man. I feel like the conversation has already started. People's opinions are already weighing in. Your boy, my house was not sleeping last night, so I got the Shams tweet live. Like, oh man, I had seen the injury, and it was one of those where with Jimmy, you're like, I think he ran into Davion, if I'm not mistaken, and it's like, that looked so bad that hopefully it's just good news, like because it looked so awful. It's like, oh yeah, he avoided catastrophic injury. He in fact did not. It was bad. His reaction was the worst, like his immediate reaction, because he was in pain. Then they showed this clip. There's I don't remember who. I don't remember if it was Slater, but someone was writing. It wasn't. Someone wrote. It was Steph. Mm-hmm. Steph was talking in the post game, talking about like, yeah, Jimmy was still cracking jokes. Like even when he was down there in pain, like he was telling jokes. And they showed this clip a minute ago while we were talking of Buddy and someone taking him off the court, and he's clearly like telling a joke. He's saying something because he's laughing. And as I'm watching that, I was like, I just hope he's telling Buddy he's trash, because that'd be so funny if in this moment the man's ACL is shredded. Buddy, with a very concerned look on his face, is taking him off the court, and I'm just envisioning Jimmy going, "Man, you trash, bro. Like you suck."
Yeah, man.
Shout out Jimmy Butler.
That was tough to see, man.
Yeah,
that was really
bad,
tough to
bad.
see. And it's one of those things where Jimmy Butler, for the past 3-4 years, I mean, he's just been littered with injuries, you know, and in his body. He played such a physical style of basketball for his entire career.
He's getting older too.
He's getting older, and the body's starting to break down a little bit. And you never want to see that. You never want to see the ACL. But I don't want to say it was inevitable, but he gets hurt every year. He played so physical on his way throughout his career that he only knows one way to play.
Yeah.
And now that seems to be taking a wear and tear, a toll on his body.
It feels like, it definitely is. And you just wonder now going into, 36, going into 37, you start thinking about the recovery process. And, we're essentially counting the days to LeBron James's retirement, right? We're checking off all of the streaks that are ending. The all-star starter streak ended, the 10 plus points per game, or 10 points every game for however many years ended. The all NBA streak is probably gonna end. Steph scoring 28 points a game. He's 38. We're talking about the Warriors post-retirement plans. Jimmy doesn't often get referenced in that, but Jimmy is in kind of that age group now where it's like, the end is pretty near for Jimmy. And now you have, on top of that, you've got to recover from, one of the handful of catastrophic injuries that happened in professional basketball.
Yeah. And this is, I was listening a lot to the streets of San Francisco this morning. And
rare occasion, me too.
Yeah. And they were like, man, you felt like you were close, and then Steph's hamstring went down last year, and who knows, you could have won against Minnesota, and then you're starting to play good this year, and now
this is the best basketball they're playing right now.
Yeah,
Golden State Warriors, this is the best basketball they're playing.
But they're like, you're starting to play good basketball, and now Jimmy gets hurt. And in my mind, I'm like, yeah, that's unfortunate, but at the same time, this is what happens when you have people that age. You're more susceptible. You have more of an opportunity. I can't say it today.
I was gonna say, come on, man, you got it. You got it. One more swing. One more swing
Today, like I need some peanut butter crackers is probably what I should not have had before it's time to start.
No,
talking.
what you said right before the show started is what you shouldn't have done. I think that's thrown the whole 12 o'clock hour off. That's what happened.
When you're that age, that's the risk of playing those guys that many minutes, playing them in those type of high profile, intense games, is you could get injured easier. And unfortunately, it's happened for Steph last year, and unfortunately for the Warriors. It happened for Steph last year, and now for Jimmy Butler. And they're in a tough spot right now. They're in a real tough spot because decisions have to be made, and there are going to be some difficult decisions to make.
Yeah, Jimmy becomes a restricted free agent after an unrestricted free agent after next year, when he's owed $56.8 million. No matter whether he goes to Fred Warner's doctor or whatever, he's gonna miss a chunk of the beginning of next season. At the very least, he's going to miss the beginning of next season. We're approaching, I can't remember the game. I could probably find it relatively quickly, but you're better at this stuff than me. we're approaching 10 months since Kyrie's injury.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Because there's rumblings of Kyrie's return next month after the All-Star game. I know he got hurt against the Sacramento Kings. I can't.
It's probably closer to a year.
Okay, that was my original thought, but that sounded crazy to me.
Fox wasn't here.
Fox wasn't here. All right, I bet I could find it. I think I have it right
DeMar
here.
And Monk
was that the?
It was the second time they played Dallas.
I was going to say that wasn't the DeMar game.
Yeah, it was the blowout.
So we got the Pelicans, Warriors, Hornets. Okay, so we might be off a little bit. Here we go. 122-99. Kyrie played 9 minutes in that game. Okay, I was off a little bit. I was thinking the February game. That was the DeMar game. That's not the one it was. It was March 3rd. That's when. So okay. still kind of the same because months. if we go post All-Star break, we are approaching. We're going from the 11th month into the 12th month for Kyrie's return from. It was an ACL tear, right? He stood at the free throw line with a tear rolling down his eye, saying, "Thank you, God." Hits the free throw, and that was the last we saw of him. January 19th, or he got hurt on January 19th. Again, I could be wrong. If you're in the time frame of coming back, if you can get back at the beginning of January around Christmas, okay, maybe you do that. If not, you probably don't come back till after the All-Star game.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
So you're talking, you're talking. Even if you went, moment to moment, that's 41 games lost next year, in the vicinity of half the season gone next year for Jimmy Butler. And the Warriors can't operate like that. Like they're going to be able to win games doing nothing with Steph Curry. They're not going to be able to win enough.
Right.
And, maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe they were never a championship team. Maybe they were never a team that was going to be able to succeed in the playoffs. So, getting to the play-in or even getting to a play, maybe none of that even matters. The tough part is where I do, sympathize with like Bonte talking about, just the string of bad luck. They were playing good basketball when Steph got hurt last year. They are playing their best basketball of the season when Jimmy gets hurt right now. And yeah, I mean, if all eyes weren't already on the Golden State Warriors, they absolutely are now headed into the trade deadline 2 weeks from Friday.
Yep. And like we talked about, they got decisions to make. What are they going to do with Jonathan Kuminga? What are they looking at if they're looking to trade Jonathan Kuminga? What are they looking to get in return? I think they should play him. I think they should turn to Kuminga and say, hey, man, this is your shot. You're going to get an opportunity to play 30 minutes a night. See what you can do. We're going to live and die with your shortcomings and all this other stuff. I think that's what they should do. I'm not sure after listening to Bonte that that's what they will do.
Is there any value in having that conversation? And I think there's an important piece to what you just said. Look, don't worry about messing up. You are playing the rest of the way. Also, we are very publicly shutting down trade conversations. You're not being traded. We're telling you that directly. You're not going to hear it from Shams. You're not going to hear it from your agent. You're not going to hear it from anybody. We are not trading you. We need you the rest of the way. And if we can help you up your value into the offseason and you still want to be traded, we will do everything we can to explore all options presented to us and get us to a place, or get you to a place that makes you happy. But if you're willing to commit to playing basketball with us, the way you did to start the season, the way that we believed you always could, we're going to you don't have to worry about anything for the next 2 weeks. You don't have to worry about any of these conversations, rumblings, rumors, nothing. Those conversations are over, and we will make that clear publicly, and we're making that clear here to you privately.
Yeah, and it's interesting you bring up the beginning of the season, because I saw the clip, the highlight package, when we were talking during the handoff of him hitting a three against the Lakers. And I'm like, what the hell was all of that? Like, what was all of that? He played in the rotation, they were relatively successful, I believe, to start the season. And they were giving him minutes. He was producing. And then all of a sudden, he just out of the rotation. What? And this is where if I'm Kuminga and Aaron Turner, you guys are playing games because you came back to that season like, oh, no, we're going to give him an opportunity. And you did this little song and dance and had me play for about 2 weeks. And then you went back to what you really wanted to do.
Played the first 13 games of the season. Is that right? Yeah, played the first 13 games of the season. Looked like he averaged about 13 points per game, a high of 25, had 24 a couple of times. Started the season with 17, 14, 16, 25, had a couple double-doubles in there. Then out of the rotation for the next 7 games. Plays 5 out of the next 8, and we have not seen him since.
And after 13 games, their record was 7-6.
Mm-hmm.
So, what were they trying to just blame him for the 7-6 record? And so we got it. That was a joke. That was ridiculous. In 1, 2, 3, 4 of the 13 games, he led them in rebounds. One of the games, he led them in scoring. Another game, I don't even know how this is possible. Another game, he led them in scoring with 13 points. I think Steph didn't play that game. I'm pretty sure it was against OKC. I think I remember him not playing. Oh, no, he did play. He had 11. Steph did. Wow.
You said they were 7-6.
Yeah, after 13 games.
After 13, they were like 4-4 in the next 8. I mean, it's like
you playing, man. You messing around right now if you're that front office and Steve Kerr and all this other stuff with how you played him at the beginning of the season and then just completely took him out of the rotation for whatever reason.
Jonathan Kuminga, if I have this right, I believe I do, has played in 18 games this year. Wow. Excuse me. They're 9-9 in the games that he played. Of course, one of those games is 9 minutes. Another one of those games is 12 minutes. But there is he's played 30 plus minutes several times. He's played, in that early part of the season, he was playing well over 20 minutes a night. His last game against the Spurs before that what would I say, 8-game hiatus or whatever it was, he played 12 minutes, and then that was it.
That's crazy to hear that he's played 19 games when we just laid out he played the first 13 games.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man. Yeah.
And the Warriors are where right now? 44, 25-19, so 44 games into their season. Jonathan Kuminga's played 18 of them.
Man. Well, I think they should I think they absolutely should consider playing him and give him the opportunity. But like we talked about earlier, if you're not, you got to start making that move and getting on these phones today.
The only pushback I'll give to you should play him is if they know what the rest of us wonder. I wonder if Jonathan Kuminga is a good player. Based on what I have watched, I don't know. Like, I think he is. Like, you use the word potential, and sometimes when you're talking about a player like Jonathan Kuminga, the word potential is deadly. Sometimes when you're talking about a player like Nick Clifford, the word potential is fantastic. When you talk about a player like Jonathan Kuminga, the word potential is deadly. And I that's how I see it. Like, okay, I think Jonathan Kuminga can be a good basketball player. I would like to be, at the very least, proved wrong. The Golden State Warriors might know because they see him in practice. They know, like, behind all the distraction stuff and all of the trades and the agent doing interviews with the player working out behind him, all of that aside, they know deep down he's just not a good enough basketball player for us. And if they know that, if Mike Dunleavy and Steve Kerr can forget Mike Dunleavy, if Steve Kerr can confidently say that, then you better you don't go to Jonathan Kuminga. You got to figure something out. Yeah. But you have to figure something out, or you've just lost another year. Right. And you don't have many years left that you can lose. I'd argue you don't have any. And their chase for 5 ends at 4. I just don't think they're getting it. There's just no way to construct this team. I don't even think if you found a way to turn Jimmy into Giannis, which you could do, I don't think that does it either. I will revisit that later.
That was a little different.
Yeah, we'll revisit that later. Scratch that from the record. Hit the dump button. We'll talk about that later. There's not much you can do to turn that 4 into 5. Like this year or next year or the year following.
Yeah.
That name I mentioned might be the only way that you could do it. But those are all questions that the Warriors have to ask themselves. And then, it goes back to, all right, if the Sacramento Kings are interested, do more teams become interested now knowing that the Warriors are in a different position? Sam Amick wrote about, the Warriors version of I Had a Better Deal 2 days ago, where Sam said, yeah, the Kings are still very much interested in Jonathan Kuminga. There's still conversation about Jonathan Kuminga. The Sacramento Kings offer has changed. There was originally a protected first-round pick on the table. The Warriors wanted the protections lifted. Scott Perry allegedly said no. Now that protected pick isn't even on the table, according to Sam Amick. So that's gone. And now it's like, are more teams in the league interested, knowing the Warriors are going to swing at something? Maybe we could take advantage of this. And if we get Jonathan Kuminga here for a year, we don't like it, or half a season, and we don't like it, we just don't pick up the team option. Or we see glimpses of what we like, we'll just pick up the 24 next year. It's not that big of a deal. Or do they actually do business with Sacramento and decide, yeah, DeMar DeRozan could actually really help us?
Yeah, and
or better yet,
wow,
Zach LaVine would be terrific here in the Bay Area.
Look, they were talking, keep referencing the Morning Rose, good show. They had a good show. My boy Bonte was on there today, but they were talking about, all right, well, with Jimmy gone, like what do the Warriors need? Like, what do they need? And he's like, well, you need shooting. You need somebody that can create. You need somebody that can get their own shot. It's like, that's Zach LaVine. And I'm not even saying it jokingly or like ironically like we normally do. Nah, Zach LaVine fits all those spots that they're looking for. Checks all those boxes.
Do it, Mike. Do it, Joe. Come on, man.
But I mean,
go get that 5th title for Steph Curry.
So I don't think they even considering Zach LaVine, but I don't think it's a coincidence that Shams had the report about DeMar DeRozan. I think that is, not saying it's inevitable or it's a done deal, but I think it's something that's being tossed around in that Warriors front office. Is what does that look like? What does the deal for DeMar DeRozan look like? And what does he look like here with the Golden State Warriors? He's a little closer to what you lost than Jimmy Butler. Better offensively, not as good defensively. But his
DeMar is.
Yeah. But where he's at in his career and in his style of play, offensively at least, is a lot more like a Jimmy Butler type guy.
Yeah. And Jimmy, in the tough part, the toughest part for the Warriors is in this stretch of, I forgot it's like 12-4 over the last 16 or something like that. Jimmy's been terrific. Like Jimmy is like he's Jimmy Butler. Like he's that guy again. Similar to what he was when the trade happened last year and he came in and the Warriors kind of hit the ground running. So it's a tough break for them. They're sitting at 8th, and we've got, again, it's 2.5 weeks. It's well over 2 weeks at this point, because it's 2 weeks from Friday that the trade deadline will be here. right before the Super Bowl takes place in San Francisco. Like, it's going to be an eventful couple of days there in sports. And what happens? Like, what happens with the Golden State Warriors? What moves do they make? It seems crazy to think they might sit still, even if Jonathan Kuminga isn't a part. And I can't imagine how or why he wouldn't be, even if Jonathan Kuminga isn't a part of what they do. And you have to imagine they're going to do something to try to push. And again, we talk about that 22 title a lot, that 2022 title a lot, because it was a title that they had no business winning, but they got there. And I don't believe in this. It's just part of the game, but they got a little luck on their side in terms of their opponents and the injuries that they faced, to get themselves to the final. If there was ever a team to believe, well, why can't that happen again? It's the team that executed it. It's the team that did it. And so we've seen them do it before with the Clay injury and the Kelly Oubres and the D'Angelo. We've seen them take these big swings before. So we'll see what they wind up doing here. We'll come back. We'll talk much more about the Warriors and the Sacramento Kings. Want to give some praise to Doug Christie, too, as the show rolls along. And since we're talking coaches, let's talk Robert Saleh. He is headed to the Tennessee Titans. I don't think either of us like that.
Good luck, pal.
But we discussed it from the Robert Saleh side with the insiders. I'd like to discuss it from the San Francisco 49ers side, and we'll do that next. We're thrilled that you're here with us. It's Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky is the limit at Sky River Casino. Oh.
Yeah, David Jackson. That's probably. Yeah, we'll definitely talk to the professor about that.
Oh, he wrote about those. Yeah, we definitely will. We definitely will. A killer elephant who is at large has left a total of 22 people dead over a 10-day period.
I'm not gonna lie, there's a lot of like elephant serial killer stories out there. You ever hear the story about, I think the lady messed with the elephant. I gotta double check, make sure this is real, but like the elephant like came back to her funeral
Oh, damn.
and stomped that out as well.
Damn.
But the elephant killed her and then came.
Yeah, got her and then circled back.
Hey, man.
Looking up right now, the elephant kills lady and shows up to funeral. It shows up.
That's not funny. That's not.
It's a real story.
That's not funny at all. Come on, chill out, kitty. That's not funny.
A 68-year-old woman
Why was she messing with the elephant?
was killed by an elephant, and then the elephant returned for a second attack at her funeral.
Was she bothering the elephant and that's how she died? Or
I'm not sure. This was in India.
Yeah. I'm staying away from elephants. I don't want no problems. Don't want any problems. And isn't their thing
It's my job as a producer, Chris, to be kept up on these things.
Isn't their thing is they've got great memory?
That's what I'm saying. He rolled up to her funeral.
Just talking about killer elephants during the commercial break.
Yeah, I mean,
type of content you get over on youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320.
I want no smoke with an elephant. I know that much.
I don't. I stay away from them. If they ever came around, I don't want no problems. Don't want any problems. There's nothing cute about, oh, look, these with some of the IG models and stuff that they go to little places and the elephant wraps them around and picks. No, that's not cute. Don't even take a picture with it.
Hey, stop. How about this? Just as a rule of thumb, leave animals alone.
It's a good idea, actually.
Especially when you're outside.
Yeah.
Because you're in their element. Like I always like shark attacks. Look, man, I'm sorry you lost your leg. But you had no business in that.
You wanted to go
house.
snorkeling over there.
Like you had no business in that.
We told you,
shark's
Steve,
house.
not to do it. Now your leg's missing.
And his name was absolutely Steve.
Exactly.
Now, to be fair to these people, I don't know if they went out messing with the elephant. Seems like he's on. Oh, that's no pun intended. Seems like he's on a rampage.
Yeah, Damien's elephant.
I don't think after
that felt like a Kyle Madsen joke. That's why I let it linger out there. The elephant feels like it's on a rampage. Yeah, no kidding. He killed 10 people.
After the fifth person, I don't think people are like, oh, let's go see him.
Fifth, after the first, I'm moving.
Yeah. We won't even get a first. I'm gone. There's an elephant in my city.
Yes, I
Goodbye.
will leave. Yes.
Goodbye.
The way I read it too, like they're just doing this on purpose. Like the poor woman who lost, the elephant got her.
Mm-hmm.
Like she was just minding her own business. The elephant charged her.
Yeah, see, and that's what I mean. I'm not. Look, I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it.
Usually you should though when you do this. I can dump it if it's that bad.
Because it's gonna get misconstrued. I ain't.
All right, yeah.
I'm just saying. At this point, I live here too. Like I know that was like originally like
no clue where he's going right now.
where your elephant family lived, but all right, now I have a house too. What you want me to do? You want me to just stay here and just let you kill me?
Are you saying we shouldn't build houses where the elephants live?
I'm not sure what you're saying.
Yeah, like what are you saying?
How does it get to 22 in that city?
Are you saying they should have killed the
I'm
elephant?
not saying anything.
No.
Yeah, okay, no, hold on.
Okay,
no, we're
I'm
not
not
saying
saying
anything.
anything.
Yeah, okay. None of us are saying a thing, Peter.
Okay. So to be clear,
but at some point, like, hey, what we gonna do?
I get what you're saying. I get what you're not saying. I get exactly what you're not saying.
I don't think.
I don't know how that goes. You can't just. That's got to be illegal.
Well, okay. So part of the story from TMZ was the elephant is still at large. So perhaps they're attempting
like a wanted poster
to do
an elephant around town.
Elephant's on the run.
How is that elephant hiding?
It's at large. The elephant is large, bro. It's right there.
Guys, we can't find this elephant. Like, how hard are you looking, dog? Like, it's an elephant.
Yeah, I mean, man.
Rolls through it.
We can't get to 22, man. That's all I'm saying. That's crazy.
Well, how do you even go about that?
Somebody.
I'm just gonna make it a point to not live where elephants roam. If I get stomped out walking Sprout by an elephant in Rockland, it was my time.
That was Damien doing by an elephant.
Hey, it was just my time.
Out of there.
Shout out to the starring enemy. Elephant just walking through town with a disguise.
With the glasses and the mustache. I don't know where he's at, Bob. Oh no,
over there. Was Snuffleupagus an elephant? He's over there.
Oh man, is it Friday?
Oh,
Worst against Sacramento
Dave
was a turkey
Chappelle
attack
said
or something.
Snuffleupagus was a drug addict. Wasn't that old Chappelle line?
Oh,
Snuffy.
man.
Right, so how do we want to relate the Warriors and Jonathan Kuminga to?
Well, I was going to try
Warriors-
Robert Saleh. Maybe
Oh.
Saleh's.
That's how many times is Saleh's Titans going to get stomped out?
Well, my guess. My
good,
guess.
Good segue, Kenny.
My guess, if Cam Moore doesn't stop turning the ball over, it's going to be a lot. I had something. I meant to say this when Kyle was still here, but the conversation was flowing. He brought up. So I didn't know about the Matt Nagy part of this.
I didn't either.
Apparently, well, people in charge at Tennessee really liked Matt Nagy for the job. The owner wanted Robert Saleh. The owner wins. We did say Bob's going to have a dime of an offensive coordinator. I don't know that he's it, but some in the organization might feel so. We've joked about the Sacramento Kings org chart that they got there in Tennessee. Does Nagy end up Bob's coordinator?
That feels like when Jason Kidd got hired to be
it feels
Vogel's assistant.
Yeah, it feels
I'm
like
saying
feels like Monty and Wes.
but
Yeah,
worse.
Yeah.
But worse, because I don't think Wes was ever taking Monty's job.
No, but he always had an eye out for it. To a
Yeah,
certain
he
degree.
definitely did.
If that
Allegedly.
happens, then Robert just might as well resign is extreme, but like you're cooked at that point. You're just in a dysfunctional organization that's not going to last.
Was there any way he could have passed on this coaching cycle?
You hope the Ravens, well, not this coaching cycle, but I guess you pass on the Titans job, hoping the Ravens like you, or maybe you
So-
want to
But
see
I
the
think
Cardinals
those were
one.
gone.
I hope, yeah. My hope is he knows, like, Pittsburgh's not there for him. Baltimore's not there for him. Maybe he has no interest. You brought up the Cardinals earlier. Maybe he has no interest in the Cardinals. Maybe he has no interest in the Raiders. Am I leaving anyone
Keep
out?
forgetting about the
Browns.
Raiders.
You say Browns?
forgetting
I'm
about
not
the
taking
Browns,
Steelers
too.
haven't asked them.
I
for an
mean,
interview yet.
well, think about it though. For Robert Saleh, is the Browns job that bad?
Yes.
That defense with that coach, you
they
get
kept the
again.
GM
I don't
around.
think it's that different. You get a coordinator,
But
you get the right coordinator to
who's your quarterback?
That feels like a
work
jumbled
with.
mess.
Yeah, work with who? Work with who?
That feels like a jumbled mess.
Well, because
Yeah,
Andrew Berry feels
alright,
like this is his
okay.
last opportunity as a
Alright.
GM to like finally
Alright.
get it right. If not, he's out of there.
Okay.
It's like that's a lot of
Alright.
desperation for
I
I'm
Robert.
feel-
out.
I feel
I'll
like-
drop it. I'll leave Cleveland alone then.
I feel like the Raiders might be a better job than the Titans.
The Raiders are the best job. Best job without the top quarterback available right now.
Do we know? Oh, Buffalo. We didn't say Buffalo.
Yeah, they were.
I don't think if I'm Buffalo, I want Robert Saleh.
If
Yeah.
you're Buffalo, what the hell do you want?
Someone like
Are you going offense? Are you going like I'm not saying Mike McDaniel, but
you low key need someone who's just kind of been like just an
Yeah.
experienced coach.
I-
Just
no,
Mike
obviously-
McCarthy?
just don't-
Yeah, I
honestly,
mean, yeah,
honestly, yes,
yeah, I
yes.
mean,
I didn't want to because I thought it'd be
I
make
was-
fun of it. Yes.
no.
I was gonna
like
say-
he's in this. He's his name is out there.
He's the perfect name. I was thinking not this guy, but like you go get Jimmy Johnson. Like you go get somebody that's gonna get you over the hump.
knows what it takes
And
to
Mike
win and all that.
McCarthy, I mean,
Well,
I
no,
think he's
don't
a
do
bit-
that.
I think he's a better coach than people give him credit
Well,
for.
yeah, but there's that's Mike Brown vibes. Like Mike McCarthy gonna get
Mike
you over the
McCarthy,
Mike's
hump.
better than Mike Brown. Mike
McCarthy,
McCarthy's
he
better than
is,
Mike Brown,
and he's
yeah.
hoisted a title
His own.
as the coach.
What decade?
What decade did Mike Brown?
Man, you really
2012, right?
Mike,
Was
you,
it?
you really
2010.
Oh,
you
man.
really
These years are
you
slipping by
really
now.
you really get by with one in this league.
You do.
But he's won.
You
He's been
get
to
by
he's
with
been to
he's
playoffs,
won.
though.
Like I bet you, if we look right
I'm
now,
not saying no. I'm so sorry. I'm not saying Mike McCarthy is not good.
Mhm.
I'm saying for what Buffalo needs, we're talking about a coach that gets them over the top. We're designating that as Mike McCarthy,
It's the
a guy who
it's-
regularly finished 12-4.
It's the stability. You know he's going to get you to the playoffs every year. And it's like, all right, Josh, and just insert move that we made.
Well, they
here.
already get to the playoffs.
Like, just Mike has been you're making sense, but it's
Yeah.
just Mike is just a different voice that's been there as well.
I hear what you're saying, but if we look right now, Mike McCarthy's win percentage is probably like
it's insane.
742.
But with Buffalo, but that's the problem with Buffalo versus Tennessee, Buffalo versus Arizona, Buffalo versus Las Vegas. You're not trying to run up your win percentage.
Mm-hmm.
The only win percentage you're trying to run up is your postseason win percentage. And we have no way of knowing, but Buffalo, eliminates 2 of those stupid mistakes, winds up winning that game versus Denver, and loses next week to New England. The result might be exactly the same. There may have been one expectation for Sean McDermott this season, postseason, whatever. I don't hate the idea of Mike McCarthy. I just don't like the idea that he's the guy who's going to get you over the top.
Which is
no.
I don't even know if there's a guy that's going to get you over the top.
There isn't. And
well,
that's why
you're
I
rolling
like,
the dice on someone.
That's why I don't
my
necessarily like firing coaches like this, like
Sure.
Sean McDermott, or I know this isn't even reality, but when they talk about Kyle Shanahan, like who are you going to go get?
No, I got you.
You're going to go get Bill Walsh. He's not available, obviously. RIP. You know,
Are we sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Like they're the people that you think can get you
About
over
Rex
the hump.
Ryan, TC?
The feet guy.
Hey, it's TC's guy.
Maybe Rex goes to Buffalo.
Leader of men, I believe, is what he was referred to as.
Rex Ryan was I think angling for that Giants job on Get Up.
He's angling for every
the best job in the league. I'm so happy for John Harbaugh.
He literally told us he was getting hired as the coach of some team, in which he very much did not get hired for that job. And he never will again.
I can't remember. I remember
I don't
that.
think so. I feel like it was the Cowboys, but I don't remember. I don't remember.
Oh, we don't know because he didn't get hired.
That's right. That's right. And I don't think he ever will. We'll come back. We really did not cover this from the angle. The killer elephant really just kind of threw this conversation off. We'll come back. I'd like to hear from the 49ers perspective what Robert Saleh's hiring in Tennessee means. Plus, I don't know that it was the most iconic college football season, but we might have gotten an iconic result. And I'll tell you the sad realization that I came to last night when D'Lo and Casey returned here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Yeah, that's a good. I can't tell if Russ is being serious or not. Garrett has interviewed with someone, right?
Titans.
Yeah.
Titans, I think.
Oh, was it the Titans?
I think it's
oh,
from.
wow.
He's got a Nashville connection, I think, from there or something like that.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
See, but I don't think Jason Garrett is Mike McCarthy.
He's not.
Yesterday on Twitter, after Malachi Tony's, I think it was before his touchdown, he was just like, he had a big drive there.
Anthony Thomas walked so he could run.
I tweeted out, I said, the Niners should just draft Malachi Tony and see what the NFL says.
Well,
Like, just
Kenny,
draft him.
you know
The
he's not.
amount of people.
You know he's not eligible.
You can't do it. He's not eligible. You can't do it. No. He's only 18. You can't. No, he can't do it.
All right.
All right. Shut the hell up.
Remind me to never tell a joke around you. Kenny's essentially saying, yeah, they should kidnap him, make him a 49er, and you guys want to be serious about it.
You just can't do it. I mean, it's illegal. It's against the rules. All right, guys. I'm leaving this conversation.
I look at Tony's probably more eligible to play for his high school team right now than he is.
Right.
Anyone else.
They could play varsity somewhere. Shout out to Emmanuel Acho. He had a take.
Just never, never a
He had a
shout-out to him.
take.
I've got him muted on Twitter.
He's okay with me. Like he's fine. He's kind of corny, but he sometimes like he gets into his bag of like he does like some film breakdown stuff, and it's actually he does an all right job.
I just don't like when you play the character and stuff like that. Like, just be
Yeah,
yourself.
he's a little too cheesy for me. But he tweeted out, he's like, or it was a clip. I didn't watch the clip, but he's like, Niners are in big trouble with Robert Saleh. Kyle Shanahan's in trouble. He's in trouble. We saw what happened when Saleh left the first time. They went from top 5 to bottom 15 type defense. Sir,
That was oddly specific.
Well, not even the fact that they made 3 NFC championship games in a Super Bowl. And I think they were like top 5 both years DeMeco Ryans was there. You're just talking now at this point.
Yeah, it was. Was DeMeco after Robert Saleh?
Mm-hmm.
Right after, and then he was gone immediately.
Yeah,
it wasn't the Robert Saleh leaving that was the problem. It was the DeMeco Ryan leaving that was the problem.
And even then, they made the Super Bowl with Steve Wilkes. And off the top of my head, that defense waned a little bit as the season went along, but I think it was like a top 10 defense. So we can talk about it right now. I'm not that. I want him to stay. I wanted Saleh to stay because I think he's a good coach and he did a good job with his defense. But he got a job offer. He's gone. It's okay.
If he's not gonna,
It's okay.
If he's not gonna be there though, they have to make some additions. Then I think Robert Saleh as a coach, it's like I can put any guy in a position and make him successful. Kind of what we've seen this season after Fred Warner and Nick Bosa were out. The Niners were like 15th in points per game, given up like 22 points per game or something like that. So I mean, it's pretty good given all the injuries that they dealt with. But I don't know if the next coach is going to be able to do that.
Robert Saleh, he started out really strong, and I think this also coincides with having the players, right? Like people started getting hurt, and he was playing, 4th string and practice squad guys. But as the season went along, he started to have these moments that I had a problem with when he was first around. And I
remember these conversations the first time around.
Yeah, and it was just he'd always just kind of sit in that zone, and if somebody was tearing the zone up, didn't really make any adjustments, didn't have a change up. And it was just, I don't know, there was just something off, like with his play calling, with his scheme. They were going to lose regardless on Saturday night. It wasn't his fault. It wasn't the scheme's fault or anything else like that. But it was laid out perfectly on Shaheed's end around. And it could have just been bad timing with the play call and perfect timing for the Seahawks for the offensive play call they had. But Troy Aikman was like, yeah, there was just nobody over there. And we'll go to the aerial view, and you see the cornerbacks just go up. They went like 11 yards off the line of scrimmage before the snap. And he's like, yeah, there's just nobody there. It's, I guess, the perfect play call for this defense. But he did that so often. And I remember we had the conversation with Kyle Matson when I think it was Fred Warner got hurt. Maybe it was Bosa. But I was just like, they're just dying by paper cuts. Like, he keeps sitting back. He's sitting in the zone. They're just picking the zone apart. Like, if you're so confused about roles and all this other stuff, I feel in certain situations, the easier thing to comprehend or to just kind of coach is like, hey,
We're going to man up. 2 safeties high, we're manning up here. Instead of, oh, no, I got this on. Well, I haven't been in this position. What happens if this? It just gets confusing. So I say all that to say, I think he did an excellent job this year. But I don't know. I scheme-wise, I saw some things that frustrated me again with Robert Saleh. And I think that whether it's KJ Wright, whether it's somebody else that you bring in, I'm anxious to see what they can do. Because there's only really been one guy. Well, I think Sorensen was the guy last year. He wasn't very good at all. But Steve Wilkes was a little frustrating too. But D'Amico was fine. He found Robert Saleh. Robert Saleh was almost getting fired before, Kyle and John got the players around to fit what he was trying to do. So I definitely think there's life after Robert Saleh. It's not the worst thing in the world. The players are what matters to me.
Is it August of 2020 we took the air?
Mm-hmm.
Robert Saleh, D'Amico, Steve Wilkes, Robert Saleh. Those are the coordinators that Kyle Shanahan has had. Am I missing anyone?
Yeah, the guy last year, I think it was Sorensen. I think it was
Sorensen.
Yeah,
that's right.
And he was
right.
He was
right
bad.
because Robert was back for 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
So he was bad.
Wilkes got fired after the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
When Kyle
Wilkes was the
Kyle,
coach from the booth versus coach from the field.
Yeah. And in the final drive of the Super Bowl, Kyle had to call a timeout because he said,
I remember that.
The
Yeah.
F are you doing? These guys are 14 yards off the line of scrimmage.
So with all of that in mind, and maybe the hire last year kind of blows this up. It feels like, especially with Robert Saleh, especially the second stint with Robert Saleh, Kyle is hiring guys who he knows probably won't be around.
Mm-hmm.
Right? D'Amico, maybe you didn't know it would be that quick, but my guess is he knew, hey, man, I got a really talented young coordinator here. His time will come. Maybe he didn't know it was going to happen as quickly as it did, but the idea of it happening quicker. Steve Wilkes, I imagine he thought would be around a little bit longer. It wound up not working out. You move on. He's had a couple of hires in a row that didn't necessarily work out. Does Kyle just go back to, maybe for lack of a better phrasing, a head coach who's between jobs? Or in D'Amico's case, I guess is Robert's case too, a coach that hasn't been hired yet?
I would go the former. I would go with a guy like Jim Schwartz, like that's established. Because I think where the 49ers are
Jim Schwartz just took a job, didn't he?
He did.
I think so.
Did he, like, today?
Or did he? Or was he just interviewing?
He's taking interviews. He's interviewed twice for that Browns job. He's
maybe
there.
that's what I saw. Maybe I saw he interviewed twice for the Browns job.
Bringing a guy like
That's
Jim
what it
Schwartz,
was.
He's with you.
That's exactly what it was.
Yeah, and he may end up getting another coaching job too, if he does a really good job with the 49ers. If he was with the 49ers, but I want a guy like that. It feels like I don't have time to.
But that's not what Saleh or D'Amico was.
Yeah, but you at the time with Saleh specifically had a little time to grow with somebody.
Yeah.
He identified D'Amico.
And D'Amico was in-house.
Yeah. He identified like, oh, Saleh's gone.
Mm-hmm.
This guy ready to do that.
Yeah.
And it's probably going to be gone. After that, I don't think there was anybody in-house. That's why he went with Wilkes.
Sure.
There was nobody in-house to take care of that. And then he thought he had
and
that.
It's probably because D'Amico got hired so quickly, he didn't have an opportunity to do that.
Right. So I don't know. I've heard people talking about KJ Wright, former Seahawks linebacker, who was he's been there, I think, about three years or so, working on that staff on the defensive side of the ball. People are talking about maybe him. I don't know, man. I'd want to go with somebody that's established. Like I said, a Schwartz, or what's my man who just got fired? Raheem Morris.
Morris,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I'd try to go there, see. I know Vance Joseph, I think, is in Denver, but I'd want somebody in that vein.
Like a Vic Fangio type, where it's like,
yes.
You're going to be a coordinator here. Like, you're not really looking to leave, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. At the very least, you're going to be a coordinator for a couple years. Even if you're Schwartz and you say, hey, I want to be a head coach again, that might at least give me 2 years.
But if you're someone like Vance Joseph, do you lobby to get to San Francisco?
Yeah, I mean, he might already just feel like I'm already in a position where I'm going to catapult to head coach. He doesn't have to. I was just kind of thinking of
No, I got you. I just don't know if that's true. I don't. But maybe he is. I would just look at Kyle's track history with Robert Saleh being a good example. You go become a head coach. The New York Jets job is never going to be good. It's probably not going to be held against you in a lot of regards. You come back 1 year. It was an incredible year. I don't know if you could even throw D'Amico in this. If any of the previous coordinators during our time on the air for Kyle Shanahan could have done what Robert Saleh did for the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, he did a fantastic job. He
given what he was faced with week after week after week after week, and the goalpost, so to speak, kept moving for him. Something kept changing. Something kept happening. He kept losing somebody, and he essentially was all right.
Yeah,
cool.
I give him a bit of a pass, like for some of my frustrations that I have with the play calling and stuff like that. He might have been forced into calling games a certain way, the bend but don't break type of defense, because I don't have the horses to just go out there and just do whatever. I got to make sure I give these guys an opportunity to keep the game close for this offense. And that may have not necessarily been what he wanted to do, but what he was forced into. So I always take that into account as well. I would have loved to have him come back as defensive coordinator. I know that as much as I have my frustrations and my questions about it, I would love for him to be back, but he's gone. Good luck in Tennessee.
He's off to Tennessee. Yeah, just not just not the job that I thought was going to be his. It definitely. You said it it was a few months ago that Robert Saleh was going to, be in this, he was likely going to land a head coaching job. And I just kept thinking like, not after what happened with New York. I think he sticks around one more year. And then it became clear, one, by the job he was doing, two, with the amount of jobs that were available, he is getting a coaching gig. I was just hoping it would be one of the more high profile jobs.
It kind of feels like they not like they got stuck with each other, but more so it's like, hey, you haven't been hired yet. Like, we wanted to talk to 3 other guys. They got hired. Like, it's kind of like the
Harbaugh was one.
Yeah, Harbaugh, Stefanski, and Hafley were supposed to meet with them like in person and stuff, but all got hired right before.
Stefanski.
Stefanski gets to pick his GM.
Jesse, you kind of alluded.
I want Vlade. Give me someone with no accountability.
You kind of alluded to it a little bit in the last segment. I want to know what both of you guys. So you think the Raiders' job is a good job?
I think it's a good job, not considering the Ravens and Bills jobs.
I think it's a good job
quarterbacks, too. But I think after yesterday's college football game, I'd take Mendoza 1, and I'm trading Max Crosby if I'm worried about getting more picks.
That's interesting.
I like the aspect that it's a potentially a blank slate, and there's a little. It's always a gamble to say that, but there's a little bit. Feels like there might be a little bit of job security there, because it's like they're not going to
can't do it again. Yeah. Well,
there's some pieces, or
no, there definitely, there is, and then you have either a contributor on the defensive end, or you have a movable piece on the defensive end that can net you something in return. Okay, I want to transition to the national championship because you brought up Mendoza, but I do want to ask: is the shadow of Brady a little too large in Las Vegas right now?
Like for your quarterback or for your front office?
The organization?
I don't think so.
Because this isn't like, I get Spytek as the general manager. He's not going to be the headline.
Well, yeah, no, Brady and Mark Davis were the ones who was like focused on yesterday at the national championship.
And it'll be Brady more than Mark. When the actual hire is made, the angle will be, why did Tom Brady decide that this was the guy?
Do we
and that'll probably be true for the pick too. Sorry.
Do we know how involved Tom is?
Absolutely not.
And that's the thing that I feel like I would.
But we know he's involved.
Right.
I think he brought in Spy Tech.
That's
though,
that's
right?
100%. I believe that's accurate. That's his guy.
I'd want to know, like, what is it, Tom? Like, I'm not even going to argue with whatever the answer is. But are you making the decisions, or is Spy Tech making the decisions, and you're just an advisor? But you talk about the shadow. It's kind of murky. It's like, okay, well, is Tom? How much say so does he have? Like, I want to know one way or the other, and I think that poses a bigger problem than actually being definitive with whose decision these hires are.
You brought up Jesse Fernando Mendoza and his performance last night, and you have settled in on him as the number 1 overall pick in the draft for the Las Vegas Raiders. I had a maybe slightly different feeling watching that game. I felt like if you liked him entering the game, nothing changed your mind. If you didn't like him entering in that game, nothing changed your mind. I feel like you walked in with a perception of Fernando Mendoza, and you walked out with the same exact perception.
He doesn't have the strongest arm or anything like that, but for me, it feels like he's going to be a guy who's not really going to make too many mistakes. It just seems like he makes the right throws. It's just in the right spots and things like that. I think
that's fine.
Like he's not the strongest quarterback, but I think he is.
So stop right there. Stop right there.
Yeah.
With the number 1 pick in the draft, can you afford to make concessions?
I don't think he's much like he's about the same as Cam Ward to me.
I don't know about that one.
Like Cam Ward has talent and stuff, but like Cam Ward is not like this generational prospect or anything like that. And he still went 1 last year. And like it's a weak quarterback class this year. Mendoza, I don't know like what other years Mendoza's going 1, but I think he's good enough to where you can take him 1.
Dante Moore might have thought he was going 1. That's what he was like, I'm not going to the Jets. I'm going to Oregon.
Dante Moore was like, I might go 1 or 2.
Like Cam Ward has a better arm than Mendoza, but I don't think there's a clear level between the two guys.
What you said is always interesting when you talk about these quarterbacks. Would Mendoza go 1 next year or the previous year? And the answer,
I don't think he would have gone number 1 last year.
Yeah,
it felt like that was Cam's draft.
So it's like you can only make picks obviously in the draft that you're in, but when you think about something like that, you ask yourself, am I making the pick because I think he's a great prospect or just because he's in this draft? You know what I mean? To your point, like making concessions on a quarterback, like there's things I'm not crazy about him, but he's a quarterback and we have the number 1 pick, so we got to take him. Like, should you be doing that?
Well, I'd also consult the big board, right? You have the positions, and then you have the big board. Who is because you can take whoever you want. Who do you think is the best player in this draft? As long as you don't think it's a running back, like you're probably fine in that regard. I don't know that you roll the dice and take something like a wide receiver. Like there are parameters even to the big board. But if you think it's an offensive lineman, and that offensive lineman is, how do you have them graded out versus Mendoza? We talk about this all of the time. How do you, if Mendoza's not your guy, who do you have graded better than him? How much better than him? And how big of a need is that position group? And I think that's how you have to do it.
I think
especially when you need so many different things like the Las Vegas Raiders do. Sorry, Jesse.
I think Mendoza can be a good quarterback in the NFL. I'm not going to say he's like top 5 or elite or do anything crazy. I think he'd be a good quarterback, and I think his decision making will help him and things like that. He'll kind of play in control. That's just kind of the vibe I get from him. And also, so like with that, if you're not taking him this year, fine, trade the pick, do whatever you want with it. What is your plan at quarterback then? Like, what are you going to do then?
And that's
like you're not going to have, like, chances are you're not going to have the number 1 pick next year. And it's like, you're going to take your quarterback maybe at 7, or, 2 other teams got their guy. So now I got the 3rd best guy in this draft. Like, what is your plan then?
My plan is I'm not ready for the quarterback yet. I might trot out Geno out there as I get better on defense and get better on the offensive line and get some more weapons out there. I'm not ready for the quarterback yet. And whether I, maybe draft somebody in the 2nd or 3rd round or just I don't think you can completely punt on taking a quarterback or something like that. But I'm a big proponent of you keep taking quarterbacks until you find one. So, like, I'll take one in the second, third, or fourth round this year. And if I'm sorry again next year and I've got a top 10 pick, all right, let me see what that quarterback
You're going to get fired,
like.
though.
How?
Because you keep taking a bad quarterback. If you don't have a good quarterback or just a quarterback, you're going to keep losing. If you keep drafting year after year and you keep taking the wrong guy, it's like, that's not going to work out.
But
like you taking a guy in the third round next year, what if he's not even as good as Mendoza that you could have had this year? Like, what was the point of that then?
No, so the taking quarterbacks every year, I'm not proclaiming when I make this decision and take this quarterback, I'm not proclaiming him to be franchised. It's a guy that was intriguing, in the third or fourth round. The one to take him, see what I got. If he's not it, next year I'll be taking a quarterback probably in the first round. At that point, I should be ready, to take my quarterback. I've had top 5 picks in the last 2 drafts. I probably accumulated a lot of different picks through trades and things of that nature. Then I should be ready to get the franchise guy. But I don't know if I'm ready this year.
I don't know, because like if you got the offensive line, you got the receivers, and just you got the team that's ready now, like that's probably a middling team. And again, you're probably picking 15th, or just like you're not picking as high as you could have this year. Like
I mean, and I could take the quarterback at 15, 13, 14, 15. I could do that.
But again, my point is that you take him at 15 again, but 2 other quarterbacks have been taken in that draft, and you passed on the number 1 guy here. Like it's kind of a value thing. Like, is the guy you're taking then going to be better than Mendoza that you're taking now?
Maybe
like kicking the can down the road. Just like I said, feels like just not deciding on your franchise guy for 3 years feels like a recipe for a firing.
He might be, because I think we feel like, and I'm not speaking for anybody, but we feel like in a real quarterback draft, Mendoza wouldn't be anything but like a second round guy.
Like, is anyone sold on Arch Manning or Lenore Sellers then?
I think they're better prospects.
You think they're better right now, though?
If
they have to turn into it, but are they better right now?
Do you think Arch would go number 1 if he was in the draft?
This year, no. Mendoza's going 1.
Maybe. I really like Mendoza, the young man, the competitor, the leader. Like, he has all those attributes on lock. He's number 1 in all those attributes. The only thing that is a concern is his physical traits, and does it transfer to the NFL? But everything about his leadership skills, his personality, that's number 1 pick in the draft, leader type stuff. I love everything that I see from him whenever he speaks, all that stuff. And he seems to be a guy, at least from the fan base and from that locker room, that people tend to rally around and get behind. And that matters. That's a reason for taking him number 1. He may not be the most skilled guy, but he's a true leader. And maybe that's something that you can work with and work around. I'm a big fan. And I know it may not sound like it because I'm not sold on taking him number 1. I'm a big fan of Mendoza, the man.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
And the leader.
Yeah. And those were things that stuck out a little bit last night. Like, this wasn't the most iconic college football season, and iconic is a big word. He's 16-0, and it's not Bama, it's not Clemson, it's not Florida State or Florida or Ohio State or Michigan. This is Indiana. This is Bobby Knight School.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a season and perhaps a title game that spoke to the change in college football. We see it in basketball every March, and now that we have it's going to be tough work for some schools, to get to the tournament, the college football tournament. But when you do, like, it seems silly, particularly after the Ohio State game in the Big Ten to think there was any team in the country better than Indiana. They beat everybody. And last night's the first half, I was really thinking, man, this game is not going the way like I expected. Not even like win or lose or anything like that. But then the second half happened, and it was like, okay, this is a lot closer to what I thought this game would be. And there was a moment in the fourth quarter. I loved Indiana's play calling, by the way, in the final minutes where they were playing to put the game away. I loved their play calling until that penalty. It felt like when they picked up, I remember it was offsides penalty or false start penalty.
Like
yeah, of course, false start.
Second and one, yeah.
Second and one, yeah. It felt like they got conservative after that and were okay kicking the field goal. They were so, and maybe that's the right call, but they were so aggressive. They were like, we're playing to win this game. We're doing nothing else other than playing to win this game. And then I had a realization when watching Miami and Carson Beck on that final drive that sums up my feelings on this college football season and perhaps on college football in general. So I'll share that with you. If you're waiting for Trysta Krick, she's going to be here, but she's going to be here a little later than normal. Instead of 2 o'clock, she's going to be with us at 2:45. So not missing out on Trysta today, not missing out on Jason Jones. A lot we want to talk to Jason Jones about, not just his new quarterback, but about the NBA on MLK Day. So that's all ahead here. It's Steele and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino in Sacramento, sports leader ESPN 1320.
Some of you guys, Scooter understands what I'm talking about. You got to have. I'm leery of taking a quarterback when you have nothing around him. And for those that are so quick to type and not think or understand what's going on, nothing is a done deal or a guarantee. But I saw Alex Smith with the 49ers. He was the number one pick. He was a good, smart guy, leader, did a really good job at Utah. But he wasn't like this unbelievable athlete or nothing like that. And there was nothing with the 49ers, and he got destroyed. He had no weapons. He had no line. He had no defense. And he got destroyed. I think the Raiders he's got at least one weapon.
They got cap space too, though.
Yeah. Well,
it shouldn't take you 3-4 years, though, to get weapons for your quarterback. Like, that's just bad. That's just, then your front office sucked.
They might suck.
That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, but I don't think that you don't pass on the quarterback because of that, though. Like, you don't pass on the most important position. It's just, now John Spytek and Tom Brady, you got to get the right guys in there now. It shouldn't take you 3-4 years.
And I ain't even saying 3-4 years. I'm talking about the first year Alex Smith got destroyed. And I think it set him back a little bit as an NFL quarterback, got him in a situation where he's a little anxious back there. You see that with a guy like David Carr. You see that with Sam Darnold. Like it could mess these guys up. Hopefully, if Mendoza is the number one pick and he goes to the Raiders, they got a little bit more there than the Niners or the Jets had at that time. They invested in the offensive line in this past draft. I think the second and third round picks were both offensive linemen, and they weren't able to help out. So, hopefully for their sake, that's more of a Pete Carroll, Chip Kelly type thing.
Yeah, Pete Carroll. They had a second rounder. I think they were keeping on the shelf because Pete Carroll felt he wasn't ready. But it's like, what did you draft him for?
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure. But these are things nothing is set in stone. These are just things that you think about and that you worry about, and you hope that's not the case if they go with Mendoza. Hopefully they go with Mendoza and all the cap space and all this other stuff that people talk about. They're able to put some things around them
to protect him. Ashton Genty, who looks like a fantastic running back when he has an opportunity to run the ball, will help out with that as well. So I would trade. I wouldn't. I'll put it to you like this: I wouldn't keep Max and the number 1 pick. One of those things got to go.
I think you trade Max. I don't think Max really has a place on that team right now.
Yeah, I trade Max.
Timelines.
Yeah.
That's fine. Max doesn't want to be traded, but that's not necessarily my thing.
Yeah, I don't have much to do with.
I would like a first-round pick and some other picks for Max Crosby.
Yeah, Max,
good for Max.
What is Max Crosby going to do for me the next 3 years when we're rebuilding?
Right.
Trysta Krick, normally with us at 2:00 on Tuesday. She's going to be with us coming up at 2:45. We were talking Raiders, Fernando Mendoza, and the game last night. We were marveling at Indiana's play calling there, not just throughout the game, but in the final.
That fourth down play call was fantastic. The effort by Mendoza on that play is iconic.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That was great. I was going for Miami, but I'm watching the game and I just enjoyed watching what Indiana was doing and what they were able to pull off. That was a really good game. I got a little upset at Reese. I didn't get upset with him, but that's aggressive. But I was watching, you know me, during these national championship games, I go to my alternate program.
Broadcast. Yeah.
And I went to the coaches, to the film room joint.
Okay.
And even though they had Mike Gundy there, they had a few other coaches there.
Okay.
And I just enjoyed hearing them talk about strategy and, hey, because I think I got to them in the second half. They're like, yeah, you got to start thinking when Indiana went up 10, they're like, yeah, you got to start kind of expanding where you would consider going for it on fourth down. Whereas maybe on the Indiana side at the 45, would be your marker of saying we're going for it on fourth down.
Mm-hmm.
It's the fourth quarter, you're down 10. You might have 3 more possessions left. You might have to extend that by 10 to 15 yards.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're on your own 40 and it's a good down and distance, you make it little stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that you think about as a coach. And Reese comes in there and he's watching the game with me and he goes, is this a recording or is this live? I said, no, it's live. It's alternate broadcast. This is the coaches, the film room where you understand, kind of the coaching aspect of the game. He goes, do they have the regular broadcast available? Like can you watch it like you normally do? It's like, yeah, but I'm trying to learn about the coaches. Just seems like it'd be a little bit more exciting if it was on the regular broadcast as opposed to this one.
It would be exciting, son, if you paid rent. That'd be really exciting.
He's got a point. I mean,
you don't get
who's ever been like, yeah, remember Mike Gundy's call when he was breaking down the last touchdown 5 years ago? Like, no.
Reese is 13. Yeah, you don't get it. You don't get a say on what version of the game we watch.
All right, Dad, I guess we'll break down cover 2 the next week.
You're smarter for this, son.
Yeah, you need to know what the cover 2. And then the guy, one of the things he did was he broke down, I can't even remember what it was called, but it was like the 1 gap, the 2 gap, the 2I, the 3I, the 3U, like we're all the.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Reese is right, bro. Put the real game on.
And usually at the start of the fourth quarter, I go to the original broadcast. This was halfway through the third quarter. And I had to switch before the fourth quarter because I was like, I'm tired of listening to you complain about this. You're taking the enjoyment away from the game.
Okay, Reese. I'm sure Mike Gundy sitting there with a little spit cup for his tobacco. Like, yeah, I'd run it, do this.
Oh, one of the coaches was pissed off at Carson Beck. He's like, I don't like his demeanor.
I don't like his demeanor. His hands going up, palms to the air. You can't do that. You're the leader. This is a national champion. See, and then 5 minutes later, see, he's doing it again. He's doing it. I'm telling you, I don't like this. I don't like this at all.
What coach was this?
I don't even know who this guy was.
Now, to be in Reese's defense, you don't need to be on those alternate broadcasts very long.
They were doing a good job.
Kenny keeping the Manning cast alive.
Look, man,
I think
they weren't doing that good of a job. It's like
learning the
it's
game.
cool.
They were breaking it down.
What did you learn? 3 things that you learned from it.
I learned when, like I told you, when I need to go to a different spot on the field for where I would go for it on 4th down. You know who should watch that is Ben Johnson. He should have been watching the film room.
About Dan Campbell.
Campbell, absolutely.
Isn't that just the coach's philosophy?
Yeah, no, they're wrong, so they need to watch that. I'm going to send it to them. Watch this.
Oh, how was the Office episode?
You said there was nothing to do last night.
Yeah, I didn't get to it. I didn't get, because then I ended up going to the gym because I had time, because Ryan got in trouble last night. She got sent to bed early. So I had time to go to the gym and actually shoot before it closed.
You had more time to watch The Office, what it sounds like.
Well, you have a gym in your backyard.
That's true, yeah,
and your garage. You have 2 gyms.
You know what the weather? Well, it's not the same out here.
It was foggy.
Yeah,
it was
and it's wet on the court and everything. So no,
your cleaning crew didn't.
I don't have a cleaning crew. So I say that to say, from like 10 to 11, I was like, oh man, I'm gonna go to the gym, shoot around a little bit. Did that, came home, hit the actual weights, and then I had to watch Celtics Pistons. So I just think it was a good game, though.
Yeah, that was a hell of a game.
Hey, it's the Jason Tatum away, I tell you.
You got an all-star in Jaylen Brown.
We're gonna talk about that game. I got a take.
Whoa, okay. Well, we'll get to that. I want just let me mention.
Yeah, my
this.
bad. Yeah.
No, I just
Reese messed everything up.
I just mentioned this. Oh, leave Reese alone. He's okay. You could check in on the alternate broadcast for a couple minutes. You ain't got to sit there for a whole half.
Over here.
Like, yeah,
him,
like at first, I'm like, hey, young man, you don't get a say in this. Sit down. You know, he actually has a point. Don't sit there and watch that for 20 minutes.
He could have learned something. You don't even play football.
You're going to send Reese to school the next day talking about the coach's cast when he's talking to his friends about it? Yeah, Mike Gundy had some real nice things to say. No, don't talk to me about the game, Reese. That's how that's going to go.
Hey, Mr. Taylor, do you know when you go for it on 4th down? Do you know what part of the field you're supposed to be on? His dad made me watch this crap last night.
That was an incredible call when Mendoza scored. Yeah, sorry, Dad had it on Mike Gundy.
Yeah, no, sorry. I was watching some coach scream about Carson Beck's body language.
I wouldn't draft him though if it was me.
Reese gonna overtell the story so much. There's gonna be a knock on the Caraway house today. Mr. Caraway, we've got some disturbing comments from your son at school today. We just wanted to do a wellness check.
He's gonna be too smart to talk sports with his friends and be talking with his teachers and stuff.
Do you know what a cover 3 is? No. So get out of my face.
Let me tell you about the Tampa 2 guys.
And that's the beginning of Reese's book, Why He Had No Friends in Junior High. He kept talking about cover 3 and where to spot the ball for a 4th down.
Spent my time drawing up playbooks.
Kyle Shanahan. That's what Kyle did. Young Kyle Shanahan. Did you see?
Kenny might have been on the
Kyle Shanahan's dad was Mike. It's not the same.
Yeah. Have you seen the clip of him on the sidelines for the Packers-Broncos Super Bowl?
I don't think I have.
He's like 14 or 15 years old.
Okay.
And he's like one of the guys that carries the footballs, and that was his job. But
okay,
it was kind of, I had never seen that till like a couple months ago.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Kyle Shanahan on the sidelines of the Super Bowl, little teenage Kyle Shanahan. Yeah, that was pretty cool. That's who Reese could have been. But he didn't want to watch.
Did they lose that one too?
No, they won.
No, they won that one. Yeah. Before we leave the college football championship, we were talking about Indiana's play calling there on that final drive that resulted in the field goal. Then Carson Beck gets the ball, and Miami's moving the ball pretty well. And watching Carson Beck, I had a realization, like immediate, like I've watched this young man win 2 national championships already for a different school. And here he is, like a quarterback that signed as a free agent, leading Miami at the time, leading Miami to a potential national championship winning game game-winning score. And, obviously it ends, with the interception. And I just watched that. Like, I don't think I'll ever love college football the same again, because we've talked on more than one occasion this season about how I just kind of passively watched. There was no appointment viewing for me. Ohio State and Michigan was like fine, but like, if you're gloating with your friends that went to Michigan who are Michigan fans and you're talking trash, it's like, it's more fun when there's stakes. Like, the stake was Michigan might have gotten into the 12. Might have. I mean, God knows what else would have happened with Michigan had they gotten into the college football playoff.
Crazy.
But, does that situation even happen? Yeah. Does it? Like, I don't know, but I didn't feel the need to come in and, Ohio State won, because in the end, if they had lost, it wouldn't have mattered. Like, Michigan beat Ohio State last year. Ohio State won the national championship. When that game meant something, someone missed out. Like that classic, what was it, 42-39, 10 years ago or whatever it was. Michigan missed out on a chance to win the national championship because of that game. That doesn't exist anymore. And looking at a player who was such a factor in 2 national championships, leading a different school to a national championship, was just kind of it was really the perfect end of the season for me, because it was like, and this is as old man get off my lawn as you can get. The game is different, and I'll always see it and pay attention to it. I just don't know that I'll ever love it the same way. The stakes will always be different. Like this, or in some cases non-existent. And that was the perfect end to the season for me. It was like, yeah, this is all very, very different.
Yeah,
now we got Duke suing a player because of a potential NIL violation. The second lawsuit against the student athlete, and it's like, we said when this all started, if you're college football, you're the NCAA, whatever, you just got to take it. You don't have a choice. But behind the scenes, you better be working out a way to fix this. Whether it's a collective bargaining agreement, whether it's a contract, like whatever, you're going to have to, because the transfer portal and the institution of NILs has been a deadly combination to college sports. And no, I just don't love it the way I used to.
I feel the same way, and I love it. I love college football. I love college basketball, but I definitely don't love it the same way. It's not the same, and I wonder if it'll ever be the same again. I think it was a double-edged sword when for decades it was like, pay the players. They deserve to be paid. And the second you did that, Pandora's box was open. I joked about it a little bit before the show when we were kind of talking about this. I said, I liked it better when they were paid illegally.
Right. Right.
That's when things were still, you could still have some semblance of college football and college sports in general. But
and if a national title got stripped a time or two, so be it. No one cares.
Did they wait too long? Was this avoidable? Like, I saw a tweet said like they should have just let the kids back then have sponsorship deals where it's like, yeah, so and so Shabazz Napier has a deal with Ford in Connecticut or whatever. It's like they can sign their deals and like get things that way rather than now. It's just like Kenny said, it's Pandora's box is open.
I think it would have always been like this. I think it would have always been like this because
it would have always been something.
Like this player can now sell his whatever autographs and things like that and make money that way. But like now it's just like these guys are professionals.
And what's really a killer is the transfer portal. We talked about it before, but the transfer portal is just, that is what's destroying everything. Because to a certain degree, if that didn't exist, there wouldn't be no Carson Beck. You wouldn't be watching him in Miami and feeling this way.
Shout out Fernando Mendoza was playing at Cal last year.
Yeah, man. And once again, being able to get in that portal and move from school to school without any penalty that's the killer. That's the one that's killing everything. And they're trying, now the schools are suing the kids and stuff like that. They're trying to find different ways around that. But I think that's where it starts. If you want to pay them, if you want them to be able to accept money off their name, image, and likeness, that's fine. But they got to start signing contracts, 2-3 year deals. And like you said, a CBA or something for NCAA student athletes. Because this is, it's bad right now. It's bad. And I love the sport. I love both sports, football and basketball. But it's nasty right now.
How would that even work? Because it's like schools are suing players now because the deals are signed. And it's like, I mean, now the game is like, I could sign this 1 year NIL deal. It's like I figure a player would be able to sue a school back with NCAA if they tried setting rules on the transfer portal now. Because like now people are signing contracts. Like now this is all professional.
If my first thought is the NCAA puts some wording when you sign your letter of intent and all this other stuff to say, if you decide to leave the school, you have to sit out a year. If you decide to leave, the only way that you can't is if the coach leaves the school, or you can file for some type of hardship, like a family hardship type thing like they used to. And that has to be approved. That's going to be looked at by a board. It has to be approved. But if it's not one of those two things, you have to sit out a year if you want to leave.
Can I tell you my concern with that? One, you're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, live on the Odyssey app, iHeart app, live on your smart speaker, live on the radio, YouTube, Twitch as well. If the SEC decides they don't like that proposition from the NCAA, they could get the ACC to not like it either, or the Big Ten, and the different, power. Guess we're down to 4 conferences, and they just go, yeah, we don't like that, so we're just not going to abide by it, because the NCAA without the power is useless. Like the NCAA as it stands, for the most part, is not needed. There's SEC commissioners. There's little oversight, if any. Like they are just not needed the way that they used to. And the rules that need to be set probably need to be set by the conferences. It needs to be the commissioners or presidents of the conferences coming together to determine what the rules should be. And the NCAA comes along and goes, good job, guys. Hit you with the Jason Witten. Good job, guys. And so, that's what we're doing. And keep it moving.
Now, here's what and maybe you can help me figure this out. Who does ESPN have the deal with? Is it
the conference?
Well, no. Well,
or my
right now,
the
college football playoff is with.
This is going to sound insane. Isn't the college football playoff group separate?
That's what I've got to find out. Is it in conjunction with the NCAA? Because the only reason I say because if it is, that's the leverage that the NCAA has. It's like, yeah, you cannot like this and you cannot want to do this, but we signed an 11-year deal. You're gonna do what you're doing after that. After this 11-year deal is done. If the NCAA has any type of collaboration on that college football playoff deal, that would be their leverage to be like, this is what we're doing for the next 10 years. And when you're done, then you can reassess that when you're done, which you're probably already going to do anyway. Like that. Yeah, that's me saying that I'm going to put this restriction in here isn't going to stop you from doing what you're already going to do, which is leave and start your own super league in about 10 years.
Very sorry. Hold on. I'm scanning. I'm scanning as best I can, and I feel like it's very easy to find because I'm seeing ACC. I think the college football playoff is separate. I know this sounds ridiculous. Is separate from the NCAA.
I think it is too. Actually.
So I am 10,000 words into this article before I come to the first NCAA reference, and here's what it says: the agreement with the college football playoff, and that's how they keep referring to it. The agreement with the college football playoff marks ESPN's second significant college sports media rights extension in 2024, following the 8-year deal with the NCAA in January that encompasses exclusive rights to 40 NCAA championship events.
So it sounds
Tell
like
me I'm crazy. They're separate.
they're definitely separate. Like the TV deal and the college football playoff, that's something with the conferences, but the NCAA still has a tie. They still have a tie.
They have a tie, yes.
And it sounds like it's 8 years or maybe 7 years now because that just.
But I don't think that's related to the
January.
to the playoffs. This is dated March 19th, 2024.
Yeah, but you're right.
This is when the college football playoff and ESPN agreed to a new deal.
You're right. And football rules all, but the SEC could say we're leaving in football, but you still got to deal with NCAA and basketball, baseball, all this other stuff. So and you still have to abide by whatever parameters they have. So you still have a relationship with them. So that may give you a 7-year break, 8-year break for them to still abide by that. But like I said, they're going to leave anyway. You can't stop them from leaving. They're gonna, the Big Ten, the SEC, the Big 12 might be in there, and if the ACC can get their stuff together, maybe those three will let them like tag along. But they're gonna start their super league as soon as they can. They're gonna get out of that and start their super league.
But once they know the dollars.
But the whole premise of it is like that's what they kind of should be looking at, is that transfer portal. I think that would
the college football playoff is an independent entity run by the major conferences and Notre Dame.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm.
But you're right. Football is a different animal.
Yeah.
But it's also the driving force.
Yeah, it's the one.
So it's what it's what gets everybody on board.
Yeah. Hey guys, next January, D-Lo and KC hit the road to Las Vegas for the NCAA championship game. I actually really do want to go to that. It's going to be on the West Coast. It's It's a national championship game. I'd want to go to that.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
I don't hate that. I've been resistant to your moves to Las Vegas for years. I'm in.
I think I'm down with that one.
Let's go to the college.
Check that out.
D-Lo and KC, your live and local Sacramento leader, live covering Clemson and, and can Indiana repeat?
Clemson, I didn't even look at the way too early odds. My guess is
I didn't either.
Ohio State.
Got to be.
And Oregon. Because Dante Moore's coming back. So I'm going to say Ohio State and Oregon are the two favorites.
Here they are, way too early college football top 25 rankings. This from CBS, your number one team in the country, the Ohio State University.
Oh.
Number 2. Any guesses?
I just saw an article.
Oh, okay.
But is it Texas?
The University of Texas.
That'd be crazy. Ohio State, Texas for a national championship game would go crazy.
Georgia, Oregon. Number 5 is Notre Dame. We'll do top 10. Texas A&M, Texas Tech. Indiana at number 8. Ann Arbor at number 9. And Oklahoma at number 10.
Show some respect.
I did.
No, say with your chest next time.
Kyle Whittingham's team.
Texas making the national championship game in Las Vegas that'd be crazy.
With Arch Manning as the quarterback.
What's the best case? So Texas is 1. What's the other?
I mean, Texas, Ohio State, Texas, Georgia. I don't know that anyone's, with all due respect, is clamoring to see Indiana there again.
We've seen that movie before. No need for a repeat.
Oregon could be interesting because of
the proximity.
The proximity.
Was Texas Alabama that one game where Colt McCoy's arm fell asleep? He got hit and it was just done for the rest of the
at the Rose Bowl, I believe. Yeah.
Miami would be interesting.
Miami would be interesting.
I didn't actually look to see where Miami
they're
was
like
on that
9
list
or something right now.
Well, I had so these were different lists. I had Kyle Whittingham at 9. I already forgot who was number 10. So it's in the
school.
I said Ann Arbor.
No, the school's name is University of Michigan. You know it would be good.
Depends who you ask.
You know it would be popping. Texas LSU.
Oh, that'd be good. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be Texas would be huge.
Yeah.
For Las Vegas. But another needle mover, LSU, Georgia, Miami. Those would, Ohio State for sure. Those would all be high end.
I don't
moves.
need to see Bama. We don't need to bring Bama out there.
Bama feels
that'd be popping, but nah.
It's starting to feel like it was Nick Saban's Alabama.
Did you see he's coming out with a docuseries?
6 parts, I believe.
Yeah.
6?
Don't do that. Nick said,
I got 90 minutes on Eddie Murphy.
I need an hour on why he lied to me, my father, and all the Dolphins fans saying he wasn't going to take the Alabama job. Yeah, we didn't forget. And why he picked Dante Culpepper. So, yeah, we need 6, maybe
I like
7.
Nick Saban. Yeah, give me. I'm down for 6.
6?
It probably could be 4, to be honest with you. But I'm down with that for 6.
Jeter got 10, so yeah, we can get 6 for Nick Saban.
Jeter needed 3 at most.
No, Jeter needed 0.
Jeter needed 0.
Jeter needed 0.
What are you doing?
Overrated.
What are you doing? That was good. I
bet it was.
El Capitan.
I turned it off right before I thought it was. I watched, and then they got to the big tease for the Alex Rodriguez thing.
Yeah, he hated A-Rod. Cool, great. Turn the show off now.
It's like there were 4 seconds left in the fight, and I just tapped out. I'm John Cena tapping on Gunther, like, get me out of here.
Oh, I got another one that'd be great before we left. I don't think it'll happen, but if SC got there.
Oh yeah, SC to Vegas. Yeah, absolutely. Oh God, the callback for that game would be crazy. We'll come back. Let's shift our attention back to the NBA. Want to show Doug Christie a little bit of love, and there was a hell of a game last night in the Eastern Conference. We'll touch on that as well. Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Oh damn! I just saw it. How long since we forgot about Mitch?
We'll get Mitch when we get back.
Hang in there, Mitch. Or Wayne.
Oh man!
I'm gonna try to lock into college football a little bit more next year.
I
don't know if I can even any more than I do because I watch the games on Saturday. I just don't have a favorite team, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, come on over to Michigan. Come on over to Michigan. You can do that. But it's to me, it's tough with the transfer portal.
Yeah,
like you can't really like get locked in with players and groups and all this other stuff. Like Michigan won the national championship next year. What, I'm supposed to be emotional about that? I don't even know half these kids. I ain't seen them go through nothing. And I hadn't seen the coach go through nothing. So
if I have a team where it's even like a slightly rooting interest, it's Cal, I guess. But that's
yeah.
I had some jerseys when I was a kid. But I don't know. NFL was always king in my house.
I'm kind of all over the place with my college football. Obviously, it's Michigan. It is Michigan. That's number one. Anybody goes against Michigan, yeah, I'm going them number one. But there's a lot of other teams that I like. Like I like Cal. When Stafford was playing well, I like them. I like USC. I like Colorado. I like Miami. I like LSU. Like I like those schools.
I also haven't had a favorite player in college football though for a while too. I guess that's probably what more my bag was.
Malachi Tony.
Yeah, it might be it.
He's gonna be there for a little bit too.
What if the 49ers take him though?
They can't do that. They can't do that. I mean, Jesse, I don't even know why you'd say that. They can't do that.
You should never go on Twitter to be serious.
I saw something where the Rose Bowl is getting a renovation, and isn't it finalized that UCLA is leaving? They're getting a renovation for
I have a hot take. They should put the national championship there every year.
I mean,
I think it's got enough nostalgia, whatever you want to call it. They make it a big game presentation on TV every time. Like it feels like something. I think. Yeah,
I'm not mad at that.
Put the national championship every time.
I'm not mad at that at all. The one time I went to the Rose Bowl, it doesn't seem like the most fun area though.
We're trying to
You got a
revive
park on a golf course.
We're trying to revive college football here, the tradition. Kenny.
Okay.
Man, these kids, they want vibes, not tradition.
Well,
Where were they at yesterday? They were in Miami. That seemed like
Yeah,
fun.
they were in Miami.
Vegas seemed like fun. You go to SoFi, that seemed like fun. New Orleans, don't even get me started.
Miami's a great party town, crappy sports town.
Dos Menitos. Yeah, David Jackson. Rose Bowl. I've only been there once, and it was a little bit of a headache getting in and also leaving. But it was iconic. I was like, damn, I'm at the Rose Bowl. This is great. I want to go there to see a football game.
No, Scooter, these are separate. This is the crappy sports town because they don't care about sports over there.
Don't do that to
I was there. I lived it for like a week. Do you guys have any Dolphin stuff? What are you talking about, guy? That's what they told me. Just messy jerseys and maybe a Miami Heat jersey if you got lucky.
All right, let's get to Mitch. He has been waiting patiently. He dropped the ball a little bit on the insiders, so
I missed that too. I don't know what happened.
He had to kind of wait it out here.
Was that us? Yeah, that was us when he it just was something was going on with his phone.
Oh yes, and he let us hear about it. 916-909-1320. Mitch, what's up, buddy?
Henry D-Lo. How are you, D-Lo? Casey, how you guys doing? Jesse?
What's up, man?
You sound
Sorry
terrific.
to yell at you. All right, good. Sorry to yell at you. I wasn't yelling at you guys. I was ringing on the phone. I apologize.
Mitch, it's okay.
And you said something about the inside. I was on it, and then I couldn't hear anymore.
Oh.
It's a great phone.
Damn Kyle Madsen.
You got an iPhone?
Yeah, I have an iPhone. I got a new one, and I wish I kept the old one.
Well, sometimes it's like that.
Talking about the trade, I think the Golden State Warriors wants Sabonis. They could use a real center. And I think JK's value has gone down. And we definitely cannot give up our first-round picks, especially this year, because I think this year we're going to fall high. We'll be picking high, almost as high as the Raiders. And the Raiders, this is just their luck. I mean, they got to pick Mendoza. I think he's be good. But while I'm hearing more Chad Pennington instead of somebody like Carson Palmer or Barrow from the Bengals.
Oh, you're hearing that's what he plays.
The comps.
Okay, yeah. I thought he was hearing that for going number one.
No. I got you, Mitch. No, he was comparing Fernando Mendoza, saying he's seen more Chad Pennington comps rather than Carson Palmer, and I think he said someone else.
Barrow.
Oh yeah, Joe Barrow
in Cincinnati.
Shout out Chad Pennington. Took my football team to the first playoff appearance I ever saw.
Who was that against the Steelers?
Against the Ravens.
Yeah,
he threw 3 interceptions that game. Damn it!
Who played the Steelers? Was it Tannehill?
No, he tore his ACL. And Matt Moore.
Matt Moore.
And then Bud Dupree decapitated him for a play, and then he came back in, despite, like I said, he was decapitated.
Goodness gracious.
And then Tua had a concussion issue the third time, and Skylar Thompson started that playoff game.
Tua is a concussion issue.
Yeah.
And then the fourth time they played in a snow globe. So that's my playoff experience.
What happens with they didn't play in a snow globe. They played in a freezer.
Yeah, they played in the NHL that day.
Oh yeah, that was the stadium series. There wasn't even no snow. It was too cold to snow. What happens with Tua? What's going on with Tua?
You trade him, and if he's still a Dolphin, then you duct tape him to the bench and don't let him off of it.
No chance he's a Dolphin though, right?
I'm not gonna say no chance because the team might not want to trade for him. But he's not taking another snap.
You hired a
That's how they're
defensive
talking.
guy, right? Was
Yeah,
it the
the
Packers defensive coordinator?
He's got some Niners connection. Richard Sherman's been a big fan of him the last few days on his podcast.
Richard, huh?
That's what I call him.
That's what I call him too. Is his name Richard Sherman? Don't do that. Oh, well, I call him Uncle Sherm. I call him that. I call him Uncle Sherm.
Well, it's better than the alternative, that's for sure. Thanks, Mitch. We appreciate you as always.
Shout out Chad Pennington.
Why not?
Shout out Marshall.
I haven't heard that comp either, by the way.
I've not
Chad
seen it
Pennington.
once.
I haven't
either.
heard
Yeah.
any of those. Yeah.
I haven't heard Chad Pennington's name in years, to be honest.
None of them. But I know if the Kings are drafting anywhere near where the Raiders are, this city's going to throw a parade.
Yeah.
And rightfully so. Doug Christie, Sacramento Kings, by the way, they are in action tonight against Miami. We mentioned this little storyline here with the Golden State Warriors, Miami Heat, and the Toronto Raptors. The Miami Heat, they're on the second night of a back-to-back as they got blown out by Golden State last night. The Kings are on a first night of a back-to-back as they'll host the Toronto Raptors tomorrow, who are playing in Golden State tonight for their first night of a back-to-back, and the Warriors who are on their second night of a back-to-back.
That's crazy.
So if you didn't follow all that, all of those teams are on a back-to-back over the course of the last, 2-3 day stretch or whatever it is. Doug Christie, we talked yesterday with Hammer about whether or not the way this team has been playing lately deserves do we deserve to reset how we feel about them? Mm-hmm. And you certainly don't have to, but the person I took into account most was Doug. The way that they played against the Rockets and the Knicks, and what was the other one? The Lakers. Mm-hmm. And then maybe in a broader sense, Dylan Cardwell has emerged, under Doug Christie's rotations and his game plan, and what he's done in the absence of Domantas Sabonis. He has a lot of other hurdles and miniature golf spinning windmills that he's got to navigate here over the course of the next 2.5 weeks and then over the course of the remainder of the season. But he's had to make some difficult calls. Yeah. What to do in the absence of Keegan Murray, what to do in the absence of Domantas Sabonis, what to do in the absence of Keegan Murray and Domantas Sabonis. And he made the call with Russell Westbrook. The Dennis Schroeder thing as the starter wasn't working. And despite the fact that Dennis came out in those first handful of games that he played and the first handful of games he played coming off the bench, played really, really well. Doug never made the turn back. He allowed Russell Westbrook to be the starting point guard, and I think he's executed a few things this season so far that make me want to applaud him a little bit. This season sucks. It has not been fun. It has not been enjoyable, but I think Doug has had a handful of moves here that he deserves to be applauded for.
I agree. I think that, like you mentioned, Doug Christie dealt a little bit of a raw hand, not necessarily by the general manager or something, but just the way the game is played out, the injury bugs. I mean, not being able to have Keegan Murray and Domantas Sabonis on the court at the same time all year, that's a tough way to start. You know what I mean? Then Zach LaVine goes down. Then Dennis Schroeder goes down. And I mean, I was going to say Malik Monk, but that's kind of your own doing. But,
yeah.
Having to sign a guy like Russell Westbrook and Precious and having to play Eubanks extended minutes and Dylan Cardwell and Maxime Reynaud, guys who, some people believe should be in Stockton, not because they're not doing well, but just because they got to learn the game a little bit, having to teach them on the fly. All that has been something that Doug has had to deal with from day one. And he finally seems to be getting a little bit of normalcy when it comes to the roster a little bit, and also the schedule. Remember how crazy the schedule was, playing OKC and Minnesota and Denver 9 times in the first 18 or something. And it seems like they've been able to respond to that with playing good basketball. It's also turned into wins. But even more than that, good basketball. That's where I look at Doug Christie, not necessarily the wins and losses,
because you just don't have that good of a team. But the way your team is playing is a reflection of your coaching a lot of the times. And the way that they're playing shines a good light on Doug Christie. And I'm happy to see that for Doug.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Because you're just trying to find positive notes on the season, right? You're trying to find things where you can look at and go, hey man, there are positive takeaways for what's been a disaster of a season. And I think as uptight, perfectly fair, but as uptight as the fan base has been the first 40 some odd games of the season, no matter what happens over the course of the next 2.5 weeks, I think they'll exhale a little bit once that deadline passes on February 6th.
Mm-hmm.
Whether even if nothing is done, I think there's an understanding of, all right, just finish the season. And it just won't have that same nervous energy. It won't be the same, 10 different, reporters on notification alerts being glued to your phone and all of these different, it'll just be, all right, man, just finish out this season, see what the draft looks like, see what you're able to do in terms of off-season moves with some of these contracts and keep it pushing. And it might make the final, we'll be at, 30-something games.
Mm-hmm.
It might make the final 30-something games a little bit more enjoyable for some people in this fan base.
Yeah, and it's already a little bit more enjoyable for me just seeing I know I like Maxine Reynaud. Like I'm a big proponent. I was a big proponent over the summer, but I've enjoyed seeing Dylan Cardwell.
I like Precious. Like
Precious has been good too.
Yeah.
And Precious with every game seems to get more and more like vocal and
I think he's
animated.
settling in a little
Yeah,
bit. Yeah,
yeah.
he's settling in a little bit.
So seeing him, obviously, I love Dylan.
Thank you. That's great.
So seeing what he's been able to do, given his chance, has been a revelation. And that's a guy that I'm like, oh yeah, let the young fella play. Let him cook. Because once again, I'm fine with Max, but I don't know how his numbers and what he's been able to do transfers to if he was on a better team and if there were better players around him or a better player in front of him, right? So he's averaging, I don't know, since he started or whatever, probably 16 points per game. I don't even know if that's true, but it sounds about right. Somewhere around there. Well, I don't look at Max as a starting player on a really good team. So him coming off the bench, he's not averaging 16 off the bench. He'd give you good minutes, which is perfectly fine. But I don't look at Max as this 16-point per game type player. But I look at Dylan, and his offensive numbers aren't necessarily there, and he's not the offensive player that Max is skill-wise. But his impact, he could do that for the rest of his career on good teams and be perfectly fine. Like, that's a guy that you have in the rotation. That's a guy that you need if you're trying to push towards the playoffs or push towards making a deep run or something like that. To me, it's completely transferable to any scenario in the NBA, what I'm seeing from Dylan Cardwell. And that's why I get so hyped about it, because I'm like, oh, if he's around when and if they get good players around, he can still do what he's doing no matter what's going on around him.
Do you think Dylan and Max have ceilings?
Yes.
Okay.
I do.
Start with Max and tell me why.
I mean, I think
sorry.
No, I just think Max is like a rotational big, maybe a backup big.
His limitations because of he's not really good with his back to the basket.
No.
So when you're
he's a
7 and some change or whatever he is.
Yeah, he feels like a straight roll guy type finisher. With
He's
the floater
a finesse guy.
100%.
Yeah.
And I thought he could shoot the ball a little better than what he's shown in the NBA so far. Watching him at Stanford, seeing some of the stuff in Summer League, it felt like he was a really good shooter. I haven't seen that since the regular season started. I don't want to say he can't do that because maybe he's just trying to get his legs under him. But if that doesn't show up, that is what helps put a ceiling on who I think he could be in this league. Dylan, I don't think he has an offensive touch. I don't think he's going to be like offensively gifted enough to be this.
He feels like a wild card.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
and I don't mean that negatively. I mean, like he's going to bring you something on a game-to-game basis. You just might not know what it is. Like Dylan at some point is going to have a stat line of like 1 point and 13 rebounds.
Yeah.
It's going to be, but he'll be the most energetic guy on the floor. Dylan will do something in that game where he has 1 point and 13 rebounds that when you leave the arena that night, whether the Kings won or lost, you remember something he did. And then there'll be a night where he had a double-double the other night, like the first of his career. Like he could present you with something different on a night-to-night basis, and you just might not know what it is until it's presented to you.
100%. 100%. And I just like the name that I came up with yesterday. I don't think this isn't his ceiling. Like, I don't think he'll ever be this good. But I was watching him last night. It's like a Jalen Duren type guy.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Duren is in my opinion, he's a starting center on a championship level team. I don't think Dylan Cardwell can get to that. He's not a starting guy on a second round type playoff team, but he is a guy that can get minutes in considerably crucial minutes on a really, really good team. And that's where I see those two being at. I could be wrong, but I'm not. We talked about this a couple different times. I'm not anticipating either one of them being starters. That doesn't mean where I have them is bad. Like I'd love to see them on the team continuing to grow and be with this team and play a different role with a little less pressure, a little less scrutiny, so they can be a little more free to do the things that I think they're really good at. Max finishing, scoring wise, Dylan just being an energy guy, a wild card like you talk about. So I think I love what I've seen from both of them so far. Don't really have too many complaints, except for Max's defense. The Max defense is awful, and Dylan can't shoot worth a damn. But other than those two things, I've been happy with them.
If you're Max, you're spending time this offseason working on that corner three, right? You're spending time this offseason working on your shot. If you're Max.
Okay. I think so.
Okay. We joked about it yesterday, but it was very real. We'll segue from Doug Christie to Mike Brown. We had all of those games on the screen in front of us, but of course we're hanging out, we're talking Kings, we're talking football or whatever, we're doing the show. And we looked up and saw the score at one point, and you were like, yeah, and this is at MSG, so I'm sure it's going well. That was spot on, because it was going as bad as we thought. They were the game was over in the first half, and that Madison Square Garden crowd made sure that Mike Brown and the New York Knicks knew exactly how they felt about that. They left that game with their head down. They were pummeled by that Dallas Mavericks team and had no answers for it in the post game. Jalen said, "Yeah, we weren't prepared today. We didn't have it." And I think he was asked, "Well, like why not?" And his answer was, "I don't know."
Real or where?
I was going to give you the number. I don't have it. Oh, 9 of 11. The Knicks have lost 9 of 11.
Jeez, goodness gracious.
There's some tweets out there. Ian Begley, Knicks reporter, works for SNY-TV, talks about how the Knicks players haven't fully bought into the roles around under Mike Brown. Says that the group's not tied together in the way that the early season success would suggest. He said players haven't fully bought into their roles under head coach Mike Brown. Those reasons are cited often when you talk to people about the Knicks' flaws. And then Ramona Shelburne was on ESPN today on TV, and then said that people within the Knicks aren't happy because Mike Brown hugged Draymond Green after Draymond committed a flagrant foul on Towns.
Yeah, and they was talking too. Towns and Draymond was talking.
So
who could have seen this coming?
Here's the thing, and I said during the handoff I was going to say something that was going to sound mean. I wasn't trying to be mean about Coach Brown because I think he's a good basketball mind. I think he understands the game very well, and he's a really good human being. Like, he's a really good guy. Like, I like his energy, his vibe, his everything. But I don't know if that matches up with him being a good head coach. Can you name a head coaching job that Mike Brown has had where most of the people just loved him?
No. Cleveland, the first run in Cleveland was obviously his longest stint. That was not without detractors. A lot of them, including the main one. Didn't outwardly speak against him, but was kind of known. We all know how the LA thing went. You can skip past the second Cleveland run and then Sacramento, and it didn't take long in New York. Let's bring Trysta into this conversation. I know she's getting herself settled in the palatial home studio, but they've been waiting all afternoon for you.
Nice
so
sweater.
let's just
Thank you.
Yeah, we got our sweater game. This is we're solid today. Yeah, we're solid today.
I am loving your sweaters right now. Woo! Kenny, I need that sweater in my closet.
I'll text you the Fashion Nova link.
I love that. I love that.
With this one, those Fashion Nova, do they think?
What I was trying to find as I was getting myself ready was the defensive ratings for all Mike Brown head coaching teams. Very difficult to find right off, just rip. But I don't, outside of the LeBron teams, I don't think it was great.
Yeah. And to me, so I was having a conversation with somebody last week. I mentioned this on air, and they were just talking about it was somebody, the person I was talking to wasn't like on the staff or anything else like that, but they were talking about how they talk to somebody on the staff. And they're like, man, I love Mike. I love Mike. Like, he's a great guy. I love him. But he's like, man, he's tough. Like, he is kind of tough to deal with as a coach, not from coach to coach necessarily, but players to coach. It's like, man, he's tough on these guys. And feels like there's two different Mike Browns. There's the Mike Brown off the court that everybody loves. And then there's the Mike Brown in the huddle and on the court that doesn't seem, he rubs people the wrong way at every stop. And New York has been no different.
Just happened in New York really quickly.
Yeah. Oh, but maybe it didn't take that long in Sacramento.
Well, yeah.
Definitely didn't take long in LA.
Nope.
It's a tough scenario because it's like I can't tell what the reasoning is, but I do know that not much has changed. For some reason, I can't find you guys now.
Well, first of all, stand up for your players, man. Don't be hugging Draymond Green out there. Don't do that. Like it's fine that you have. It's fine that you have your little history with them. Yo, save that for after the game. Like, in fact, like, yo, represent your players. Like, if he commits a flagrant foul on one of your players, stand up for your players.
Right.
Care what our history is, man. Get out of my face.
Yep.
No kikiing. We're not kikiing.
Yeah, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Mike is a big kikier, to steal his line. Mike is a big kikier.
Not after the Kings game.
Well, except with one individual, which is fine. Doug wasn't kikiing back, so it's fine. There was no kikiing at the Golden One.
Yeah, I bet not. I honestly bet not. But it must have been. It's been a little bit of a breath of fresh air around the Kings. 4-game win streak, couple of big wins. Like, getting that win is exciting. And like
I feel like you're saying this. No, stop. I feel like you're saying this with a certain tone because it was your precious little Portland Trailblazers that ended the 4-game winning streak.
Oh, is that true? I wasn't checking that part. I wasn't.
Oh, high pitch. Where did that happen?
My boy was hoping Tristan need to put some respect on my boy's name too.
Donovan Clingan, didn't he have set like 21 and 17 or something. Played almost 40 minutes.
Yeah, he was dominating until Dylan got in there. Then Dylan shut all that down. But my boy Shaden Sharp was hooping that game too.
You said what?
I said my boy Shaden Sharp was hooping. Let him cook. Let him cook. Then he cooked the Lakers the night before too.
Shaden has been really good since the second road trip. He's really been in his bag. When he is not making bad decisions, he really is one of the funnest players to watch in the league. You're just like, oh my God, what is he going to do next?
As long as he's not making bad decisions.
Yes. Yes.
We'll come back. Trysta's with us. We've got a lot we want to talk about, including a game last night we haven't touched on. And it's about the Detroit Pistons that went over the Boston Celtics. And what would TK do if she was running the Golden State Warriors? Our Dubs, as they were once known. So we'll talk about all of that when Trysta Krick returns here with Dealing with KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. TK.
What's up, guys?
What's up, man? Everything go good today?
Everything went good. It was very routine.
Okay.
But I'm actually going to be out in the Bay longer. I found out that Med has actually got me a ticket to the Super Bowl. So I'm going to get to go and hang out as a fan. So I'll get to stay until Monday.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Are you guys going to do anything, or are you guys just staying in Sacramento?
We the only thing we're doing is Thursday. We're doing the show from San Francisco.
You are?
We're doing the show from our Odyssey San Francisco studio.
I know where that is.
And then we're going to a St. Jude dinner immediately following the show.
The St. Jude dinners for Odyssey?
We're partners with St. Jude. It's an NFL event, but we're partners with St. Jude, and they asked us to be there.
Nice.
We had a really successful launch to our partnership.
That's great.
A month
It's just
or so
so great.
ago.
So maybe we'll get to see each other then.
Yeah. Hopefully. What day do you get there?
Monday. I leave Monday.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you're spending the whole week out there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's good. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I'm like super excited. I love San Francisco. Hopefully the weather's good. I love Golden Gate Park. It's like one of my favorite places on earth.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful. Beautiful.
Ollie's gonna run around. Hopefully he's gonna see some things, It'll be good. He went out to the All-Star. Oh no, I didn't have him at All-Star. So I think maybe it was Emma. No, I got him in April or May. Yeah.
Oh, All-Star out here.
Yeah.
When you came out, yeah.
San Francisco's had a little run of events. California's had a little run.
Yeah.
Are you guys doing anything for NBA All-Star?
Where's that at?
LA.
Oh, that's right. It's at Intuit Dome. No, we're not doing anything. No. I think President's Day falls on that Monday, so we're like taking it off. It's like might even talk college. Let's just take Tuesday off too. Like it's All-Star. There's no All-Star. Literally nothing's going to be happening. The trade deadline is over. All-Star game is over. Let's
just relax.
Yeah, we're fine.
I'm excited about this trade deadline. I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah.
Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's nothing.
Well, it you know what I feel like happens so often is we get so excited for the actual deadline when in reality the biggest trade has already occurred. Like Trae Young.
Oh, yes.
The Trae Young trade has already happened. That's going to wind up being the biggest trade that happens.
You think
that
so?
It happens so often where a deal takes place 2 weeks before the deadline, 3 weeks before the deadline. And you're like, oh, what could happen next? Well, nothing. Like that was the big deal everybody was waiting for.
That was it.
This is going to happen.
I don't know. I feel like the Warriors are going to have to make a move. We'll talk about it on their show. But if they want to, you can't have that 2020 year where Steph is getting the braids put in and he's got a broken hand. And it's just that version of the Warriors is very sad.
Yeah, I feel like Steph is going to be able to win games for you. But when February starts to turn to March, like those are going to be further, far and fewer between, and they're going to look rough because he's just going to have, it's literally going to be Steph before the Jimmy Butler trade.
Yes.
When Sacramento beat them by 30 and he's doing the press conference like this because he's like, we stink. And then they go and get Jimmy and go on that run. Like they're going to have to do
It's crazy. It hasn't even been 12 months since they've had Jimmy on the team. Yeah. We've had some incredible trade deadlines.
Which is why, standing still. Here we go. All right, we're back here with the homie Trysta Krick. We got a lot of basketball to talk about, both in the Eastern Conference and the Western Conference. We got to start, though, with our Dubs, the Golden State Warriors, once famously known as our Dubs. Jimmy Butler tears his ACL last night. There was obviously a lot of attention around them regarding Jonathan Kuminga and the upcoming trade deadline. And everybody has a theory on what the immediate future might look like for the Golden State Warriors. If you were running the team, Trysta Krick, the general manager, what would you do now with Jimmy out for the year?
I think if you want to respect Steph, then you probably need to send a pick and send Jimmy to the Nets. He's out for the rest of the year. You move him over there. You bring over Michael Porter Jr. Then you make another deal with Kuminga and maybe Moody and try to get a slasher. I don't know who that may be. Maybe they're going to keep Kuminga now that Jimmy's out for the year, and they play around and see how he looks with somebody like Michael Porter Jr., and then you trade him in the summertime when his value is increased, because these DMPs are over now. The Jonathan Kumingas, we don't know where he is, if he's ever going to play for the Warriors again. Now the Jonathan Kuminga replacement is gone. There's just ostensibly no way that you can fill Jimmy Butler's role unless you play Kuminga. But I would say if you're not able to move on and get rid of Jimmy's contract, who's going to be out for 12 months, then you need to move Kuminga and get as much value as you can. Now, it's tough because as soon as Steph leaves, this team is going to be absolutely cratered, and you're worrying about how you're going to recover. You're not. It's going to take a long time. After the Steph years, this team is probably not going to have very many assets. They're probably not going to have much shot at building anything of any substance. But how long has the sustained greatness been in the Steph Curry era? And that's kind of what normally happens to teams that have had dynastic success, is they don't just recover right away when that player retires.
The crazy part about all this, TK, is you're right. Everything you said makes sense. They might not do either one of them. They might not trade Jimmy's contract, and they still might not play Jonathan Kuminga. I think that would be a failure. I wouldn't be so locked in on moving Jimmy's contract because I don't know if there's a guy out there that can help you with what you're trying to do, especially if I got to give up picks. But I would play Jonathan Kuminga. I would say, hey, you're getting 27 to 32 minutes a night. You're not going to get, micromanaged and all this other stuff. We ask you to be respectful of what the coach is asking you to do. But if you miss a shot or you take an ill-advised shot, you're not getting pulled out, but you're playing. I think that's what they should do. But I don't know. I'm hearing they might not do that either.
Not playing Jonathan Kuminga would be a wild move, even for Steve Kerr. I just need to get to the bottom of it. You know what I mean? I feel we're just not quite to the crux of the truth of why Steve Kerr has no interest in playing Jonathan Kuminga, speaking positive life into Jonathan Kuminga, and literally encourages Guy Santos more than our guy JK.
That ain't fire.
You just flustered me. Is it Crocs or Crux?
Crux.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Crocs.
No, the Crocs.
Really? How come no one has corrected me after all these years?
The Crocs would be crazy. No,
the Crocs would be wild. The Crocs would be wild. Crocs would be wild.
That'd be something that somebody like from like a off-brand blog would be like, Steve, we're trying to get to the Crocs of what's happening with you and John and Kuminga.
It's called the Crocs Podcast.
Yeah.
Well, here's the good news. We don't have to wait long. The Warriors play tonight. All we got to do is flip the game on and see, is he out there? No. One player didn't play last night. It was Jonathan Kuminga. So I don't know. Our thing is DeMar DeRozan has to look a lot more appealing to Golden State than he might have yesterday. And perhaps, as KC's pointed out a couple of times, maybe Zach LaVine looks a little bit more appealing to the Golden State Warriors than he might have a couple of days ago.
Both. I mean, you kind of need both.
Look, don't twist my arm. If that's what you guys want to do.
You're going to need something back more for salary. But yeah, they could legitimately look a lot more valuable on a team with Steph on it than this team. And really, you need a slasher. You need somebody in the mid-range. I mean, Zach LaVine at times can do a lot of the same things that MPJ can do. Now they're both goofy and they both make a lot of money. But like, truthfully, the deal was already in the works. So all you need to do is just pick up the phone and where are we at? Let's restart some conversations. I don't know if y'all should want Jonathan Kuminga, though, honestly.
Why not?
I mean, I'm not sure what's up with this guy. And I think the whole Jonathan Kuminga situation is very murky. Mm-hmm. And maybe, and we've talked about this many times, maybe on some other team that has a long history of ship up or ship out culture, Jonathan Kuminga will ship up. But I don't think that place is Sacramento unless there's something has changed dramatically within the ranks and the culture of the Kings, which I am not privy to. You guys are a lot more privy to that than me. I mean, Jonathan Kuminga is the kind of guy that takes the trophy to Africa with him and doesn't make it back to team workouts because he's running around showcasing the team trophy and like not knowing that it's time to come back to Golden State. He's just kind of a guy that's a little bit of a knucklehead. And yeah, he's a bucket and he's very athletic.
He was enjoying the motherland. Let him live.
He was enjoying the motherland. He was, doing his thing, kissing babies and whatever. But like, get back to work.
Now,
oh no,
me and D-Lo,
did this just die?
No, you're here.
No,
you hear us?
No.
Can you hear us?
This is so sad. Die? She's panicking, and we can literally hear and see everything.
Hey, she could cuss.
Like I know, I'm aware. No, this could go south. She has.
Trysta needs a new computer.
This has never happened before, where someone has freaked out thinking that they were gone, but in fact they weren't.
Well, she can't hear us, right?
Can you hear us?
She can't hear
I'm
us.
back.
Okay, you never left.
That entire time, you were right here.
You were there the whole time.
The computer froze, and then everything went black. The monitor went black. The camera went black, and I'm like, oh no. I had some electrical problems in here last week.
Okay.
There was this is an old house, and so the wiring's old, and there was I had to have electrician come in and fix all of the plugs because they were getting so hot that they were overheating all the equipment.
Oh no.
And I could smell the plug of the lamp starting to melt. And so I thought maybe he didn't do that great of a job, but shout out to Sandro. It was just the monitor went to sleep because I hadn't been using my mouse for long enough. Anyway, back to what you were saying. I'm sorry.
No. I was saying
Jesse was like, man, please don't cuss. Come on, man, please don't cuss.
I was saying, me and Damian, we talk about this often. And while the history and the reputation of the Sacramento Kings is well deserved and well earned on their part, I always say Scott Perry wasn't here for 17 years. You know what I mean? Scott Perry is here, and he shouldn't have to carry the failures of the people before him. That's the nature of the beast a little bit too. But
you talk about somebody that is, hey, I'll make sure everybody is locked into what we're doing, not messing around here. Sounds like that's Scott Perry. And maybe they do have the infrastructure in that front office to handle a guy like Jonathan Kuminga, because we're not dealing with Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox and Pete D'Alessandro and Vlade Divac, who none of those guys really knew what they were doing. Now you have a guy who has experience and has a standard that he wants to hold this organization to. So it's still all unproven. Like, I'm just kind of giving him the benefit of the doubt not to lump him in there, but he might be the same as everybody else before him.
I don't think he's regarded as a culture builder. I don't know that he's regarded as a culture destroyer, but I don't think people look at him and say he's the one to really like create a new environment that has been bad and he turns it good.
The Knicks, until they got him out of there. So the agents came in and got him.
He said agents, just for the record, just because he said that word really quickly. I want to be clear. The word that he said was agents.
Yes.
Got him out of there.
Yes. But he did a good job when he first got to New York, kind of turned that thing around a little bit, getting it on a different path.
What did he do that you thought was so good?
I can't remember the specifics of who he was, but I think his draft was RJ Barrett, Emmanuel Quickly. He got Kevin Knox in there. That wasn't a good one. But they were struggling, and he got them on a different path. It wasn't the path they ended up being on once Leon Rose and Worldwide West got there, but he got them going in a good direction.
The thing that gets me is he's been in the league a long time, but he doesn't have a long storied history as the guy with anyone. If I'm not mistaken, the Knicks was in fact his first job as the decision maker.
Yeah.
He had been in a lot of front offices before then, including Sacramento's, but had never been the guy until that New York Knicks job. And that's all we really have. Again, he has great relationships throughout the league. We saw that his first stint in Sacramento. He has great relationships with agents. Again, we saw that his first stint in Sacramento. But outside of that,
do you remember that roster that had a bunch of guys, though, that were like all playing the same position in the 2019 team? I remember being
I was about to say, Malik Monk, Dennis Schroeder.
You mean now?
On that Knicks team, it was Taj Gibson, Marcus Morris, Bobby Portis, Julius Randle. I mean, he had Alonzo Trier on this team. He made some real suspects. So Reggie Bullock. Like, these dudes were all like the same dude, same position, same. It was just a bunch of power forwards out there trying to figure it out. He had Damian Dotson. By the way, Damian Dotson at Oregon was a bucket. Wayne Ellington. This team stunk. And I don't know if he just couldn't get anybody better. But I remember being very, very sus on this Knicks team.
Was that his first year in New York?
It looks like, he got there. That was his first year. Leon Rose came in then as well. He was only there a year, I think.
Well, he was there. Yeah, I feel like he was there for a while, but he wasn't, like, he kind of lost a little bit of control.
The agents.
Good work there.
Got him out of there.
Good work there. We had a hell of a game last night between the Pistons and the Celtics. Where are we at with the Pistons season right now? Are we, I mean, you look at the East and, there's maybe a few teams where you look at, and Toronto might be one of them. Of course, they're a competitor. They play hard. It's a tough basketball team. They're a team that you might look at and go, I don't really know what this is going to look like when the playoffs get here. We saw Cleveland run up to 60-something victories last year. No one bought it. Not a single person bought it going into the playoffs.
They were right.
I believed them.
Liar, you did not.
I believe
you killed them for not winning in the first round of the playoffs by enough.
And then they beat the crap out of Miami, and I was like, well, okay.
I don't even think you apologized.
That's what I wanted to see. And then people got hurt.
I'm standing on my take, brother, because I was right.
I thought they were going to be good in the playoffs. I thought they were going to make the conference finals at least.
Anyways, most people.
Very clearly a hot button issue.
Kenny.
Are you buying the Pistons? 31-10, 6 games better than Boston right now, who they beat last night. Are you in?
I'm not in. I am not in. I think the thing that gives me a little bit of pause, it's going to sound haterish. I don't think I'm all the way in on Cade.
Whoa. Okay, now we're going to talk.
I think Cade has tremendous physical attributes. He has obviously the size and the strength, and he's a good playmaker. He's a great playmaker. The guy can't shoot really. And so I'm just concerned about his ability to make plays for himself and to create for himself. And when you have the type of role players that the Pistons have, I wonder how they're going to stand up in the scrutiny and pressure cooker environment of the playoffs. It's one thing for you to rely on Duncan Robinson right now. I am a little bit concerned that they'll cool off. And at times they did in that Knicks series last year as well. It was they're very tough. And I think Isaiah Stewart's been awesome. And obviously they need to get Jalen Duren back completely healthy and all that stuff. But it's just a bit of a cobbled roster for me.
Who do they have to stand up against?
I think Boston's going to win the East.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you think Tatum's coming back?
All right.
Do you think
Tatum's coming back? Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I do. I have a little bit of inside info that he's coming back too.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna get there. Let's rewind a little bit.
Let's rewind a little bit.
Cade Cunningham. Because I was watching, I obviously had seen him a few different times this year. Obviously last year seen him play. But I was watching him last night. And I said, this dude he really is a problem. And I don't want to give him the crown just yet. But I had De'Aaron Fox as the best defensive point guard in the league.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of want to give that to Cade Cunningham. He gives a damn about playing defense. He locks up. And then obviously his size is a problem for guys that he's usually matched up against at that position. So I'm going to give it a little bit more time out of respect to De'Aaron. And I'm going to give it a little bit more time. But I think Cade might end up being the best defensive point guard in the game. That plays, that's not a specialty guy. Like he's counted on to get 25 a night, and he's got a D-up. That's how I look at that.
He was 4 for 17 last night and 0 for 4 from 3. Yeah, he's good.
Shooting is a problem. You know what I also thought.
Shooting is a problem.
And this sounds blasphemous. I'm not saying he's this guy, by the way. I'm not.
Oh,
I thought
you're
about.
About to say something crazy.
I thought about Magic. I
Why?
thought about him. He's 6'8", point guard, can handle.
Kate's
he's got the vision. He's got the vision. I've seen the vision. The way he passes.
6'6".
6'6". Okay.
He's Kate ain't 6'8". Magic was what, 6'10"?
No, Magic was 6'9", I think.
You should be calling Denny Abdia more Magic than Cade.
Oh, don't nobody want to hear his stupid name today.
Denny is a Snickers. Empty calories.
What? Denny gets to the free throw line. We'll curb this. Let's stay on Cade.
They barely 500. What is it leading to?
Hold
Nothing.
on. You're not doing that, are you? You're not gonna do that, are you?
Why not? And I like Denny. I actually really like Denny.
We're gonna put a pin in this Blazers conversation. We'll circle back to it. Let's stay on Cade now for a second.
Yeah, Cade. Yeah, Cade got Magic vibes to him, and part of it, honestly, Trysta, is the fact that he can't shoot.
but he's still able to get points and all this other stuff. But his vision, his court vision, his effort, and he's a better defender than maybe a lot of people give him credit for. At the size, 6'6". I'm the opposite of you on Cade. I like Cade a lot.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to see it in the playoffs. And
he's like 12 years old.
Is he? Is he 12?
That's accurate.
I didn't know. He's 24 years old. He's been in
Him
the
and
league 5
Malachi
years.
Tony are the same age. What are you talking about?
He's been in the league 6 years.
Yeah, but last year was his first real year, like his first full year. He's dealt with injuries, and they went to the playoffs, and he played well in the playoffs.
The good news is
He played okay in the playoffs. He had some good games and he had some sus games.
The good news is this whole conversation has been a bit outrageous. From Trysta going, I don't even know if he's very good. He's kind of suspect. To KC going, no, he's magic. Just this whole thing.
See how the media does you.
This whole thing is like, what the hell is happening here?
I didn't say I didn't think he was that good. I just don't.
That's not how I'm going to tell the story.
Okay.
I'm going to tell the story. You said he was ass, and KC said, no, he's better than Magic, and that's where we're at.
That's fair. If that's what we're going to do, that's totally
KC's
fair.
always going to add inches to your height, too. Like, KC, I hope KC tell people I'm 6'2".
I'm the
I hope
NBA.
he
That's
tell
what I
people,
do.
no, that dude was good 6'2". 6'2".
He's like David 6'2" with no shoes. It's pretty,
He wear them Balenciagas. He's 6'5" and a half.
I'm the NBA. That's what we do. Here's the thing that I want to ask both of you guys about the Pistons last night. Like, I was watching them last night, and I wondered. Great song by Kanye, too. One of my favorites. I wonder, could they potentially be a DeMar DeRozan team? Because I saw the same thing that you saw, Trysta, about like when it really gets down to it, Cade isn't there offensively yet, or maybe he never will be.
I do want to point out they won last night.
They did.
They did.
Point that out.
But it's like, would you guys, and I understand why it might be difficult because this guy, he could stretch the floor probably a little bit better than DeMar DeRozan. Would you rather be going to DeMar or Tobias Harris?
Tobias Harris.
Because I think that's what it comes down to with that team, about wanting to go after a guy like DeMar DeRozan. Would you rather that role be Tobias or DeMar? And I couldn't really come up with an answer.
I think that's another reason I have a hard time. Go ahead, Damien.
I was just gonna say I feel like Tobias's fit with Detroit is doing beautifully though.
Yes.
Like that's a part of the conversation.
But in not saying this guy is, well, he does have a lot of experience, but like that's cool in January. Tobias, I'm going to need you to get 8 in the fourth quarter here in game 4 against the Knicks.
Yeah, I hear you.
And
that
I think
that's
what
the
they should
part
be thinking about.
That is the part. So it's not just that I'm not believing in Cade as a creator. It's that I also, these role players, Tobias Harris being one, if Tobias Harris has to be your leading scorer, then what is your ceiling? What is your floor? I'm a little concerned in April and May whether a team can go to the finals with Tobias Harris as their leading scorer. And is he gonna be like a 25 3-and-1 guy throughout, or is he gonna give you 13 on one occasion and 11, and then you've got him with 11 and say like a Cade with 15? I mean, you're just gonna have a hard time getting to 120 points. You just will. That's really really quickly. Let's just circle the block back to words on Portland. But I feel the plot is getting lost on criticizing Portland. And I think ball knowers know what I'm talking about. Okay.
Y'all should be better. That's all I'm saying. I'm a little disappointed in y'all.
What's occurring is very obvious to me. You're just not paying close enough attention to what's happening.
Oh, that's Portland.
And I get it.
Love.
I get it because it's really hard to pay attention closely to everyone. I can't do it. You can't do it. It's just hard. But let me just break it down very simply. This team hasn't had a point guard in months. Denny Abdia is playing the point guard at 6'9".
Mm-hmm.
The team just got Drew Holiday back and then lost Denny. And then when Denny came back, Drew sat out. They have had Caleb Love be who I like, but he's not a reliable piece to a real competitive team. You have to rely on a guy that was on the Rip City remix to start the year.
He's a bench guy.
He's a bench guy. Denny has had to play the one, and that is not what he is supposed to be doing. Drew is supposed to play the one this year. Scoot was supposed to play the one. And neither one of them have given you really any games at all. Scoot has given you 0 games. I think Drew has played less than 10 games this year. And that team was balling when he and Denny were playing in synchrony. You've had issues with multiple guys going down. You've had CD Sissoko start games for you, like guys that you probably don't even remember are on this roster. So don't say oh, Portland needs to be better. Portland needs to get healthy, and then we can see what they are.
If Denny is what you say he was, they should not be 500.
They do not have a point guard at all.
I don't care. Jokic didn't have a point guard when Jamal Murray was down there.
Are we doing that?
Well, that's how you talk. Is that how she talks about Denny? Is that how she talks about Denny?
Oh, don't drag me.
No,
into this. I'm sitting over here.
Is that how she talks about Denny?
I'm sitting over here minding my own business. Don't drag me into this.
Listen,
Denny is a good ball. I like Denny.
You would die
when
for
he was
Denny.
I really like his game. I liked him when he was coming out of the draft, and then Washington happened. I was like, damn, I guess I was kind of wrong. And he's found new life and been the player that I thought he could be. I didn't think he'd be this good, but I thought he could be a really good ball player. He looks like that in Portland, but I don't know.
Empty calories to equate him to Trae Young is wild.
Is he a franchise? I mean,
1,000%.
You will build a franchise around Denny?
Yes.
Then they shouldn't be 500.
He's
if you would build a franchise
getting
around
there.
Stop. We have to go.
Oh.
Chat. Let me know, chat.
Jason Jones joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. That was amazing. That was amazing.
I love y'all. Tell Jason I say.
All right,
Yes,
man.
sir.
Love you. We'll talk to you soon.
See you. Bye.
Okay, bye.
You know the Royal Rumble's next week?
I saw the commercial.
I didn't see the commercial. I saw a tweet, like a graphic or whatever.
You know where it's at?
Is it in Saudi?
Yeah. That's crazy. I saw a commercial when we were doing the handoff. And I was like, oh, it is late January. When is the Royal Rumble? So it was next week. And they're like, Raya. I said, oh, man.
Zabo, if you're in here, what's been going on in the wrestling
man.
world?
Bro, I got no idea.
Oh, yeah.
what's
This is the
on
most
table.
tapped out I've ever been.
I got no clue what's on the table for the Royal Rumble. That's crazy. I don't even. Is Drew still the champion?
I have no clue.
Drew, I think, is one of them. Who's the other?
I'm assuming it'd still be CM Punk.
I have no clue. I've got no clue.
Sable, you better not be at work right now.
What?
Rest dog? No, I'm not.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not.
Although, what is this? The 31st. It's the open weekend between the Super Bowl and championship game. I might. I'm not gonna lie. I might. I think I'll be around.
I just don't have any interest right now, I guess. Leezy, I don't think this will ever happen. I just want to just die.
Yeah, no, that ain't happening.
He did a flip.
Here we are. The 34th minute of this match. Is this an Iron Man match? No, this is just all our matches. They're 40 minutes long.
Zabo, what do you mean y'all ain't ready for AJ Styles versus Gunther? Is this a joke? What do you mean, Zabo?
What kind of match is this? Is this a championship match? What the hell is this?
For the U.S. title.
I don't even know who the women's champions are.
We're gonna ask Jay. You gotta ask Jason Jones what's been going on.
Yeah, this is.
Maybe that's
I
what we
was
do.
gone.
Every Tuesday when Jason shows up, we'll just do an up to the minute WWE minute with Jason.
I was gone from wrestling for a couple years. I wasn't this disconnected from wrestling. Damn. And I don't think I'm ever coming back.
Jericho's gonna walk down the ramp just hobbling, gray hair and all. Oh, nice. It's a retirement match. I'd assume he wins because his contract's not up till the end of this year, right?
Oh
What happens if Gunther loses? Anything?
Oh man.
I get Damon here. He needs to be kept up.
Yeah, this is crazy. This is all right. Get hooked up, man. This is crazy. This is crazy. So we had the revelation. I think both me and Jesse had 2 different points today. Did you know Royal Rumble's next week?
No.
You know where it's at?
Yes.
Yeah.
You
I didn't know before that. Then Zabo's getting us up to date on what's happening because neither one of us know anything. No, we don't know any stakes, any matches, nothing. AJ versus Gunther in a retirement match.
I just saw that today.
Feels like something I need to be there for, but I won't be.
You really trying to run AJ out of here that way?
Oh man.
Come on, man.
That is awful. Can you name the 4 champions, the 2 women's champions and the 2 men's champions?
Punk and Drew.
Punk still got it. Punk,
right?
Weren't sure. Sure.
I think Punk has it.
Tell us anything. I don't know.
Punk and Drew. No, I have no clue who the women's champions
is. Becky a champion?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Powerhouse Hobbs.
Jade is a champion?
Oh, is she?
Really?
We used to be kept up on wrestling. Used to be hip.
Well, I'll be damned.
Paul says Roman Reigns will win at the Rumble and then fight CM Punk at Mania.
What happened to Cody Rhodes then? I thought we were doing Cody Rhodes versus Roman for the 3rd time.
Let me see.
Well, Cody don't have a title. What are we going to do that just for fun?
Put it back on him. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I figured you'd put it back on him like the Royal Rumble or something, and I don't know. But
I'll be damned.
Like I said, we've been out.
Here's Jade with the championship. She's got the belt. I'll be damned.
The belt?
Yeah, this one. Look at Maul with the money bags. I'll be damned. I don't know when it happened either. I was just happy to see her come back not too long ago. I didn't know she was going to get the championship.
I didn't know Jacob Fatu came back.
Yeah, that's how Cody lost.
Yeah, that's how Cody lost.
He might not have been here that day.
No, I was when Eddie was here, right?
Oh yeah.
I think I just missed that Jacob because I didn't watch it or anything.
Yeah, Jacob interfered, but it didn't make any sense. He went after Drew, and then Cody pulled him off of Drew, and Jacob went at him, and it's like, wait, what are Jacob and Cody beefing for?
Bro, that was awful. That was one of the worst title losing sequences I've ever seen.
I think they dropped. Did Unreal come out? The new season of Unreal?
Season 2, I think. Yeah, I've been seeing stuff on Twitter about it.
Okay. Unreal's like the behind the scenes joint.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, I saw someone tweet that Pat McAfee had like his own episode and they were mad about it.
Triple H said Pat McAfee is the face of the WWE to some. And I was like, if that's the case, that's awesome. That's why I'm not watching.
That's an indictment on you.
Because if Pat McAfee is the face of your company and you're not ESPN, you have failed.
Yeah, I don't.
Remember when everyone was all excited for Hunter?
And it got worse. It got so bad they were asking for the other
guy. He would have never let this happen.
Yeah. Say what you want about him, but he wouldn't have let this happen.
Yeah, it's all bad. And yeah,
he would have let Royal Rumble happen in Saudi Arabia, though.
Man.
Stilo and KC live from AEW Rampage.
What a company, man. They put 2 of their biggest events over there in Saudi Arabia, and the head of their creative, essentially the face of their company, runs around touting Trump policies. What an incredible organization TKO is. Like, they cater to a fan base, and I guess in one aspect, in the UFC, that fan base loves it. In the other aspect, the WWE, that fan base doesn't care. Like, yeah, do whatever. Just put somebody through a table.
Here's the other funny thing about that. I think because I saw a commercial, or a commercial was on TV, and it was in the background, and I vaguely paid attention to it. I think the first UFC event on Paramount Plus is the same. Well, it's not going to be the same time because they're in Saudi Arabia, but it's the same day as Royal Rumble.
Okay.
After, when I was saying that, I was thinking they were going to be at the same time, which is like, why would you do that under the same umbrella? But I forgot they're in Saudi Arabia, so it'll probably just be a 2:00 start or something like that. What's his name? Dana White. He signed his first boxer to Zuffa Boxing. I don't know who the guy is. Some guy from Australia.
So he's going to put on boxing events now, huh?
Yeah, and he's going to try and destroy every right that the boxers currently have with the Ali Act.
Oh, that checks out. Yeah, that checks out. He's already convinced UFC fighters they're worthless. Why not convince boxers that they're worthless? I'm surprised he didn't take over the WWE and convince wrestlers, you guys are worthless.
You know what you can do, though, with Love of the Game and a monster sponsorship in the UFC?
And when you mean monster sponsorship, you mean the drink. Monster,
yeah, no, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, no, I'm not talking about like a
sponsorship.
big sponsorship.
Yeah.
No, gosh, no.
Yeah.
John Paul says UFC is this weekend on Paramount. Okay.
And so I'm sorry. This all started. Royal Rumble is this weekend?
Next weekend.
Oh, it's next
31st.
weekend. Okay, gotcha. All right. Well, good luck to everybody involved, I guess. I don't know. Jason Jones may or may not join us.
Might be at the gym. Might be in
He might
between
be.
sets.
There's no reason for him not to join us. He was watching his quarterback last night.
He was.
He even texted us the meme.
Yeah,
That's my quarterback.
That's his quarterback.
Maybe he's not prepared to talk about Fernando Mendoza yet.
Mendoza. He's I was listening to some sports radio last night after the game, and he's an icon in Indiana, as he should be, right? Like that is
16-0.
Unbelievably improbable that Indiana football not only won the national championship, but like you said, if you followed everything, there was no team this year that was beating Indiana. Like it wasn't like, oh, they got a Hail Mary and man, just destiny. Like, no, they were the best team in the nation this year. And I never thought I would see that. This is probably the most improbable thing I've ever seen in sports. Can you think of another championship where you're like, I never thought this would happen?
For Indiana, it was a season-long thing. I mean, the Giants beating the Patriots.
But even then, it wasn't.
I mean, George Mason didn't win the title,
right? But that's what I'm saying. They didn't win it.
Yeah, they didn't win the title.
I was thinking Gonzaga never won, but even if they would have won, like say Gonzaga won this year, we've got like 20 years.
Yeah, it's different now. Yeah,
Is it
it's different.
It's not possible without NIL and the transfer portal,
No.
right? So like, is it? I'm not trying to take away.
But
It's Indiana, but it's like they.
But they didn't even do it that.
No?
Like they did.
Yeah, did they?
But we think of Miami. Oh, they went and got Carson Beck. To come and paid him all this money. Indiana, what was the stat going around when they played Oregon? It was like 55 and 4-star players to 3 or something like that. Like they got, no disrespect, they went to the transfer portal and got people from Sac State and won a national championship. I've never seen anything like this.
They had a coach who was perpetually pissed off until 10 seconds after the buzzer expired. Because the kid gets the interception, picks up that penalty.
Yeah.
He hears about it.
Yeah, one of the assistants
in emphatic fashion. He hears about it on the sideline. Right. From an assistant.
Yeah.
The head coach is walking up and down cussing Very noticeably, he's using specific words because they had just picked up that penalty. It was going to make it, as silly as it sounds, it was going to make the kneel down tougher.
Mhm.
And if you saw the kneel that you saw, like it wasn't easy.
Mhm.
The buzzer, they finally take that kneel down, help the quarterback up. Like, you have won the national championship. Get this effing headset off of me, and he's taking it, and then finally he like looks to his right, looks back, and smiles. Points up, smiles, puts his head down, smile gone. Because he's going to greet Cristobal.
Yeah.
He's going to greet Miami's head coach, and then he's doing the post-game interview in which he does not smile. That's a coach.
I've never seen anything like what I've seen at Indiana.
Let's bring in Jason Jones here, rocking his Cal gear
Well,
today.
you know.
Well, that's all
Yeah.
right. That's my quarterback.
Yeah.
I see you.
That might be the next, like if Cal were to win the national championship.
Yeah, you know what's sad?
They should have won that one year.
We had him. We had Fernando and Mendoza at Cal, and we had him splitting time with a running quarterback. A very Cal thing to do.
What the closest Cal ever got was they were number 2, and I think number 1 had lost earlier in the day, and they were going to be number 1. Was it Tedford? Let the clock run out.
I think it was Kevin Riley was the quarterback, and the clock ran out, and then Tedford slams I was covering the Raiders back then, and Warren Sapp had a way of telling me that Cal was a terrible program and never meant anything. And then I think that's the same year around the time where Javed Best played them and ran all over them.
Yeah.
But so the next time that when he saw me after that, he just pointed at me and laughed like the kid from the Simpsons.
Nelson.
Yeah, he just pointed and laughed at me because Cal had let the clock run out. I'm like, that was such the Cal way for it to go.
That team was really good, though. That was the year they started off the season against Tennessee, didn't they? At
I
home.
think so, yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah, that was a good Tennessee.
I remember
good
that.
Cal
Yeah, it's
team.
like, of course, Fernando leaves, wins the Heisman, and now, the Mendoza jersey is about to go off the racks in my native area of Los Angeles.
So did that game sway you at all? Like, you think is that the pick? Is that the number 1 overall pick in the draft right there?
I think they got to take a quarterback. So yeah, I think you got to take. I think you have to take a quarterback.
You feel good about taking him at number 1, or you take him because you need a quarterback?
I think both. I mean, that man endured being at Cal, so he's mentally tough. And then to go to Indiana and go undefeated, and he took some licks last night. I mean, they were you could tell the game plan was we're gonna knock this kid in the next week and see can he handle it. Yeah.
Real quick, what was the play where he got his lip busted up? Forgive me if I got this wrong, but didn't he wasn't it a read option?
I think it was that on, I forget. Was that on the touchdown he ran?
No, it was like early in the first quarter.
I forget, but I know they showed his arm after the game. His arm was black and blue, and
he took some hits.
He took some hits.
One,
to me, nothing but respect for Fernando.
That play they were talking about, where he got his lip busted, Van Pelt, and I think the coach was like upset, like, "Hey, that's a late hit. You can't do that."
Oh yeah, I know. I remember that one. Yeah, it was. He took a helmet right on the chin.
But he was you never.
Well, that
is him being a ball carrier.
Yeah, right.
So the same things don't.
Yeah, but I think the one he's talking about getting hit under the chin, he wasn't a ball carrier.
Okay.
There was one where he was in the pocket and got hit right under the chin, and then it was like, but that officiating crew is not going to win any awards. I mean, how many times can a corner just grab someone by the jersey and there's nothing?
Several.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sitting there going, I start going conspiracy. Like, are they trying to make sure Miami stays in this? I mean, what is going on? I mean, my man's running a post corner and his jersey's going the other way.
Yeah. I didn't like the Carson Beck roughing the passer on the final drive. was like, wait a minute.
Ah, really? You said you didn't like it?
No, I mean, it was a little late, but he hit him in the stomach.
3 steps. I don't think
that
it was
was
the
a penalty.
hit.
I mean,
I don't think it was the hit. I think it was the timing of the hit.
And
I've
I've
seen worse not called.
Yeah, but I also
Yeah,
think too
tough
what
one.
makes it worse is when you see so much not called, and then you want to start throwing it's like if people from Indiana were saying it feels like they're trying to help them, I would have understood. Because hey, when you got a mentally tough Cal graduated quarterback, you don't break. You know, you power through that.
Shout out to all Cal grads.
Yeah, it's the closest we'll get to a national championship in football right now. We got
They had a watch party going on in
Berkeley
yesterday.
Isn't your boy staying though? The quarterback, ain't he staying?
Yeah. So we rolling with him. You know, but as for now, that's the closest we get. You know, but we're glad Tosh is back in the fold. I think this feels better. It feels like we got a chance. You know, like I said, we just had. When your entire running back room transfers at once, there's a problem.
Damn, the hell.
Remember last year, the entire running back room, like all transferred within like a day and a half. I mean, you got a problem when you get 12 men in the huddle penalties out of timeouts. Yeah. I watched that Stanford game. I was like, oh my God, yeah, this is over. I'm like, yeah, this is just unacceptable. I'm like, out of a television timeout, how do you have 12 men in the huddle?
That's crazy.
And it happened more than once. So yeah, it was time to move on, but that was a nice cap to the sports weekend. Good baseball news out there, good NFL news out there.
What is this guy talking about, man?
What about basketball news? Let's go to
about,
the
what did Cody say? What do we want to talk about? What do we talk about?
There we go. What we were just talking about. I had no idea the Royal Rumble was in Saudi Arabia in a week. Like, we're way behind.
Yeah, there's no ethical things to be discussed about that at all.
Didn't know the champions, nothing. I didn't know Jade had the belt.
But because they don't have her defended. They just put the belt on her and have her watch matches now.
That was a gift.
They're like, look,
her head split open.
She looks like $1 million. She just can't wrestle. So just hand her the title and we'll figure everything else out later.
They're like, we owe you after letting Nia split your head open. That was crazy.
Also, Jade, you're not the first. Nia's jacked up a lot of people along the way.
Yeah.
Let's go to the NBA. There's a couple of different things to talk about. Let's start with your boy off the court, LeBron James. LeBron, your king.
My king.
Well, that's your king. Actually, that's your king.
My king is King. Yeah. My king is King Booker.
Fair enough. Pinky out, King Booker. That might have been Booker T's finest work. That was fantastic. That was so funny.
I got a lot of King.
Right? Is that who it was?
Charmel.
I can go with King T. I can go with a lot of different kings. So
Macho King.
Yeah. There's a lot of kings out there.
If these people were acknowledging the king, then maybe they wouldn't have made this decision.
Well, we'll segue to Dr. King, as you wrote about LeBron's attempted tribute to Dr. King by having some Nike LeBron colorways out with the distinct aqua color that is associated with the Lorraine Motel where Dr. King was assassinated.
Wow.
Jason, take it from here.
I wrote.
Did you talk to LeBron about this?
I thought it was fake. I said, this is somebody trolling LeBron about the whole being LeBron. There's no way in the world someone made some Lorraine Motel shoes. Like there's no way. And then it just kept popping up on my timeline. And I'm like, oh my God, this is real. And then I thought he'd worn them already.
Yeah.
And it's like, I was just so confused to who okayed this? And And what does his 51-point game like in 2008 have to do with MLK?
Right.
It's like it's also a tribute to him scoring 51 points against Memphis on MLK Day. I was like,
shout out to the brother who wrote that article. He had to work to find that nod.
And I'm sitting there going, we're making shoes honoring people got killed at.
Mm.
I'm like, there were so many different, if you wanted to honor Dr. King, so many different ways you could have gone. I want to know who was in the design room and said, you know what? I went and visited the museum. The color of the hotel was dope.
So there's maybe the one thing you can hang your hat on is it's now a civil rights museum. That's all I got. That's all I had. That was it.
Yeah.
There was no more to that.
And that's why I was checking, you know, New York Times, they even had an article where the museum was like, we didn't know they were doing this.
We would have preferred they didn't.
It was like, I'm like thinking to myself, maybe the workaround is that proceeds are going to go to the museum. The museum's like, ain't got nothing to do with this. I'm like, come on, man. I'm like, this is what we're doing. I'm like, it just was a bad idea. No, just from, I'm like, you talk about the whole idea of diversity and different trains of thought and other voices in the room. I'm like, there wasn't someone like over the age of, I don't know, of like 20 something to go, hey, I just think this is a good idea. People may not like that. Like maybe we shouldn't highlight, if we're going to highlight anything from Dr. King, maybe we shouldn't highlight where he was shot.
It's somebody along, because when I saw it, once again, I was like, is this for real or not? Like, I wasn't sure how to respond to it, but immediately it was like, my thought was, if this is real, this is a terrible idea. Like, it didn't take any time to be like, this is a horrible idea. And the couple of things come into play here. One, everybody in the room, there wasn't one person that said maybe we shouldn't do this.
Right. Not a soul thought it was like, hey, no.
Like, this, I don't understand that. And then two, I'm interested on how LeBron and other athletes who have signature shoes receive these shoes. Like, does LeBron just receive from the Nike rep that, hey, Bron, we got these for you to wear today, this colorway, and be like, oh, okay, cool. And he had no idea that
LeBron
this was,
probably doesn't. Signature shoe athlete might. Lifetime deal, branded athlete, LeBron James probably does. It probably doesn't work that way for him. That's a guess.
So if he didn't know, like, that's what he just saw a new colorway, put the shoe on. He didn't know this was what it was for, or what the in remembrance type stuff. Like, he didn't. Do you guys know if he possibly would have known any of that?
I don't know for certain, but I think once they throw equality on the back, and you know it's going to come out in Black History Month, and I find it hard to believe he had no clue at all what the deal was. Because I'm sure someone explains why they're giving him that. Say for instance, he had no part in the design and the color. I'm pretty sure, because when they released these shoes, part of the marketing is, we're going to tell you the story behind the shoe. When they released the Miami shoe, it's like, well, we have this on here because of this from Miami. So there was a story attached with someone that had to be able to explain. And if you look at some of the early stuff about it, some of the early sneaker kind of like industry magazines were like, this is dope. This is the MLK shoe. Like, it wasn't like it was a secret that this was the honor of the Martin Luther King shoe. And I just, I don't know at what level, but I think if LeBron knew and thought it was wrong and said, don't do this, it wouldn't have been done. I mean, he's LeBron.
Right.
They're not going to put it out and then be like, nah, that's okay, and make him mad. So who knows exactly what the deal was? Who knows? But there was definitely a failure of common sense on multiple levels, because the shoe should have, if you had just taken that shoe color and like made it, I don't know,
The Tiffany.
Yeah,
LeBron.
something, and not attach it to Memphis.
Yeah.
No one, I don't think anyone would have cared. But the moment you jumped out with this is the Lorraine Motel shoe. I'm like, that's just like, man, like you could have just made it. We wanted to make this color shoe. And I don't think there would have been honestly, I probably would have been like, that's not a bad color, But,
not at all.
Yeah, but when you attached, I'm like, man, I'm not wearing no Lorraine Motel shoes, man.
And that's where I'm trying to shoot LeBron a little bit, which I don't think he deserves. Like, I think everything you said, like he knew the name of the shoe, what it was representing. I think he knew all that stuff and still went through with it. But I was thinking like, hey, somebody comes to him before the game, Nike rep. Hey, we made these for you tonight. Like, wear these tonight. And he might look, oh, Tiffany color. Okay, that's cool. Like, that's me being super generous and shooting him some bill. But I think he knew everything and went with it. And that's just
fail.
Yeah.
That's a decision level fail.
Yeah. That's the ultimate my bad. Like, I shouldn't have did that. And I'm not saying, I know I got some people who work over at Nike. I got a text today. Someone said, man, you really shot at us today. I'm like, well, it was a dumb idea.
Warranted. Yeah.
I was like, it's a dumb idea. It's not an indictment on anyone's, character personally. I'm not saying that LeBron's a terrible human being or anything. I'm just like, there had to be a better, I even wrote, there's different ways you could have honored the reason why King was in Memphis. You could have highlighted the workers' rights or something like that. If you just wanted to do a Memphis, you could have did a Gus's Chicken or a Beale Street or a barbecue shoe. I don't know.
Right.
But of all the things in Memphis to highlight that part tied to Dr. King, to me, I just thought it made me cringe. I was like, no, I don't need it. I don't need a pair of those in the collection.
Them Cooper Flag Grassy Knolls about to go crazy though.
Wow.
Them Cooper Flag Grassy Knolls about to go crazy.
No.
Man. This thing's gonna be so hard.
The roof off threes. I mean, it's gonna be terrible.
Oh, crazy.
See what you guys have done.
Come on, man.
Tough, man.
I think some people in New Balance, I don't think anyone over there was like, what, Cooper, we got this great idea for a shoe. You play in Dallas.
Do a commercial over there. Are you crazy?
That would be crazy, man.
The school book depository in the background, like
wow.
Cooper looking up at it. Man.
Crazy custom shoebox.
Imagine if I had to run in 1963.
Oh my
That's
God.
terrible. Jason, come on, man. Stop. It's not. Stop.
Oh man.
Stop.
See, I blame. See, they shouldn't have done this.
See, no, and Chris J says Cooper is the second shooter. You run a montage.
No, come on.
You run a
man.
montage.
No, I have no part. No.
Yes, hey. Who's
See,
the
because
second
when I was
shooter?
writing this,
Cooper
I
said
had about
me.
10 or 12 very inappropriate, dark examples of shoes that should not be made, and I didn't even think about Cooper Flag.
Jeez.
Yeah,
Man,
them
see.
joints in Dallas.
Man, see, yeah.
I'm like Isaiah Thomas.
Let me find me a book to read or something. I ain't got nothing to do with this. Now I ain't got to have my inbox and everybody calling me. I don't need the Athletic, New York Times, HR calling me about some inappropriate jokes.
Oh no, these are my jokes.
And I'm sure LeBron has scored 50 on the Atlanta Hawks.
No, first of all,
it could have been the Ebenezer Church 21.
Let's be clear.
Like, we didn't have to go there.
I'm sure Cooper Flag turned this down. He's like, oh, come on, guys. We're not doing that. He was like, no, that's not okay.
Man, it just brought back to my memory one of my craziest shoe stories when I was covering the league. So I think I told y'all that story, the Stauskas story.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Okay, well, it's story time. Let's have quick story time. The people involved have all moved on, but
that used to be a segment on Throne Room Breakdown.
Yeah,
on J3 Vibes.
Yeah, back in the day.
First time with Jason Jones.
Yeah.
Everybody remembers that.
Yeah, well, back in the day when Nick was a rookie, the team actually started the season in Memphis. Early in the season, they were in Memphis. And part of like the team bonding was we're going to go to the Civil Rights Museum because you can literally walk from where the team and everybody stays to the museum. It's not far.
Mm-hmm.
And Nick was one of the ones who decided he wasn't going to go. And the little birdie just let me know, hey, you know your boy. First off, he's not my boy. I don't know him, but I'm like, so the white Canadian can't go to the Civil Rights Museum. Okay, cool, good to know. Fast forward to February, it's Black History Month. Guess who's rocking the Black History Month Nikes?
All right, man.
So I hollered at a friend of mine on the team named Reggie Evans, and I'm like, yo, man, how you feel about this dude over here who couldn't go to the museum, but now here come February, he got the Black History joints on. He was like, thanks for reminding me of that. Nick never played in no Black History shoes.
Yeah, you're gonna have to answer to that.
I was like, I know it wasn't my team, but I'm like, oh hell no. You can't learn no Black history, but oh yeah, let me go hit. No, that's not what we do. That's not what we do. See, that's not what we do. It's not what we do.
Nick, I have removed, just like T.I. took the chain from Nunu in ATL, I have removed the term "go blue" anytime we talk about Nick Stauskas.
Yeah, Nick be on the X Twitter wilding.
Yeah, he ain't getting no go blue.
He be on that full, that red hat stuff hard. Pretending to be like a financial expert and whatnot.
People in Ann Arbor, boy.
I'm telling you, man. They be wild.
Didn't we lose Ohio? Didn't we lose Ohio?
Oh, probably. Lost everything. What do you mean? Lost everything. Well, much like LeBron James, Nick Stauskas isn't going to be an all-star game starter either.
Wow.
What?
Wow. Okay.
It feels like this is the year the haters have been waiting for. Like the streaks are all ending. LeBron is like a game away from a mandatory end to his all NBA streak. The 10 plus points per the 10 plus points for 1,000 some odd games ended. And now the Western Conference starters were announced, and LeBron James, who was well behind in the voting every time they released the updated rankings, will not start in an all-star game for the first time. I think it's since 2004.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, all of the streaks are coming to an end this year for the King.
Yeah, man. And like you said, the haters are like celebrating. I'm like, the man's 41. He probably doesn't want to play anyway.
He's already defeated Father Time, so don't try that argument.
And I know we get a little round table at work about, well, what should Silver do about LeBron if he gets voted on? I said, just ask him, do you want to play? Because I thought last year was crazy. You show up the day of, I ain't playing. I'm like, just ask him, do you not want to play? I think it would be cool. I think he'll definitely play when he knows he's going to retire. Like if he knows this is my last year, he'll definitely play in that one. Because he'll want that, you'll get that celebratory moment and everything. This is his last All-Star game, but
Magic Mike.
But I'm not convinced this is his last year. I think LeBron he still may want the week off. No, but the game's in LA, so maybe he decides to play. But I figure let's see if he actually makes the team first. But I was surprised how far
in Inglewood. He don't want to track all the way to Inglewood.
LeBron try it out if he makes the team.
Yeah, let's just see, but I was surprised in the voting how far behind he was. I was like, man, this is a different world now.
Yeah.
Luka came in and just was like, took everything and passed in jersey sale. Luka got that Lakers stimulus package where, not that he went through the roof with it now.
Let me ask you, because Damian pointed out, the All NBA is probably going to come to an end as well. Do you think they're going to do away with this 65 game thing coming up? Because this has been like the calamity of all calamities this particular season.
I don't think it's gone the way they thought it would. And I think part of the mistake in it was they did it to keep you off of all, to kind of like make you play. But what if a guy legit is hurt? Like, that's not fair. Like, well, I missed 12 games when I was hurt. Then if I get, if I get 2 games off, oh shoot, now I'm deciding, especially with incentive money and everything tied to all NBA teams, do I really want a guy going out there dragging his leg for like a 2 minutes to start a game to say that he played in enough games so he can possibly still make all NBA? I don't think and as we've seen, it's not making guys play more games. Guys aren't going, oh damn, I'm at 15. I guess I can't qualify for MVP pretty soon. And it's like, and I also don't think there was like a rash of voting of people voting for guys who played in 25 games. It wasn't like I ever voted and was like, you know what? Joel Embiid missed half the year. First place MVP. My general rule was if you qualified statistically to be a leader in the league in something, you should be eligible for the thing. And I don't, if I remember Embiid's rookie year, I didn't vote him rookie of the year, man, because he missed half the season. Yeah. And I don't think there was this rash of people just voting for people for the hell of it. And now you're going to have a real interesting all-NBA vote, because the last time I voted, I think was a couple of years ago, and the people who hadn't qualified, they just weren't on the list. This is going to be a list with a lot of names missing. And then, to me, it then cheapens the idea of being all-NBA if a guy only made it because he played more games by like 2.
Right.
Like, what if Jokic played 61 games and I don't know, DeAndre Ayton played 65? No one thinks DeAndre Ayton is better than Jokic, but Jokic doesn't qualify. That's crazy.
Jay, we appreciate you. I have more shoe ideas if you want to.
Hey, just text them to me. Text them to me.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, I'm all right.
Text them to me.
To you.
What's one?
I think I've written them about.
I mean, them 4 theater joints would go crazy if you just got to.
Yo, whose man is this?
Man, and I've written a lot about clutch in the last week or so. So.
Well, podcast Rich, what's his name?
Podcast Paul.
Podcast Paul.
Wow. That's not uncomfortable at all.
Bro, what is your man doing?
That's not uncomfortable. LeBron's agent proposing that Austin Reeves get traded. They play the Kings and lose by 30.
It's crazy.
I swear to me, he drops the podcast, they go out there and they get blasted. Whenever he goes in there and suggests a trade, they just get. I bet you everyone's going, shoot, LeBron don't want me. He don't want him. I'm like, if you want to stick, you better come friend with Luka. That's the guy whose team is going to be. You better go. But yeah, that is that. I mean, and I've known Rich for a while, and I can tell you, Rich don't care what nobody say about what he got to do. Rich's attitude is probably this: y'all should be a little more thick-skinned. Why you care what I got to say? But I'm like, you're an active agent proposing trades.
Yeah, here's the thing, Rich, it's not you. It's not like, unfortunately, like when you're so closely associated with somebody else, they don't see you. Unfortunately for Rich Paul, as an amazing job as he has done, is carving himself a place in sports as Rich Paul. It's still LeBron.
Yeah. And when you talk LeBron, when you talk trades with LeBron's team, it's going to go viral. It's going to go crazy. It's going to get clipped up. It's not, then you see the thing the next day that Austin's agent had something to say to the next day. Like, hey.
Yeah.
And I guess I can't imagine it's good for that locker room at all. Because look at how that team played before LeBron came back. They played free. The ball moved. Guys looked happy. They look miserable half the time now.
Now Dad is back.
And LeBron looks miserable.
Jay, we appreciate you, man. Thank you as always. I'll text you some more ideas.
Yeah, text me some Kyle Tucker ideas while you're at it.
All right. That's enough. All right, Jason. We'll see you. That's our man Jason Jones right there. Cal's finest from The Athletic. Jesse says we got to end the show. So we'll see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Podcast P or Paul. Carlos Beltran and Andrew Jones selected to the Hall of Fame.
Saw that. Yeah, saw that.
Andrew Jones was that dude for a minute.
All right, man. A pandemic colorway is wild. All right, y'all. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 10 a.m.